Uh,
Oh
you hear
no,
anything?
Satan! They took him.
Can you not hear me?
Oh,
We
now we
can
can hear you.
now.
Okay, good. So, welcome everybody. Thank you for joining the Theist Helpline. Your friendly and helpful hosts of the Theist Helpline are, in alphabetical order, Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, "Sending Love." She's a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary, biology-inspired computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton, it's all in the reflexes, is a self-described, middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist and is mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in thoroughly analyzing and reviewing debates, often from the comfort of his genuine lazy boy chair. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. King Xerxes is an atheist activist and political commentator who has extensive knowledge of the Holy Bible and Christianity, and the histories surrounding it. Peter de Tucker is an atheist epistemologist from the Netherlands. Inspired by Aaron Ra, Seth Andrews, and Anthony Magnabosco, and others. He started a YouTube channel that mainly focuses on religion, but he also hosts shows on other topics, including interviews with other content creators and atheists he meets through social media. The epistemological conversations with believers are loosely based on the atheist experience with a slightly different approach. The hosts engage with only one person per episode and endeavor to be non-confrontational. The goal of the channel is to help people evaluate the claims posited by their belief system. Let's see, I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist activist from British Columbia, Canada, and I advocate for the equality and normalization of people who don't believe in deities, which entails advocating for fair justice, freedom, and critical thinking. I'm also the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, a national organization that promotes atheism and agnosticism as culturally common aspects of Canadian society. Taco, the visionary organizer of the Theist Helpline, is a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. TJump, or TomJump, is the founder of an atheist church called the Church of the Best Possible World, which is based on his model of objective morality. It has the goal of doing what Abrahamic churches should be doing but are not. Helping people by providing affordable housing. Thank you everybody for tuning in, and to find links for all of these hosts and their projects, including the Atheist Church, you just go to www.theisthelpline.com and then click on the About section where you will find descriptions of all the hosts that I just read out, and perhaps a little more information, including links. A special thank you goes to the Politics Discord for helping us with hosting this stage, and I guess, did anybody have anything they wanted to mention before we started the show?
Happy
I like
Sunday.
the edit of the introduction, Randolph. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And be sure to visit DarthDawkins.com to get your official Darth Dawkins squeak toy, so you too can argue like Darth Dawkins.
What's going on, Nephilim Freak?
Good morning.
What would you like to talk about today, my friend?
Oh, well, my favorite subject is the origin of mankind in organic life on this planet, but it's not a necessary subject. It is my favorite.
Well, what did you want to bring up today?
Well,
you just told us.
Would you like me to make a summary statement? I guess I could say atheism is the least intellectual proposition the world has ever known, and requires atheists to be in denial of a tremendous amount of man's accrued 20th century knowledge.
Okay, so I will say that you're correct about atheism not being an intellectual proposition, but it doesn't require people being in denial about the truth. So to not believe in something does not actually require any intellectual or cognitive acuity. So, I'm not going to disagree with you there. It's really not an issue. But I disagree with you on the position that we're required to deny things, because atheism doesn't require anything of anybody.
Well,
I'd
I
be
would
very
disagree with
interested
that,
if
of
you
course.
can
But
demonstrate the origin of life, as in how God created life. Can you
Just
Well,
Nephilim
if you're
was
asking-
responding to me. Just give him a sec. Go ahead, Nephilim.
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Nephilim.
if you're asking me to show you video of God supernaturally creating life, that's not plausible. But I can give you what comes to mind immediately. One fact that is required for atheists to be in denial of, one 20th century discovery, and that is that, the theory of evolution posits that random genetic mutations, undirected natural mutations, selected by environmental pressures, by the ability of the organism to survive with that mutation or to be disadvantaged by it, it's called natural selection, is what is the designer of all the fantastically complex interdependent features of organisms, every one, from the cornea of the eye to the lining of the liver and every other complex, stupefyingly complex feature of organismal life. However, since the 1930s, mutation studies have been conducted daily in the United States and across the world in universities by the millions. And if the papers published on the matter were stacked, printed on a desktop printer and stacked, they would be multiple stories tall. 1 million studies in the effects of random genetic mutation have been published in science journals. And the conclusion is that mutations do no such thing as design or build incrementally anything useful, functional, novel, or meaningful. What they do instead is destroy.
Nephilim, instead of monologuing,
I'm giving you that now.
No.
I'm giving you that now.
Instead of monologuing about something that has nothing to do with atheism.
Peter, let him finish.
In conclusion, the atheist is in denial of the modern discovery that genetic mutation is destructive and not a designer.
Okay, so I'm going to, sorry, Peter, we'll give you a chance to ask your question in a bit. Because we're turning the line. I think JL Warren will be probably good to handle this, but I have one quick question first. You're saying that it's not possible to show a video of proving God. I'm kind of not saying exactly what you said, but you're saying it was not possible to have that video proving God. Now, does that mean that you disagree with the section in the book of John that says, with God, all things are possible, then?
That is really an unbelievably unintellectual question to ask, really, seriously. But I do see that you're not addressing the thing that I brought up. You asked me what you think, and you
will address
and
it.
I pointed
I will
out
address it for
that
you. I will address it.
mutations have
Nephilim?
I'd like to address it.
and the effects of mutations.
Nephilim, please stop
and
for a
atheists
second.
are in denial of their effects. And I just wondered if you could address what I said.
Oh.
Can I take that one?
Okay.
Do you mind?
Yeah, I wanted to address it because the whole thing has nothing to do with atheism. So please, Nephilim, can you demonstrate how God created life?
Wait, no.
Let's just pretend that there's no such thing as abiogenesis or evolution. All of that is false. So please demonstrate how your God created life. Go ahead.
Well, the point of what I was saying is that the genetic information of DNA is in fact designed.
I already gave you that is incorrect.
Please don't interrupt me. I'm not going to interrupt you, sir.
I already gave you that is incorrect.
I'm not going to interrupt you, sir. I hope you'll be courteous and have a level playing field here. Okay.
I am.
Right. So I'm responding to you. Okay. So the evidence is that life was designed because the genetic information, being what it is, can't be produced. Firstly, can't be produced by natural processes. Secondly, evolution is false because mutations don't design; they destroy.
I already gave you that as well.
And therefore, we have a designer. Now, so there leaves us with two options.
Can you demonstrate the
question
designer?
is, see, can you let me finish, sir?
Yes, but
So
I
you have to
already
let me
gave you
finish,
this,
sir.
and all
You
you
have to
do is
let me-
monologue
no, I'm
about what I
addressing it.
already gave you.
Can
So
somebody put a
start
leash on the dog?
demonstrating.
'Cause I'm trying to address directly what you're saying, but you
Evelyn,
won't
you're-
stop
And
me.
You're the
Nephilim,
one
please don't call
who's
people on the
here to
panel
answer.
subhuman.
Can you
Yeah.
please just
That's the only
No,
warning you'll get on that,
no.
man.
okay? So I'll try
Nephilim,
to
I
address
already
it.
gave you all
Okay,
of
I'm
that.
just going to
so
continue
start
to address what
demonstrating.
you said.
No, you're not going to continue.
I
You're going
am
to start
addressing what you
demonstrating
said.
your God.
When you finish, I'll be able to.
No, you're not.
Can I
You're
take this one?
repeating what I
please?
Then
already
you don't
gave
want to
you.
hear. Okay, so I'm addressing it, what you said. Okay.
Go
So
ahead.
the evidence is that we are designed. The question is no longer are we designed. The answer is yes. And the question that remains is who is the designer?
Exactly. So
Okay,
get to
right.
that.
So when we examine the evidence, we find that the designer is far more likely to be God than some alien being. Those are the only two options. Since we are designed, some intelligence far greater, way outside
What's your
man's
evidence?
box, is the
Evidence for
designer of mankind in all life.
What's your evidence?
Therefore, the only two plausible explanations is that some alien existence, some other organism that also itself evolved,
If you're rambling,
as
you're rambling.
Dawkins says,
Present
is
your
our designer,
evidence.
or a God is our designer. Now, I'd say if we examine the evidence, we come to the conclusion that God is not an alien.
What
being.
evidence?
Okay, start presenting the evidence and stop rambling and making claims that you cannot back up.
Wait, no. So he presented an argument.
That's
He presented
just
an
a
argument.
blank assertion.
Wait. So Nephew's
Yeah,
argument.
I know what
Oh my
arguments he
God,
presents
stop,
because I've
please,
been talking to him for years, and
Peter, you didn't address what he
doesn't- I
said.
don't
You addressed
remember, yeah.
nothing about what he said. So he made a claim
No,
that there have been thousands of papers that show genetic mutations are only deleterious.
don't go that route. Ask him to demonstrate his own claims.
Yeah, he's not going to
about the
do that.
designer.
Just,
Stop.
dude, Peter,
He's
you're
not-
just barking
he's-
up the wrong tree.
Well, we
dude.
can address the subject
No,
as
stop,
which is
please.
more
Let
plausible.
me take this. I want to
an
actually
alien
address what he
life
said.
form or a god.
Stop. Neffy said that.
That's what he wants.
Stop, Peter. Stop. Neffy said that there are thousands of papers that prove genes are deleterious. Yet no one in genetics
I
agrees
didn't
with
say
him.
genes are
Everyone
deleterious.
thinks he's wrong. Why, Neffy?
Genes?
Do all of the academics who publish papers in the field think you're wrong?
Genes are deleterious? TJump, did you have your talk to this man?
Neff. He
Nobody
misspoke.
said-
He's just going to hand wave all of it.
Nephilim. He misspoke. Mutations. Your claim was that thousands and thousands of papers out there
Strong
say Nephilim. You stated your claim was that thousands upon thousands of published papers out there state that genetic mutations are all deleterious.
Okay, you just straw man to me like he did. See,
I'm repeating your claim.
I'm going to
You
explain the
said
straw man,
mutations
and then we can
destroy.
go back to
Nephilim.
You said mutations destroy.
So what the straw man was?
How is that a straw man?
is-
Go ahead.
Atheists, please, thank you. So atheists do this constantly. They cannot address things without straw man.
Okay, you're going
So,
on meta. You're
and the
lying now,
straw man
Nephilim.
is
You
this.
said mutations
Preamble.
The straw
destroy.
man is
Taco, can you bounce him,
man-
please?
The straw man is
All
this,
right.
that,
Come on.
that I
come on.
allegedly said all mutations
Nephilim.
are deleterious. That all
That's what you
mutations
said.
are-
Nephilim, let's
You
take
said
the one
mutations
topic
only
at a
I'm
time,
trying to
Nephilim.
respond. Are you guys going to have a level playing
Nephilim,
field?
are you
or
saying
not?
you didn't say all mutations
Wait.
you-
So he
you
didn't.
can't-
He didn't.
You
Neffy
can't
said-
you
one
can't
sec.
discuss things
One sec.
without talking over people.
So
and-
Neffy
I'm
said-
asking for
That's how you-
clarification.
Let me.
That's not how you win. You don't win
Neff,
debates
I
by
was
talking over
asking for
people.
clarification, Nephilim.
You don't
Hey,
win
stop.
debates by
Everybody shut
talking
up.
over
I
people.
was
Shut up.
asking
Shut
for
up. Oh my
clarification.
God. So Neffy said.
Yep.
You
yep.
don't win debates by
Hey,
talking
we're gonna
over
go one
people.
at a time.
Stop
Hey.
talking, Neffy. Neffy said that he didn't say that literally all.
No, I was in
Stop.
response.
Mute him. Please
I
mute
was
him. Please
responding.
mute him. Just mute him. Neffy said he did not say that
He might
all
leave.
mutations were deleterious. That's correct. He said that there was a net deleterious effect. So he's correct that it wasn't specifically that he said that all mutations were deleterious, just that they couldn't have any kind of design or influence that would create new features. That was his conclusion. So I generalized and said they're all deleterious. Irrelevant, Neffy. I don't care. Address what I said. I said every academic in the field thinks you are wrong. So when you say there are thousands of papers that prove this, every professional in the field says you are wrong. My question was, why does every professional in the field, or the vast majority of them, think you are wrong? That was the
He's not
question.
going
Well,
to answer that.
firstly-
This is why you need to.
Firstly, that is not a correct statement. All do not agree.
have
For example,
dozens of polls on this.
so are you going to let me speak, or you ask me a question, then you want to talk over me?
No. I asked you a question.
Okay.
Why do they
Well,
think you are
I'm
wrong?
answering your question,
No,
but you
no,
won't
you're
stop
not.
talking over me.
You
You're
questioned
going to
the
allow me
fact.
to respond?
No, you
You're
question
going to
the
allow
fact.
me to respond,
No,
or
no,
are you
no,
going to
no,
talk
no.
over me?
I want an answer to the question.
Are you
No,
going
it
to
is a
allow me to
fact.
speak, or are you
Mute
going
him,
to talk
please.
over
Mute
me?
him. Mute him. I asked you a
That's how
question.
that's
Stop talking, Neffy. I asked you a question. Why do the vast majority of every academics in every evolutionary field think you are wrong? It doesn't have to be all. It's the vast majority. Consensus. No one gets to disagree with this. All of the creationists agree with this. The consensus in every single academic field that publishes papers says evolution is a fact, intelligent design is a pseudoscience. You don't get an opinion on this, so you have to answer the question: why is that the case? Don't question the facts. It's a fact.
Okay.
Tell me why
Well,
is that the case?
I was addressing you, but you want now you changed your story.
Stop. Answer the question,
From
Neffy.
you've changed your story.
No, I
You
didn't.
changed it from
No, I
all
didn't.
academics.
Why do
and
all
you
academics
you're still
think
talking
you are
over
wrong?
me while I'm trying to respond.
No, because you're
That's because you're
questioning the facts.
failing.
No, you don't get to
You're
question the facts.
desperate
Answer the
and you're
question.
failing.
Why do they
Okay,
all
so I'll
think you're
try
wrong? Why
again.
do all academics think you
You're
are wrong?
desperate and failing. When you
Why do
stop
all
talking over
academics
me,
think you are wrong?
we'll see you as a contender.
Why do
Just
all
now
academics
you're
think
just-
you're wrong? I'm still waiting.
So if you're not
If you're going
going
to
to answer the
allow me to
question, do we just
respond,
move on?
He's
Are you
not
going
going
to allow me
answer
to
this.
respond?
This is a
Neffy, you have
waste
one
of time.
sentence, and then we're going to kick you off the stage.
I was
An answer.
attempting to
No, I
respond
don't
while
want.
you
No,
started
stop,
talking
stop,
over
stop.
me because
You have
of your
one
desperation.
sentence. Don't answer.
Are you going
anything
to
but
allow
the
me to respond?
Just
No,
answer the
you have
question.
one
Neff.
Or
sentence.
just accept, that you've lost?
Okay, kick him out. He's done.
Just
He just
answer
wasted
the
time.
question now.
Wait a
I'm
minute.
trying-
Here,
I
Nephilim.
was trying
Nobody's
to
going to
respond.
talk. You have a second to you just give your response.
Yeah, okay, great. Okay, so you changed your story from all academics.
Okay, he's not answering the question.
Agree,
All right.
to the majority
That's
of
not
them.
okay. That's not answering the question. So TJump, what question do you want to answer?
Why do all academics say you are wrong? Don't say not all. I don't care. Why do all academics, the consensus, say you are wrong? Give me an answer to that question. Don't question the fact. Tell me why that fact is true.
All right. If you don't just answer that question, we're just going to move on.
I'll try to respond again, but I'll be interrupted again. Firstly, you changed your story from all
That's
academics
not
to
answering
the
the question,
majority.
Neffy.
All right. We've got several other people in
Just
the queue.
just want to say thank you, Nephilim Free, for joining us. Maybe next time when you try again, try to be more focused on the answering the questions that you're asked.
He's not going to answer those questions. This is why I went with a different line of questioning, because he cannot demonstrate his God. All
why
He's
he
not
ran
going
away.
to answer your line either. He never
ramble
addresses.
That's
Yeah,
why
never
that's why he
addresses
ran from the
contention.
debate that he was supposed to have with me. So
Yeah.
it comes down to it. He
Dude,
doesn't
I don't
debate.
think anyone's running from you, dude. Let's
He
be
just-
honest.
he
But
just wants to proselytize. It's all he wants to do.
And if I
Yeah.
could just say that there is currently no evidence that we are from a designer, that there is irreducible complexity or genetic entropy, and so those would need to both be demonstrated.
He certainly didn't like the point I raised about the Book of John saying, "With God, all things are possible." So, God Defender, good morning and welcome. What have you got for us today, sir?
yo, am I unmuted? Yo, what's up, guys?
We can hear you.
It's God Defender, man. You know, your favorite guest.
Yeah,
So
we can see the name. We're good.
yeah, so I was gonna bring up, similar to what Nephilim was bringing up, the fact that an evidence for God is origin, in the fact that while evolution is scientifically proven in the sense that we can see speciation and certain things evolve, there's no evidence to like this 12 trillion year old fossil and like the monkey to the human and all this other shit. There's no evidence for it. And creationism is the most logical explanation.
God Defenders.
Please don't cut me off. I'm not finished.
No, I'm not finished. I'm gonna have him mute you because there's a problem here. I don't care.
Can you mute him?
God
Can you mute
Defender.
Okay, guys, come on. Don't
finished.
run over each other like that.
I just want to make my argument clear so everyone can hear
in
it.
the initial statement.
I'm not finished explaining my argument.
Jay, let him deliver his argument, and then we'll address his argument.
Yeah, you can say whatever you think is wrong. So, and in conclusion, I'm almost done here, is that ultimately creationism is the best possible explanation for our existence, and of course that would obviously mean God is real if there is a creation. So, yeah.
Okay,
that's my argument.
so there's a number of problems with what you're stating there. So, number one, even if we were created, that does not logically entail that it was a god and only a god. So it could be, there could have been like another species of aliens that seeded the planet. I don't believe that for a second, but just because it could have been created doesn't mean it specifically was the god. And you're ultimately, the earlier stuff that you talked about was problematic in that respect. Because, like, for one, we didn't come from monkeys. Okay, So, because we ourselves, we technically are apes, and apes are primates.
Oh,
and
come
so
on, man.
Well, we are. So the evidence is there for that. We understand this to be true. That
What
we
evidence? Who?
Are a number of things, like first and foremost, genetics. So genetically, we are related to the like we are related to the other members of the Hominidae family. So
We're also related to bananas too.
Well, not
Am I a
as
banana?
much.
The
God
banana
Defender.
plant, not the reproductive organ. You can't.
God Defender, not as much. We also we have there's genetic connections between every there's genetic connections between everything that lives on this planet.
Exactly. So it debunks your whole argument. Exactly.
No, it doesn't.
How does
It
that debunk? If everything's related, how does that debunk it?
It literally indicates that we have a common ancestor with
No, it
everything
doesn't.
else on this. Yes, it does.
What it shows is that we have a similar genetic makeup on how we exist, which is obvious. I mean, like if you look at a coding, for instance, if you write something in JavaScript, it's going to have share like 80% of code with other JavaScript things, but those small differences that people write is what makes it different. So in the same way, we are genetically made up. No, it's perfect an analogy.
No, it's not. No, it's not because a computer code is not analogous to DNA.
Of course it is.
No, it's not. No, it is not.
I don't get the analogy either.
DNA is chemical interactions, and computer code is something that is written.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh,
so chemical interactions that occur naturally, interactions on the periodic table that occur naturally in the universe are not the same as a code written by written by an individual.
I didn't know that. What is your point, dude? Obviously,
my point is that they're disanalogous. They're not analogous.
So just because they're in different formats doesn't mean that they're not analogous. That's not the point. Like no one's arguing that code is fucking biological, dude.
It is disanalogous to utilize computer code to, or it is dishonest to.
Says who? How is it dishonest? Says who?
It is dishonest to utilize computer code because computer code utilizes symbols to draw an analogy to genetics, to genetic code, just because we use symbols to refer to particular elements within the genetic code, or particular we like guanine, adenine, cytosine, so on and so forth. We use symbols to represent the chemical interactions. We also use symbols in computer code. Nonsense. That does not make these two things identical or analogous.
No.
Can I ask you, God Defender? We know that common ancestry is a fact. So my question back to you is, why do you suspect scientists, the vast majority of biologists?
Okay, that's an appeal to authority. That's an appeal to authority.
No, it's not. That is an incorrect use of an appeal to authority, God Defender.
I can Google it right now.
God Defender. Hang on a second. God Defender. The entire field of phylogenetics, the entire field of phylogeny, island biogeography, morphology, all of these fields go into our understanding of evolution.
All right, let me read this to you, dude.
But God Defender,
an argument from authority.
Hang on.
Can I speak, dude? You're just fucking rambling, dude. Let me respond to something.
No, God
You're talking for like 10 hours, bro.
No.
Let me respond to something.
I let you talk.
10 hours later.
You let me talk. So, God Defender, here's the biggest issue with what you're stating. That evolution is not true. I'm not going to address. I'm not going to address the creator thing. I'm not going to address any of that nonsense. I'm going to address this. There are two things that human beings utilize that enable our survival on this planet. The two biggest things, and that is agriculture and medicine. Agriculture and medicine are keys to our survival, keys to the survival that we've gotten to this point. Both of those fields, agriculture and medicine, what we know about them and how we use them is predicated upon our implicit understanding of evolution. If we didn't understand evolution,
let me know when you're finished, bro.
If we didn't understand evolution, agriculture and medicine would not work the way they work. You cannot deny this.
I'm not denying that. Okay, let me speak. Amy, please. Amy, please let me respond to that after 10 hours.
I'm sorry.
You have to stop interrupting me.
So you interrupted
Hey, Amy, come on. Give him a minute to respond.
Ridiculous, bro.
But I never got to finish my question.
Because J.L. Warren interrupted you and spoke for 10 hours, bro. So let me just respond to that. So, number one, let me just read this definition. Appeal to authority is a form of argument in which the opinion of authority a topic is used as evidence. So that's number one. Number two, I'm not disagreeing with you at all that we do medicine based off evolution. I'm not arguing with the science of evolution in many aspects. Didn't make that argument. The argument I made is the fucking storybook science shit you see in elementary school, where they show you like this monkey and then this ape and then slowly like standing up, like you guys have seen that before, and like the fossil
So you're
1,000,000
arguing
years
against
old,
a
which
dumbed
proves
down
that.
heuristic
Shut up,
for kids?
shut up, shut up,
Okay.
Jack, shut up, shut up. And the second part is fundamentally, I'm not disagreeing with evolution, all of it. What I'm arguing for is that at some point humanity had to be created by God, and there's no way that we just evolved from ape to ape to ape and that we're apes. There's no evidence of that, but there's evidence that speciesization and evolution is a science.
Okay. So
Can I
God
have my
Defender. So
question now?
God Defender. You just made a claim that that human beings had to be created. Everything else evolved, but human beings had to be created.
No. I mean, like at some point, all animals had to be created. There's no way that they just slowly evolve over billions of years.
Fantastic. So you think that we were created?
Yeah.
Okay, then let me ask you this: why does the evidence not show that?
Well,
the evidence does show that.
That leads me to my question.
The evidence does show that, dude. The evidence does show that. No. It does show that.
Okay, so my question was, since all of the empirical evidence leads scientists, the empirical academic body,
that's a load of nonsense.
To believe that we have a common ancestor, my question to you, God Defender, is why don't you believe we have a common ancestor?
I'll tell you, we have a common ancestor. The common ancestor is God. That's the Allah. That's the common ancestor. Yeah.
God Defender. God
you
Defender.
Have a common ancestor. Yeah,
I just asked you. God Defender. I just asked you a question, and you completely dodged it.
Because she just asked me a question, bro.
God Defender. All of the evidence that we have available to us, where we draw these conclusions from, or say the opposite of what you're saying. That human beings have been around, that modern Homo sapiens have been around for about 250,000 years. That a hominid's been around about 2 million. Okay, so all of the evidence indicates one thing. I'm asking you, why does all the evidence indicate the opposite of what you're saying?
Okay, so that's another appeal to authority.
It's not. I'm appealing to the evidence.
What evidence? What evidence?
And you appealed to God. How's that not an appeal to authority?
The difference is your authority is based on nothing.
But you just made God
It's based on a bunch of nerds. It's a bunch of fucking lab coat people.
Get rid of him.
Exactly. And then you just made it up.
That's not a real authority.
Taco.
So here's the reality.
Before you dump him,
I wanted to.
They can't argue against my arguments.
I wanted to address.
I can argue against it. I just asked Taco to let me jump in real quick. So your analogy, the whole thing equating DNA to a computer code. Yeah, that falls flat because we know that computer coders exist. So please, can you demonstrate that a God exists?
Well, here's the thing, right? When you look at a code,
that's a yes or no question.
Let me speak.
That's a yes or no question.
Let me respond.
And then you can elaborate. No.
Let me respond.
I'm asking you a yes or no question. So either
you want me to detain you
or no?
Or do you want me to respond?
Do you want
I'll have you kicked off the stage, dude. Let me respond. So it's very simple, right?
You can when we look at code, or no, and then elaborate or not.
Okay, it sounds like it's a yes or no question, right? So can you just do that and then answer?
What's the yes or no?
What was the question?
I don't think he was listening to the question.
Can you demonstrate that your God exists? That's either yes or no. And then after you have said yes or no, you can elaborate on your answer.
He said yes. He said yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And the reason why we can analyze that is just like we can look at code and we don't have to see the code to know it was coded.
Demonstrate.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
I asked you to demonstrate. No.
Shut up.
No, I asked you a question.
I'll turn you down. Let me turn you down. I'll keep speaking.
You said yes.
Demonstrating.
So here's the next part. So now that I'm going to demonstrate to this, my little son, when we look at code, we can see that even if we don't see the coder, we know it was intelligently designed. In the same way, we can look at DNA, we can look at the eyeball, we can look at fingers and say, that must have been intelligently designed. And at some point, existence had to come into being, which shows us there's a God. Now, if you want to argue against a Christian God or Islamic God or whatever, that's a different conversation. But as far as the existence of God, it's just obvious. Like, there's just no way you can say, unless you can demonstrate some sort of... Unless you can argue for some sort of mechanism outside of intelligence? There's no mechanism.
Yeah,
the
it's called,
mechanism has to be intelligence.
it's called evolution. It's called evolution by natural selection.
Yeah,
it's called
that's
positive
not-
and
no
negative
evidence
selection
of that.
pressures.
Nope.
Yes, there is.
Nope.
We've observed
Nope.
it. We've
Nope.
watched it happen.
When have you observed an ape becoming a human?
I want
Go
to take
ahead.
this one. I want to take
That
this
is not what evolution is. You. Never mind.
TJump, go ahead, man.
Yeah. So we have evidence of evolution. It's called novel testable predictions. The theory of evolution has made successful predictions about things we don't know and has gotten it right. So what novel predictions do you have about God? Do you have any of those? Because if you
Can you give me an example of that?
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Jackson Wheat had a video about 20 of them or something. So the prediction that there would be a transitional fossil between fish and lizards at the exact geological timescale and exact location predicted. That was
no transitionary fossils.
Shut up, God Defender. We're just going to mute you while I'm talking. Mute him, please. Could you mute him so I can finish the question? That'd be great. So one of the predictions that was made by evolution was that there would be a halfway transitional fossil between fish and lizards, and it would be found at exactly the same geological scale that was predicted. It's called Tiktaalik, and we predicted this before we knew it. Another one would be a double hinged jaw joint between mammals, also predicted in the exact same location. Another one would be a transitional fossil between wasps and ants that was predicted. There's dozens of these, hundreds of thousands actually, by evolution, and these are called demonstrations. Could you mute them so I could thank you? So these are called demonstrations that are proof evolution is true because it makes novel testable predictions. That's the only kind of evidence that counts. What you gave was an argument from analogy where you look at something and you use your small brain intuition to try to infer what you think it fits into your brain as being explained by. That's not evidence of anything. That's a hypothesis. So what you would need is to show us the actual novel predictions you made based off of your hypothesis to confirm it. Because we have those, you don't. So we have evidence, you don't. We have demonstrations, you don't. So what's your evidence of God? What are your novel testable predictions?
Okay, so now that you're done swearing out, right? You just made a claim that there's a transitionary fossil. There are no, I repeat, no transitionary fossils. There's never been demonstrated a single transitionary fossil. And if you could demonstrate one, I'd love to see it. One fossil. Just one fossil, dude. No. Just one fossil.
Yeah, we did that.
Just rejects the empirics, TJump. That's
TJump just gave you one. It's called Tiktaalik.
Wait. So he's confused.
But hold on. Let me read this chat. So Darwin just said every fossil is a transitionary fossil. So by that logic, it's a circle.
Hold up. So the claim wasn't about the fact that it's a transitional fossil. So try to pay attention here. The prediction was that we would find something halfway between a fish and a lizard, something that can go in water and on land, and we'd find it at a specific location. So the prediction was we would find a fossil of a creature that can go in water and go on land, and we'd find it in this exact location. Now, whether or not you call it a transitional fossil doesn't matter. We don't care. The prediction was we will find this fossil in this location, in this exact location, and nowhere above this location, nowhere below this location. And we made this prediction before we knew it, before we ever saw it. And then we looked and found it. So it's novel. It's a new thing we haven't seen before. It's a prediction because we predict before we knew it. And it's testable because we could actually test it. It's a novel testable prediction. So that would be an example of a novel testable prediction made based off of the hypothesis of evolution. And if it's confirmed, that's evidence evolution is correct. So what is your novel testable predictions?
So first of all, I want to say this. As it relates to fossils in general, I actually went to the Evolutionary Museum in New York, whatever. I went there, and the fossils there aren't even real, dude. These are fucking like, what is it called? I think they make them out of plaster. They make the fossils out of plaster. There's literally fake fossils at the museums, bro.
What does this have
So
to do
show
with
me
my
the real fossils.
What does this have to do with my
dude,
question?
you don't have. I demonstrated God by looking at the code, right? Computer code, and then looking at DNA.
So again,
that's the answer.
No, it didn't answer my question at all. It had literally nothing to do with anything I said. It was just your own gibberish. So I made a specific question. Novel testable predictions are evidence. They're the only kind. You looking at things and using your small brain intuition to try to intuit what caused those things is not evidence. That's just your small brain intuition. What we need is using your intuition to make a hypothesis and then make predictions to confirm that hypothesis. Now, evolution has done this. So we've looked at things. We said evolution explains this. We say, if evolution explains this, here is some fact we don't know yet that we will find. If we look and we find the fact, that's evidence the hypothesis is correct. So you've made a hypothesis. You said you've used your small brain intuition, said code can only come from a designer. And then now you need to take that and make predictions. And if you can make successful predictions, that will be evidence. But just your small brain intuition is just the hypothesis stage. It's not actual evidence. We have actual evidence. So you need to give us examples of you using your small brain intuition explanation to make predictions, not just say that you've made an intuitional leap. We need the next step. What predictions can you make based off of your hypothesis? Don't just tell us your hypothesis again.
Furthermore, just saying DNA code, there's no comment section on our DNA that says written by Yahweh.
Yeah, so using my big brain intuition from this, I can actually make this argument, right? One of the tests that we can show to prove that God exists, fundamentally, is the fact that design is clearly seen and can be predicted. The scientists have never been able to recreate DNA. That is a prediction we can make. And every time they try to recreate it, they fail. Proving that with this prediction, humanity will never be able to create DNA. And every time they try, they fail, which proves God.
Well, I mean, that's not actually a prediction, but it's also false.
That is a prediction.
Wait. No. So saying something.
No. That is a prediction,
Stop
dude.
talking. Stop
That is a
talking.
prediction.
Stop talking.
I just spoke for 10 seconds, dude, and you spoke for 10 hours,
please,
dude.
Could you mute him? So that's not a prediction. A novel prediction is predicting something we have not seen yet. If there's something we've already seen, like people have not been able to do something in the past, that's not a novel prediction. A novel prediction is being able to do something new that hasn't been done yet. So, like, if people have not been able to make DNA in the past, predicting they will not be able to do it in the future is not a novel prediction. It is a thing that we've already seen. Secondly, we have actually made DNA. Craig Venter literally made DNA artificially on his own. And so it's false. I mean, that if that's your prediction, then your hypothesis has been proven false. And we've already done this because we have literally made DNA that's artificial by humans and made it into a cell, which then reproduced the DNA. Craig Venter, Google it first, artificial DNA cell, but not a prediction. So a prediction is, again, you have to predict something we don't know yet, something we haven't seen yet. So if we've already seen it, if we've already seen humans unable to make DNA, predicting that will continue is not a novel prediction. So novel prediction predicts something we have not seen yet, not just the same stuff we've already seen. Okay, can you try to? So give me a prediction of something we have not seen yet, not something we've already seen. Go.
Yeah, so we've never seen an ape turn to a human. Never seen that.
Yes.
That's not good. Nobody claims that.
That's correct. You're correct. We've never seen an ape turn to human. Okay. Yes.
Thank you. You just said it. You just said it right there.
No.
You've
God
never
Defender.
seen it.
God
You've
Defender.
never seen
God
it,
Defender.
dude.
God
You've
Defender.
never seen
You've
it.
never seen God Defender.
You've
God
literally
Defender.
never seen it, dude.
God Defender. Stop fucking
finish.
repeating
You just
yourself.
fucking. You
God
just fucking.
Defender. Mute him.
That's what happens when you take trolls serious.
Yeah, exactly. He should have been. He should have been dumped.
Wait, I
10
wanted to
minutes
hear
ago.
his response. So I agree.
But
we have not seen.
Yes, dude, I get it, TJump. We've never seen it, but
part
nobody.
to his sentence.
But there's a problem. Nobody claims that that's what we expect to see.
No, I don't care. He had a second part to his sentence. So right, I agree. We have not seen apes turn to humans. Therefore, what? What's the second part, God Defender? What was the follow up to that?
Wait, can you repeat that? Jill, when we're talking over you.
You asked, we've never seen apes turn to humans. I agree. We
Right.
have not. Therefore, what?
Therefore, the whole like storybook version of like apes turning to humans in evolution has been debunked, which then lends credibility to the story of God.
Wait, no. So I don't care about any
Because
of
what
that.
it proves is that the natural sciences. No. Don't hold up. You hold up, dude.
No.
The reality is
You have to
that
answer my question.
natural sciences
God,
has failed to.
Defender, I asked you a question. I said, we have evidence. We make novel testable predictions about things we don't know yet that we've never seen before, and we get them right consistently. That's real evidence. All you have is your small brain intuition. You look at things and you try to explain it with the story. That's called a hypothesis stage. And now, once you have the hypothesis stage, you need to make novel predictions to confirm the hypothesis. We've done that with evolution. How do you do that? And you keep dodging the question. You keep avoiding the question like you can't answer it because, well, I bet you can't. But you need to try or else you lose. You go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Ask me 2 questions. So
there's one question.
I just made it very clear. No. Go ahead. Ask me 2 questions. What's your second question?
There's only one question. What are the novel testable predictions that are evidence of design? That's the only question. Only question I want the answer to.
But I've answered that like 3 different times.
No, you haven't.
What? Give me one example. Novel testable.
I gave you the example of the fact that we've never seen. But here's one. I'll give you one.
Sure.
You can never see one kind going to another kind. You'll never see that.
Remember, what does the word novel mean? Do you know?
I don't know.
It means new.
Nope.
It means new. So It's something that we have not seen in the past. So saying we have not seen something in the past, and we will continue to not see it, is that new or is that the same?
We've never seen a new kind, bro.
Wait,
Like
wait,
that's
wait,
new.
Diviner, listen carefully.
No.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point. I'm trying to get you to answer the question. If we have not seen something in the past, like I've never seen a pink elephant, if I will continue to never see a pink elephant, is that a new thing or is that the same?
That would be the same, yeah.
Correct. So a novel prediction can't be the same. You can't predict we're going to see the same thing because that's not
so
a
it's gotta
novel
be a positive
prediction.
thing.
Yes,
positive. You're saying it's got to be a positive thing. Okay. I'd have to think about that.
Fair enough.
I don't know.
Can I also just clear up this human
thinking is good.
ape? Because apes are human, so if you're waiting for that to happen, boom, it did.
Wait, how do you know we're apes? What evidence do you have that we're
all
apes?
Of the genetic data.
Come on, man.
It's God Defender. It's called taxonomy, dude.
We are not bananas, dude. You're saying that we're bananas?
Again, saying that we are bananas is like saying, "Are you a uterus?"
You're calling us bananas, dude?
Yes, we are. We have shared common ancestry with the banana plant. If that
come on, bro, you guys got to be trolling, bro.
Our education system has failed you, but I heart you still.
I took evolution classes actually. I learned a lot about evolution
classes.
And by the way, I'm not exact.
Classes?
Oh, I think I took it in middle school, but
you took middle school evolution classes.
I just want to say this.
You took middle school biology. That's what you took.
Yeah, but let me just say this. I'm not completely rejecting evolution. Like I'm not a total creationist. But what I'm saying is that I don't buy the whole storybook fucking evolution thing of like billions of years of like fossils and dinosaurs and like one amoeba to like a human, like that I'm not believing. But if you're saying like speciation and like evolution and like adaptation and mutations, I'm all for that. Like I obviously agree with that.
But
at the beginning, you said it was 12 trillion-year-old fossils. So what's the time frame you're talking about?
It doesn't matter, bro. Like you get my point. It doesn't matter.
That it does matter because why do
it doesn't fucking matter.
Why do you giggle at billions or trillions or however much?
It doesn't matter. Like you get my point, right? Like this is like whole storybook, like million years here, million years there.
Is that 6 to 5,000? That would be a fable, a myth, or a fairy tale. Choose your word. If you think it's 6 to 10,000 years old, that's what you believe.
It doesn't matter. Here's the thing. If you actually go into like 1980s textbooks, sometimes they say the Earth is this billion years old, and then you see this book says 10 trillion years old, and you see this book is like 10 million. Like they always change the numbers. Like there's no consistent fucking numbers on this shit. So you guys could all be wrong, right? You guys could all be wrong. So why are you saying that it's all fact what you guys are saying?
Do you recall me asking you to demonstrate your God? That has been about 30 minutes ago, and you still have to get to it.
I am demonstrating God right now by showing.
Stop laughing. Stop making stupid claims. And finally,
stop slowing out, man.
Have a shot at demonstrating.
Let me explain something. I want to explain my argument. Let me explain my argument.
I'm fine with people just kicking you from the panel.
Just get rid of the troll. There's no point having him up here. All he's done is nuh-uh. He obviously does not have.
Okay.
Thank you for coming up.
Sorry, yeah, he's gone. Before we bring up another guest, I just think there's a few people probably have a few things to say about this conversation before we move on to a question that we have. So anybody had anything you wanted to... I know, I'm sorry, I probably interrupted you, JL. Go ahead and you start.
It's just that I understand that he obviously is trolling. I mean, he's done it before. We've had him on the stage multiple times. He's always done the exact same thing. TJump and Peter and Amy and myself have asked him direct questions. He continues to dodge. He cannot back up what he's saying, and the only way he can defend what he's saying is by misrepresenting what we all understand to be true. Like he wants, essentially, when he asks for the evidence to back our stuff, he wants an education in evolutionary biology or phylogeny or taxonomy. He doesn't understand these things, and he wants us to teach him within like the spans of like 5 minutes. So no, he's aware of this. That's why he's a troll and is just worthless. Why he makes stupid stuff like humans come from apes. Nobody claims that.
JL, it's a little more nuanced than that. He wants you to try and teach them only to be able to say, nuh-uh. That's it.
I thought it surprised me when he admitted that he had to think about it when he recognized that novel means new thing. Like, so I thought that was progress. I think we actually made progress with him a little bit there. That was
slightly,
Yeah.
just a little bit. I agree.
He's also giving a lot of the common catchphrases in creationist circles, like "we come from rocks," which is not something I've ever heard an atheist said. He didn't say that,
No.
but just the "we come from apes," even though we are apes. When you say these statements, it sounds very tantalizing if you don't have an education in biology. But yeah,
I have a novel testable prediction. If we get people like this who are just going to deny everything you say and don't come with a decent argument, ask them to demonstrate their own argument. They're going to fail within seconds, and then at least we can be done and we can have more productive guests.
Now he did.
Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead, TJump.
I wanted to clarify. That's not novel. That's the same thing he was predicting. That's the stuff we've already seen. Continuing to see the same thing. So that wouldn't be a novel prediction, Peter.
No. I was. This was me being a little bit facetious.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification, TJump. He did mention. Yeah, he did copy John Maddox's line, who's a huge proponent of, and the only one I know of, who promotes the idea that DNA is like a computer program, which doesn't make sense, because computer programs don't arise naturally. They're actually made by people with intention. But hang on, just a sec, Peter. So the thing is, with a computer program, if when I power on a computer, we don't know what the contents of the memory are going to be. It's kind of somewhat random. And so if you try to run the code run that memory space as if it's code, it's going to crash pretty much every time, is what I've found. And it's very easy, just by inspecting the code you can even predict it. It's a trivial matter. So DNA erupted naturally too, it seems, but we're observing it, and we give it labels, which kind of creates the illusion to people who don't understand computers to think that that's programming code. And that's where John Maddox and Russia Defender and others who are promoting the idea of DNA being a computer program are totally wrong right out of the gate. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the Sinister Porpoise has just made a video about John Maddox's claim about DNA being a computer code. I'd suggest everyone to go watch that.
Can you post it in the Heathen Hangout channel? That'd be great. We're going to move on to this is a question from our audience. The question is from Dutch Blades. So I'm going to read it all out. It's for TJump in particular, but I think anybody should be able to address it. Dutch Blades writes, I'm really interested in seeing what you have to say on the arguments for the impossibility of infinite regression. This is addressed to TJump. Within a short, there's a YouTube video short link. You've said that infinite regression is not impossible. There is no logical contradiction. It just has some intuitive problems which are not real problems. What is your response to stuff like the Grim Reaper paradox? Do you take a sort of unsatisfiable pair diagnosis approach, or do you respond to these arguments with some other sort of thing? And they added one note in parentheses. This is not obviously an argument for theism, but it is, of course, relevant within debates on cosmological arguments, which I think can lead to theism given further second stage arguments. But that's a separate issue, of course. TJump, if you want to see the question as you're answering it in the questions channel.
Definitely do not. So that the claim that an infinite regress isn't impossible is actually the response to the Grim Reaper paradox. All of the people involved, including William Lane Craig and Alexander Proust, have admitted there's no logical contradiction with the Grim Reaper paradox. It's not meant to be a logical contradiction. It's an intuitive contradiction. And the intuitive contradiction has to do with misusing infinites as individuals as opposed to a set. It's a set. So trying to treat an infinite as a particular, such that, like, asking the question, which of the Grim Reapers kills the guy at 12 o'clock if there's an infinitely many that are all trying to kill him, is a malformed question, because the infinite set that entails all Grim Reapers up to the point of, 12 o'clock is not an individual entity. And so treating the individual Grim Reapers as singular events is, and then contrasting that with the set of infinite things is a set error. You're not allowed to do that. It's like asking which number of the infinity is the 12th one. You can't do that. You can't identify which is the 12th in the set of infinity. And so it's not an actual issue at all. Mathematicians don't consider it an issue. Cosmologists don't consider it an issue. No one in physics considers it an issue. It's not something that's taken seriously in pretty much anywhere in philosophy or physics. And they pretty much all agree that, yes, there is an infinite past regression to space-time or space or whatever string theory they adhere to. There's no logical contradiction whatsoever. It's just a malformed question using semantics to create apparent problems based on a misuse of contrasting sets to individual members of the set.
Okay, thank you, TJump, and thank you, Dutch Blades, for posting that question. Avery also noted that it was a great question, which is refreshing. Did anybody else have any perspective they wanted to share on this question before we move on to our next guest?
I just want to say I put the link to Porpoise's video both in the Heathen Hangout and in your chat on YouTube.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Taco, who's up next?
Yeah, I invited up Karas.
Karas. Welcome, Karas. Thank you for joining us. It looks like your headphones are... Okay, welcome, Karas. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
Hi, it's I'm pretty sure I'm deist by normal, and my big one is the 5-minute theorem that I heard about when I was a kid.
Could you say that a little slower? I didn't quite catch it. The what?
The 5-minute theorem.
The 5-minute steer. Okay.
Theorem?
Theorem.
Oh, 5-minute theorem. Okay. Did you want to present your argument really quickly?
The argument goes that all your memories and everything you've experienced in the world was created by a powerful entity 5 minutes ago. And I know it's one of those ideas that can't be proven or disproven, because to disprove it, you have to actually do it.
Oh, last Thursdayism. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
And therefore?
It was just one of those interesting ones that I had when I was a kid. And that's what... Because I was raised Church of England when I was younger. And that's one that trained me more towards the idea of deism rather than religion as a whole point.
Well, what is the point of bringing up the argument? Do you want us to just address what we think of it or something? Like, we could have been created 5 minutes ago by leprechauns. And what is our position on that argument? Is that what you're asking?
Basically, yes, because it's one of the series I don't hear talked about very much.
All right, sure, yeah. So I think that there's a thing in science called the problem of underdetermination. It's the fact that there are infinitely many empirically equivalent hypotheses. That means that there are hypotheses that can all explain all data we have ever had. So, for example, you could have been created 5 minutes ago by a leprechaun, or 6 minutes ago by a unicorn, or 7 minutes ago by a magical bunny, or 2 magical bunnies, or 10 magical bunnies. And so you can make up infinitely many hypotheses that can all explain the data. But the only hypotheses that matter are the ones that you can use to make novel testable predictions. And so if one hypothesis allows you to make future predictions about things you don't know yet and get it right, that hypothesis has more justification to believe than all of the others. So I believe I'm a materialist. I think that using materialism, I can make predictions about evolution, like Tiktaalik and the double hinged jaw joint and the evolution between ants and wasps, and I get those right. Now I'm justified in believing evolution and materialism and 14.8 or 13.8 billion years old universe more so than all of those other hypotheses. Is it possible they're true? Sure. But mine has evidence, theirs does not, because mine can make predictions, theirs cannot. And so my position is that, of course, there's infinitely many hypotheses that can all explain the data. The differentiating factor is the one that can make predictions.
Hello?
We lost you, TJump.
We lost you, TJump.
Can you...
The rapture.
Am I back? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're back. You're back.
We can hear you now.
In the back.
All right. So I was saying that problem of underdetermination, there's infinitely many hypotheses that can all explain the data. The one differentiating factor is the hypothesis that can make novel testable predictions. And so if you use like materialism to make predictions about the future and you get it right, that's a justification for materialism, and it makes it more supported than all of the other infinitely many hypotheses, including that the world was created 5 minutes ago.
Oh, thank you. The only thing I had top in my head was the problem of xeno evolution. The idea that asteroid hit Earth and created start of the what's the right word? Life on the planet.
Panspermia, I believe that's called.
I was known as zero evolutional theory that I was taught back when I was a kid. Instead of like abiogenesis. I don't know if that's anything people think about.
I don't think there's any reason to think that life came from the stars, because, life requires DNA, and DNA can't survive in space for very long. And so the idea that DNA or some kind of form of life was stuck on an asteroid for millions of miles is unlikely because, radiation would kill it.
All right. Well, that's about all I have. Thanks very much.
Cool. Appreciate it, bud.
Thanks very much.
Thank you for joining us.
We've got pull them up now.
Thank you for joining us. What have you got for
Can
us?
you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. So, wait, let me close my door. So, I'm an atheist, but I would say, what's wrong with a deist belief?
Jack?
Oh, sorry, a deist belief or a theist belief?
A deist.
Oh, deism. Okay, go on. Yeah, this is Jack Burton's department.
No, I'm a deist, so I don't think there's anything wrong with it. That'd be my
But,
answer.
well, I mean,
disagree.
is there any there's no way to disprove it, right?
I mean, yeah, I can argue it into a unfalsifiable claim, but that'd be kind of, I don't know, it's kind of cheating from my perspective.
Oh, I don't know.
What do you consider deism to be?
Well, I feel like it's someone who created the universe and then they just left it. They just set all the rules and that's it.
Yeah, that's pretty common, I think. Does that sound right to you, Jack?
Yeah, give or take some claims here or there. It's not really that.
Yeah. So
there's not really any dogma in it. So.
Yeah, so I can tell you, I have the same lack of belief of this as I do of theism that says the gods are still around and interactive. So yeah, again, I don't push against it as if it's stupid or anything like that. I know some people do that. It's just there are people who believe these things. I'm not one who does.
I don't believe it.
So I think it's an interesting question.
Well, I think there is something wrong with it. I'd say why is it not rational to believe in Santa Claus, or why is it not rational to believe that there are magical pixies hiding in your butt? Because there's no evidence for these things. And so, if you want to switch to a deistic god, why is it not as equally irrational to believe in a deism god as it is to believe in Santa Claus or leprechauns? Why would it be any more rational?
So where the problems come into play is when people start making policy, public policy, for example, in government, based on the idea that something exists when they have no evidence of it existing, or they make decisions in their life to worship something instead of actually taking care of themselves. Like some people will pray to recover from an illness instead of going and seeking medical advice because they have so much faith in some deity or supernatural power to do it. That's where there is a problem. These are people making decisions that are they could have obviously made better decisions, and that's where I see it as a problem. So I think TJump's got a good point there.
All right,
Jack, what are your thoughts?
Well, yeah. As soon as you solve the whole problem of consciousness, I'll start considering atheism more.
Wait, but so why would the problem of consciousness be evidence for a deistic? JL, you're hot miking.
Sorry.
So why would the fact that there's an unsolved problem be indicative of a deistic god any more than a magical leprechaun or Santa Claus?
Well, I'm not assigning any of those properties to it. Also, if you're one of those wacko conspiracy theorists that think every parent in the world's lying to their kids about Santa Claus, then that's a whole other argument we can have. But no, on the case of consciousness, if you're going to say it's an emergent property, that's the same thing as just saying it popped out of nothing, because you're just saying suddenly.
Let's just grant we have no idea what caused it. The fact that we have no idea what caused it, you can't use that to then be a justification for a deistic hypothesis or a naturalistic hypothesis. It's just a nothing. We have no idea what caused it.
Yeah, sure. It would just reduce down to a faith claim on my point, and I got no problem biting that bullet.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for
these arguments.
Hey, thank you very much for joining us. Do you have anything else for us, or?
there's like a few arguments in Islam about evolution. For example, when people say evolution, they say that God guided evolution, like as in he like made a path for evolution to happen.
Yeah, I've encountered that before. They'll claim that where they find that they can't fill in the gaps anymore because science has given us the answer to what was previously the mysterious. They'll often some of them will turn around and say, "Oh well, God made all that happen." So instead of accepting that, hey, this is part of reality on its own right, they'll say, well, they'll take the credit and give it to God. It's sometimes it's almost as if they hate Mother Nature.
Yeah,
it sounds almost misogynistic, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's pretty misogynistic religion, anyways. So.
Most religions are, not all, but most. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say the religion. I tried talking to another Islamic guy. I mean, Muslim guy, and he was like, he also realizes that it's like really male centered. There's like, it's always like about men and not like women. And he's like, that's kind of weird, but he still believes. So
it's a throwback from very sorely outdated thinking that in very bad time in human history where people regarded women not as people but as their personal property. And so this is still reflected through a lot of ancient scriptures. It even occurs to some degree in some Buddhist scriptures, which surprises people. But you know, there's people who cherry pick and will ignore the bad stuff and continue to try to champion some kind of argument that their favorite deities are good and all loving and all this kind of nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else for us, bud?
Nope. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming up.
Yeah, thank you.
Invited up Mostafa. And if anybody else would like to come up and chat, feel free to raise your hand.
Before he comes up, somebody in my live chat pointed out, going back to Nephilim Free earlier, that apparently he had a long conversation with a Christian evolutionary biologist, Dr. Fiona Robertson, who explained to him in detail and provided all of the information that he typically requests that demonstrates how he is wrong and has a fundamental misunderstanding of what evolution is and what mutations are and how they function. And so this has all been explained to him, but just so someone pointed out that Dr. Fiona Robertson shut him down on that as well, and he still refuses. So,
Mustafa, I did invite you up. You're welcome to come up if you like.
Who was that you're talking about? Doctor who? What's it?
Dr. Fiona Robertson.
And who is she debunking?
She's a Christian evolutionary biologist.
Well, who is she debunking? Who is she arguing against?
Oh, she had a conversation with Nephilim Free.
Okay.
That and explained to him directly, like provided all the details, all the information he typically asks for, explained all these things in detail, and he's still out here pushing the same agenda. So he's not interested in learning anything. He's just interested in proselytizing.
Well, duh.
JL, did you say someone had a conversation with?
I know it seems impossible, right?
I need a link to that. Yeah, I need a link to that.
Castle Kingside, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
And if anybody else would like to raise their hand, you're welcome to.
What's up, guys?
Hey, man.
Welcome back, Castle. What you got for us today?
The sky.
Well, I was just curious. What this room is about, talking about whether God exists or not?
That's a common topic. Yep.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Do you hold
it's a room about? It's a room that invites people to convince us that a God exists. A little bit.
Or a goddess.
Do you hold that a particular God exists?
Well, I believe personally that God exists, yes. But did you know, believing in God is a personal decision. You can't force it upon someone.
I could typically kind of agree with that. But, it's that belief should be warranted based upon the evidence, what can be demonstrated, and what you like. I like TJump's novel testable predictions. So how do you justify your belief in this thing?
Well, just need to comment on one point here that you made, Castle Kingside. People you're right. It is a personal choice, but there are some people who are forced into it. They're pressured. They are brainwashed in states of starvation, where they become more susceptible to suggestion and coercion. So it isn't actually a free personal choice for everyone. Unfortunately, it should be though.
Or information,
I want to add one more thing to it.
Or pertinent information is withheld from individuals, so they don't have access to all the information they need to make a critical decision, and therefore they wind up making the wrong conclusions because what they learn is being controlled. So go ahead, Peter.
They were misled.
I just wanted to say that I cannot decide to believe in a God. I have to be convinced, because belief is to me is involuntary. I have to have decent evidence in order to believe something. I cannot just choose to believe in something. It's impossible.
How do you explain? How do you explain this moment right now that we're all having together in this chat? All of us, everyone that's listening. No, it's not just that. Someone had to do this. Everyone has a role to play in this life. Someone did this.
Castle, how are you? So yeah, we're here. We have a stage. We're on the internet. We're on Discord doing this thing. So that how does that logically entail a God?
I'm saying there's things that are out of our control. We can only control what's within our power to control, which is our own lives individually.
Okay, how does that logically entail a God?
Allowed us to all come together. Out of all the millions and billions of people, it's us.
It wasn't God
that are in this room.
It wasn't God. It was the quantum field. The quantum field allowed us to be here, and the quantum field gives us our
Quantum
consciousness.
field?
Yeah, the quantum field.
What is this, like the speed zone from The Flash? What are we talking about, the quantum field?
It's
Can
the
you explain
thing.
to me?
It's the fundamental essence of reality that makes all of the fundamental forces in physics that is uncreated and has no mind. It is the quantum field.
Uncreated.
Yep.
Uncreated.
And
This
has no
was all
mind.
uncreated.
Uncreated and has no mind. Yes.
Has no mind.
Right.
What do you mean has no mind?
It's not conscious. It has no qualia. It has no states of being. It doesn't like. There's nothing it's like to be the quantum field. If you experience it, it's just a field in physics.
What do you call that? You
Field
call
in
it a
physics.
force field?
A field in
Quantum
physics.
field. It's a.
I'm
He's explaining it to
saying-
you, dude.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand.
So it's trying to go down to the basic fundamental level. That is the smallest thing that we seem to be able to find is quantum fields in physics.
The smallest field.
Yes, it is the thing that makes up everything else. It makes everything in the world, and it's not created, and it's outside of space and time, and it doesn't have a mind, and there's evidence it exists, unlike a god.
Oh, I thought you were describing God for a minute.
Well, no mind. Remember, that's the very second thing I said every time I describe this. No mind.
No mind.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a mind.
Well,
No.
I'm saying we don't have a mind to comprehend God.
Well, there's no
Did
evidence.
you know when it comes to God, I'm agnostic? Did you know that? I'm agnostic when it comes to God.
How did you comprehend that we can't comprehend that?
I'm saying we can only see a small fraction of what God is. That's with all the senses that God gave us.
If God is incomprehensible, how could we possibly comprehend even a small fraction of it?
Oh, because he gave us senses, and he wrote his moral compass upon our hearts when we were
Isn't that
born
begging the
into this
question?
world.
Isn't that begging the question? Isn't that begging the question? Because because you assume that God exists in order to make it true that God has written our morality on our hearts.
Right. I'm just saying.
So,
where do we get our morality from?
Do you think?
So our morality, like moral frameworks that we have, are subjectively determined. Those moral frameworks are a combination of our naturally evolved sense of empathy, our naturally evolved ability to empathize with others, the information and that we get from our parents and our peers during our formative years, and the societies that we live in.
So you would rather say everything is evolved as opposed to created?
Well, no. Our ability to have empathy, our empathetic ability, is something that we evolved over time. The traits in the genes in our brains that allow for the structures of our brains that enable us to feel empathy and mirror neurons and such were traits that were selected for positively over time. So as we evolved as a species, more empathetic, that those individuals who felt empathy were positively selected for because it enabled them to survive, as opposed to people who feel no empathy and they were selected against, which is why things like psychopathy and sociopathy and severe antisocial personality disorders make up a very small percentage of the population. Well, not so much today because we let pretty much everybody live nowadays, but when it comes down to it, our ability to be empathetic creatures amongst ourselves and amongst other species is one of the reasons we're here today. One of the reasons we survived the last 250,000 years. So that's an evolved ability. But how we make moral determinations are dependent upon the information we get from our parents and our experiences through our formative years, and of course, the societies that we live in and the rules and laws and frameworks that are put down by the society.
So
this is all.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, TJump. I'll ask after you.
Okay, we're going somewhere, but no.
Kessel, why do you think morality requires a God? Like, there's lots of ways it could come about with no God. Why would you think it requires a God?
I'm just saying there is an objective good and bad in this world.
I agree. Why do you think that requires a God?
Because God creates everything. God set the table for us to play this game out here that we're playing right now.
The quantum field. The quantum field did all of that.
You call it the quantum field.
Yeah, but it doesn't. There's no mind.
I call it God.
Well, there's no consciousness, no mind, no thoughts, just a field, just physics.
I'm saying, who did all that? Who started who started the field?
Nobody. The field is uncreated.
Nobody?
Yeah, nobody.
Wait, just everything came out of nothing?
No, it didn't.
Don't the Big Bang,
never
right?
not existed. It never not existed. So the quantum field has always been there. It's outside of space time.
Okay.
It predates the Big Bang.
That's what we call God.
Well, no mind. Remember? So do you agree it has no mind?
I'm saying we just.
Do you agree?
We can barely understand what's going on with our universe.
Well, do you agree?
We can barely see.
Well, so just to clarify, quantum field has no consciousness, no mind, no intentions, no mental states, no desires. Do you think God has those things?
You're basing wait. I'm a Christian, right?
No, I'll just ask you a question. Do you think God has consciousness, intentions, desires, mind, any of those things? Do you think God has any of those things?
Like I told you, when it comes to God, I'm agnostic. I don't know how or why God does what God does. I don't understand the capacity of God's abilities.
Well, no, I'm asking you
If you're an agnostic, then why are you making all these claims
I'm
about
a Christian.
God?
I'm a Christian personally. I believe in Jesus Christ.
Castle,
but when it comes to God, I don't claim to know about God.
Finish. Castle, let me finish.
You're breaking me up.
No, you were over talking me. That's why I'm breaking you up. So you said you can't comprehend God, yet after you said that, you make claim after claim after claim about things that God does. And how can you be sure what God does if you already stated you can't comprehend him?
Remember, I said I'm agnostic. And I mean, I believe in God. I don't claim to know how God works.
Okay,
or
hang on.
You
do claim to know how God works, and you do
claim
to know
there's
what God
there's a
creates.
definitional problem we have going on here. Castle, what do you think agnostic means?
It means without knowledge.
I agree with Castle on this. Now, this is a valid position. I know a number of theists who are also agnostic. They believe in their God, but they don't know for certain their God is real. And
I know it's real. I just don't know how it works.
Oh, okay. So you're agnostic insofar as a contextual point.
That's what I was talking about, Randolph. He's not talking about like he doesn't know. It's like he knows it exists,
sorry, just a sec. With regard to its inner workings, I was going to ask you, Castle Kingside. You mentioned that it's only possible to know a small portion of what God, a fraction about God. And I'm curious how you would know that. And to demonstrate this point, I would like to ask you a couple of things. How do you know that? I'll give you two questions here. One is, how do you know that God is not really a goddess masquerading as a god? And how do you know that there's only one and it's not a group of them?
Well, look, like I said, I don't know all that stuff, man. I just believe in a creator, the almighty creator who created the heavens and the earth.
Okay, so Castle, why do you believe this thing?
Because I have eyes. I looked out into the sky at night.
Okay, so you look at the sky. How do you derive a god from the sky?
And the trees.
All those stars that I see at night.
Okay, all the stars form. We
those stars,
we understand.
all the
No,
moons.
Castle. We understand how stars are formed. We understand what stellar nucleosynthesis is. We understand we understand the natural process by which these things form.
Right.
Okay. So how do you get a god? How do you get a god from that?
I'm saying. So then tell me, what happened? What was in the beginning? Were you there? Let me know.
Castle.
I'm willing to listen.
Why aren't you answering JL's question? He asked
Castle,
you a question.
you literally, when you ask me, how do I know? Was I there? You weren't there either, sir.
I wasn't there either.
Okay,
that's why I'm agnostic.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, Castle. I know you're not. You're not agnostic. You claim you know that God exists. You are not an agnostic. What you are is you are uncertain as to the mechanisms entailed by this thing, but you claim you know it exists. I ask you how you know that it exists, and you say because you've inferred it from looking at the environment. And I'm asking you what specifically in the environment allows you to infer that a God exists, and essentially it's like you can't see it any other possible way, which is just an argument from incredulity. So I'm asking you again, what impossibly allows you to infer that a God exists just by looking at the universe?
I could see that something was here before I got here. And I recognize that it's going to be here long after
before
I'm
you
gone.
got here. Billions of human beings have lived and died before you got here.
Yeah.
So what?
What do you mean, so what? It's a big deal.
It doesn't point to a God. That's what he's saying.
The Earth has been around for 4.5 billion years. The universe in and of itself, almost a little over 14. So literally, what gets you to a God? Because if you're just predicating it on, we don't know a particular thing, or we only have like mathematical extrapolations that explain a particular thing, or we can't observe a particular thing because the light hasn't reached us and there is no light to get to us, then you're just sticking God into areas that we don't have an absolute explanation for. We have strong hypotheses. We have strong hypotheses about various things in the universe, and we haven't answered them yet. We may never answer them, but all you're doing is sticking a God into those gaps in order to justify a belief in it. So I'm asking you, if you're not going by the God of the gaps, you say you know this thing exists, how have you derived from the universe without committing a logical fallacy?
Also, I told you, we use our senses, man. Can you feel that cool breeze in the summertime?
Right, so he just turns around and does the exact same damn thing.
I don't think he understands the question.
He completely understands it because we've had this conversation before.
Castle Kingside. We have one question from our audience, from Jazzy Kick. She's asking, how did you infer that it was a Christian God and not the Islamic one?
It's not even about a Christian God or whoever. It's about recognizing something greater than us. It's about recognizing that we're not the ultimate thing out here.
Castle, why do we need to? Why do you think that human beings need to do this?
To give thanks.
So
to be appreciative. For your life, for all the people in your life, your family. Your friends, your loved
The
ones.
only reason, Castle, the only reason that I am alive is because my parents smashed.
No, that's wrong. No, it's not. You got the egg. You're a winner. You're the little sperm that got the egg.
I wanted to ask, how do you tell the difference between God and not God?
How do you tell the difference?
Yeah. How do you tell the difference between God and not God?
Like I told you, man, this is all personal stuff.
No. So it's like you think God created the universe. What if not God created the universe? How would you tell?
I wouldn't know. Like I told you, I'm agnostic when it comes to God.
Right. So you can't tell the difference between God doing it and a not God doing it.
And an alien doing it, right? Yeah, I get you.
Right.
I'm just saying. Yeah, I wasn't there. I don't know. All I can see is that the sun rises every day, and I have another day to do my work. And I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful to God Almighty.
But wait.
I'm thankful for all of you in here right now.
If you can't tell the difference between a not God doing it and a God doing it, then maybe you're thankful to the wrong thing, because maybe the not God did it.
Look, you're thankful to the force, all right?
Sure.
The invisible force.
Yes.
That's what you guys call it. I call it God.
Okay, but what if not God?
TJump, do you give thanks to the quantum field?
Yes, it tickles my fancy.
Hey, what does it?
Yes.
Tickles your fancy?
All the time.
Okay, wonderful.
Every Sunday.
TJump, that's your voice that I'm hearing?
Yep.
Oh, wonderful. I'm Castle Kingside. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
TJump, are you an atheist?
Yep.
Did you know I was an atheist too?
I did not know that.
I was raised in the church, though. My grandfather was a minister. He was a pastor.
I
A
used to
real
go
one
around
too. He didn't do it for money. He did it because he loved God. Did you know that? I was raised in the church. I'm in the choir.
So Castle, can I ask you a question? Can I get a clarification on this? You just stated that you used to be an atheist. Okay?
I used to be. Yes,
so you were raised in the church, and then you became an atheist. Then you became a Christian again. So
no,
what was
I became an agnostic. And then I became a pantheist.
Castle,
and then
stop.
I became a Christian again.
Castle, you are misusing
I'm telling you my story.
agnosticism. Okay, and this has been explained to you 3 times. You are misusing agnosticism. You claim you know a God exists. Therefore, you are not agnostic to the existence of God. You just don't claim to have an explanation or an understanding of how God does stuff or why God does stuff. That's not the same as being an agnostic about the existence of God, which is what we're talking about. Okay?
So, then can I ask you, Castle?
Yeah? Amy Newman, is this you?
Yes, it is.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing good. I hope you're doing well, too. What
I'm
I
doing
wanted
wonderful,
to
thank you.
ask you is, what moved you, in your opinion? If in your head, these labels are very clearly defined. You were an atheist, you now view yourself as an agnostic.
Right.
What happened that made you go some way closer to theism?
Well, I can tell you real quick what happened. I started listening to Bill Nye the Science Guy and all these guys, Michio Kaku, and people like that. And they started telling me there's no God out there. It's this, the string theory. It's this and this and this and all this other stuff other than God. That's what happened. I became atheist because how could you fit 2 of each animal on that ark? It's impossible. What did they eat for 40 days and 40 nights? You know, I started questioning the faith. And then I became hardened to it because I felt like my family had lied to me my whole childhood, you know? And I became this guy who would go out there and actively seek out and destroy false teachers of the gospel. These pastors, you know?
You
I would seek them out.
you can drop the tonal shtick, dude.
Huh? What did you say?
I said you can drop the tonal shtick, dude.
Tunnel shtick? What is that?
When you're talking like this and you mean to put your point across like it's something important, you can knock that shit off, dude. It's just obnoxious. Okay?
Who is that? Is that TJump talking to me?
No, that was Jail Warren. I just wanted to point out that the idea that your parents lied to you, I think is kind of unfair, because the people who are teaching their kids, they're teaching what they know to be true, what they believe, and their intention is not necessarily to deceive. I think in most cases, religious parents aren't trying to deceive their kids. They're passing along bad information in most cases, but that doesn't mean their intention is to deceive. Their intention is to share what they know because they want their kids to grow up like them in many ways, which is a fair thing. So I encourage you to not blame your parents for lying to you, because it may not have been intentional. They may not have been properly informed, and they're teaching you as best they can. And this is why we encourage critical thinking and people doing research into things and trying to have a better understanding of reality, so that less of this kind of misinformation gets spread around.
If I could just jump off of Rand, I've said exactly. It's not most likely that your parents lied. I mean, they could have, but we can't jump into their head. But most likely is that they were wrong, in that they told you a bunch of things as a child, and we just accept whatever our parents tell us as fact. It is why I think many of us go through the quote-unquote angry atheist stage, because we do feel cheated. We feel like we have lost time, or that people have been lying to us. And so we kind of have to shed that. But then what I would also say is that Bill Nye is a great science guy, and he's not preaching atheism. Now, I understand why a lot of people think that Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye, and all these scientific communicators are doing so, but what they're often doing is making people think critically, trying to encourage scientific inquiry, and just trying to make people who may have a certain mindset, especially around conspiracies, maybe think twice, because I like to think as skeptics we're merchants of doubt. And so I wouldn't say harden your heart to atheism. I wouldn't say become an a-hole and start becoming mean to religious people. But I do think that you can accept all of that and then still wait until there is good evidence to believe in a God.
What do you mean? I just told you when I first got here. I said, the fact that we're here together right now, of all the billions of people in the world, it's you that's in here, and me, and the rest of the people that are listening. That's not a coincidence in my book.
Oh, can I pause you for that?
Hang on. It doesn't make any of us any more special than anyone else, though.
Oh,
we're
yes,
just regular people.
It's not coincidence. It's not coincidence. We're all members of this server, dude.
I'm saying I just got here like 3 months ago, man.
Welcome.
But
yeah, I feel welcome most of the time.
Are you aware of? I couldn't say the puddle fallacy, but it's like a conscious puddle just awakens to see that it fits the crack perfectly, and so it assumes, well, why? This must be the perfect world made for me. Why else would I fit so perfectly in it? And so these types of conversations, I'm glad we're having them, but there's nothing supernatural. I would say we should be giving thanks to the engineers that have made the technology that allow us to do that. Yeah.
Engineers? What are you talking about here? Aliens?
No humans.
Humans? We did this? We created the earth and the heavens.
No technology. You asked why are we talking, and very specifically, it's the engineers. We could go back to a thing J.L. Warren said before. It was definitely our parents having the sexy time.
No.
Yeah, I'm here because we're all here because our parents smashed.
That's perversion.
Let's focus on something different.
No, it's not. It's biology.
Yeah, I mean, you can be modest about it and say that we shouldn't be, going R-rated, but it's not perversion. That's a weird thing I would say about a healthy sexuality.
No, I'm saying to just reduce it to that. To just reduce your existence here, the importance of every word that you utter in this lifetime, to reduce it to that's not good.
Why would that be any less significant? Why would us being made of just matter and sexy time be
because every word you speak matters. Every word that you speak matters.
I'm agreeing. I say it does matter, but you don't need a God for that. It can just be matter, and it can
fine.
Matter.
I'm saying you're going to be accountable. You're going to be responsible for every word that you say.
TJump, I love that we are. It's not Stardust. We're not Stardust. We are matter and sexy times.
That's
I like
right.
that. I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that.
But so it seems like your God does nothing. Like we can have all of the morality, all of the existence, all of the meaning and matter. We don't
listen,
need
man.
God
Be careful.
God's
be careful, man. I'm just saying. I'm saying it's not wise to test God, man. I'll tell you that right now.
It has to exist to be tested.
Like, yeah, I think your God doesn't exist. I think the God, especially the Christian God, is horribly immoral because it drowned millions of babies. I think that the evilness of the God would be a good reason not to worship it. I think the quantum field is better at everything than the God. I think it has more evidence than the God. I think you have nothing. I think you just look at stuff and God feels good to you, and that's why you believe it.
Have you seen the movie Pulp Fiction?
Yes, I have seen. It's a good movie. Very good movie.
Now, do you remember the scene with Jules and Vincent in the apartment?
Yes, the one with the gun.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yeah, they were interrogating Brett Kavanaugh, and then Graham Ramsey got involved. Oh, sorry, I'm thinking of a meme. Go sure.
Castle. Castle. Would you? Yeah, I can explain how that happened. So, John Travolta and Samuel L. Jackson had their blocking, and they were sitting at a particular point in the area, in the stage, the sound stage they were working on, and there were squibs that were placed in areas directly behind them. And so when the character hiding with the gun came out and fired the gun, obviously he was firing blanks, he wasn't firing live ammunition. He pulls the trigger, and then, of course, the squibs go off behind them and create the holes in the walls, and then the actors read from the script, or the lines they've memorized to indicate that there is some sort of supernatural thing going on here. It was all fabricated. It's just a movie.
No, listen, it was meant to tell you a story about the believer and the non-believer.
Okay, but
I understand that, but it was...
How is Pulp Fiction evidence of a god?
Not only that, but you made a thing about testing God to be very Pulp Fiction light. You made it sound like a henchman, like, oh, you wouldn't want to question the boss. Oh.
Essentially, Castle,
I'm not here to scare anybody.
Castle, you just made the argument that stories about gods exist, therefore gods exist. Which, by that logic, would entail that Superman exists because stories about Superman exist.
Oh, right. I see what you're saying. I mean, you
don't
know. You don't know what's out there in the universe, though, do you?
Okay, but just because we don't know, just because we don't have access to the vast majority of the universe, and we likely will not have access to it, does not increase the odds that a god exists.
Really? That's how you think?
No, that's logic.
Yes, I think in logic.
Logic?
Yes, logic is called an
you
argument
use your
from
brain.
fallacy.
You see, that's the interesting thing. In order to get to God, you use the heart. You don't use the brain.
You
use the brain because the heart doesn't think. The brain does. Emotions, reasoning, all this stuff comes from the brain, not from the heart. What you were referring to, actually, when you're referring to the book of Romans like that it's all written on their heart, what that actually was the author writing down what human beings were interpreting as their emotions, what they feel. So what they were interpreting was actually what we understand to be their empathy, the things that they naturally feel because of our evolved sense of empathy. And they were interpreting that as feelings that we have, that we intrinsically have written on our hearts. Okay, that's a poetic way of describing the phenomena, the natural phenomena of empathy in a time period when human beings had no concept of what these things were. We understand them now, but when they say written on our heart, no, they're talking about the things that we instinctually feel, things that we naturally feel, which is our evolved sense of empathy, which is different for everybody. It's a spectrum. Not everybody has the same level of empathy. So some people have very little, some people have a lot.
That's apparent.
Yeah, so
I'm saying that's apparent for me just being in this room today.
So the whole point of it is that's an evolved trait. Our ability to be empathetic with others, our mirror neurons, these are evolved structures in our brains. That's
Would you say there's some kind of receptors that people have that are better than other people's receptors?
Yes. No, the brains aren't identical. They have the same structures, but they don't wire our neurophysiology is not identical to every other human being. They wire themselves. Our brain wires itself in response, or forms neural pathways in response to experience and interpretations of experience. So everything that you experience goes into how your brain is wired, how your brain wires itself.
Pulp Fiction. That's why I brought that movie, Pulp Fiction.
Pulp Fiction's a great movie, and there was a lot of death in there, so we might need to bring this conversation to an end, Pulp Fiction style, if it goes on too long. What I'm trying to say here, that was a terrible joke attempt. There are some other people waiting in the audience.
My bad. I don't want to hog up your time.
No. That's okay. It's okay.
Can I say one last thing?
Yeah, just a sec. After you talk with Peter, if you wanted to add one more thing, that'd be fine.
Yeah, one more thing. So, Castle, you invited me to come on your channel, and then you never got back to me. So why
on your channel?
Are you not coming back to me? Because we were in DM on Discord, and you never got back to me.
Yeah. What do you mean? You want to be on my channel?
The existence of God.
Yeah, we could talk about it. Yeah. It's not a big deal. You want to be on my channel?
Me, yeah, get back to me.
Wait, tell me, who am I speaking to, first of all? What's your name?
Peter the Tucker.
Who?
Peter the Tucker.
Peter the Tucker.
Gonna go for it. He produces for R&R.
R&R?
Yep.
Oh. Well, I'm just saying, did you know that we're all connected? Did you know all this for a reason? And did you know that this life is about.
Castle, I
Wait,
just
hold
said
on, man.
we're all connected, but you
Mhm.
don't use the connection to get back to me.
I'm not very tech savvy.
Okay,
Okay,
hey
I
guys.
barely know how to use Discord.
All right. Okay, this is off topic for the show. If you guys could take this offline, that would be great because we need to focus on the topic. This is way off topic.
Before I leave though, can I leave you with one more
We'll give
bit
you
of information?
How's 1 minute? How's 1 minute for a final thought for you?
Wonderful. That would be great. Thank you. This world, this life, from what I can tell from my experience, is about who you know. What you know is personal. Who you know is social. And since we're living in the time of social media, this is the best time to get to know one another. Okay? That's what I want to say.
Cool.
Thank you for joining us, Castle Kingside.
Thank you for having me.
Interesting speaking with you.
Thank you, Castle. Always amazing things from Castle. Nitrous has been pestering me in text chat, so I'll pull him up here. He's been calling me coward for some reason.
Ooh.
Maybe he's flirting with you.
Hello, Nitrous. How are you doing?
Who wouldn't be?
How are you, sir? And thank you for joining us. What have you got to share with us today?
Well, I was invited by Psycho to come up, so.
By Psycho? We don't know who that is.
Taco, I don't know. Taco.
Oh, Taco. Okay.
He was
like
pestering me in chat, so I invited him up.
So what do you got for us? Tell us your arguments.
Did you have some challenge
What do you
for
mean
Taco?
arguments?
Bring us
I
your evidence.
believe in a god.
Wait a second. I want to speak to one person. I mean, if speak to
Yeah, so if you have a challenge for Taco, that's fine. If you have...
Well, I didn't have a challenge for Taco. Taco invited me up.
Why did you come up?
why not?
Say, give us a point, an argument, some kind of a premise, a conclusion. Just
Argument
anything to
for
talk
what?
about. Anything to talk
Why
about.
do you
Go for it.
believe in
God is
God?
for God.
Well, if you're asking why do you believe in God, if you're like asking for some type of justification for my belief, then that's not like going to be necessarily equivalent to like an argument, right?
Okay, give
In
us
the
a
case of like
justification. Just go.
my belief in God, one second, my belief in God, it's going to be like the justification is going to be like non-inferential, some type of like an intuition, right? For me.
Sounds like a terrible reason.
So
I mean-
what brings you onto the stage today?
Paco, he said like you can come up or something, and he invited me up, so I thought, you know, why not?
Why is
Okay,
Taco a
Nitrous, it
coward?
sounds
He was
like
just
you're
ankle
saying...
biting in the audience, so I invited him up.
Why is
Nitrous, it sounds like you're saying that belief in God is intuitive.
For me, it's intuitive. I'm not saying for you.
So
it's
why
gonna be intuitive.
do you think that is reasonable justification for that belief?
It's gonna be like a justifier in my view. Yeah, it's gonna be a justifier for me. The intuition. I think it's pretty conducive.
Are you okay with having an unjustified belief?
What did you say?
Are you okay with your belief being unjustified?
Well, it's not unjustified for me. I mean, I take intuition to be a justifier.
Why?
Why? Well, in the case of like why, you're gonna end up with the problem of criterion, but in the case of like the intuition, I think based on like past experience, I can run some sort of like inductive argument for myself, and yeah. with that
Have you
inductive argument,
experienced God? Is that what you're trying to say?
I never said I experienced God. I said you're asking about my intuition, with intuition, right? You said like, why do I think the intuition to be reliable? In the case of the intuition, it's for me my past experience, and then I can run some sort of like inductive argument to. You know,
Well, you mentioned past experience again here, so
Randolph, what he's saying is that his past experience is that his intuition is typically correct. He has an intuition for God, therefore it's likely his intuition is correct.
Oh, I see. Okay, I was misunderstanding. Thank you for clarifying that, TJump.
Can I ask, do you think that your intuition would be different if you were or had been raised in a different country?
I don't think so.
You think no matter where you were raised, it would have all roots would have led to Islam?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Well, then that's.
But I don't. But
interesting.
I don't think like my environment, etc. That like the social. It's like these facts can explain those can solidly explain my intuition. I don't think so.
So then how would we suss out one intuition from another? What if completely different intuitions and conflicting?
Conflicting intuitions? Like, you mean like if you have a different intuition?
Can I give you an example? I
Sure.
intuitively do not believe a God exists because it doesn't make sense to me. Animals are the only branch of life so far that we know of that have conscious states. And so it would be extremely surprising for me to find that the natural laws came from an agent, a mind. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that it would not be intuitive to me.
Well, yeah, but I'm fine with that. I mean, if it's not intuitive to you, sure. But for me, it is intuitive. Since
Sure,
I
but
think
doesn't
that
that mean we're
my
stuck?
intuition is truth conducive, I'm gonna accept that as a justifier.
So can I ask, do we have reason to doubt intuition?
Do we have reason to doubt intuition?
Yeah, do we have
Well, it could
defeaters
be
for
like that
intuition?
if you have some type of an intuition and then, there are reasons to doubt that specific intuition. But in the case of God, I don't think there are any reasons for me, at least, to doubt my intuition.
What about type 1 and type 2 errors, anthropocentric fallacies, appeals to authority, appeals to human nature? Like, it seems like our intuitions tend to have a bias towards things like us. And there's lots of examples of this, like God did lightning, God did thunder, God did echoes, God did earthquakes. All wrong every time. In fact, every time everyone has had an intuition of a god and we've tested it, it's been wrong 100% of the time. It seems like
What do you mean it has been wrong?
God did lightning, God did thunder, echoes. There has been a God for literally every force known to man, and they were all wrong. It was actually electromagnetism and the weak and strong force that did those things.
Heck, there's a chapter in the Bible about there's a chapter in the Bible. There's a chapter in I think it's in Job, or I think so. When they describe that God creates the winds, that the winds come from
Well,
God.
that's to assume that, like, in the case of like the god lightning and whatever you were talking about, that the justification was an intuition.
Yes, so there
And
was
and I think even if that was the case, I mean, that's not like, I mean, for me, I take my intuition to be reliable due to my past experience, right? So I can
well, the question is
conductive.
Well, the question is, we have examples of intuitions that we have, and we can empirically prove that these intuitions are a common trait of humans that are wrong consistently. That seems to be a defeater for those intuitions, such as intuitions of a god or a agent of some kind in places that we can't verify. So,
but
if
you just assume that in those instances, right?
Well, no,
where
this
people
is I'm not.
believe that.
Well, no, this isn't an
God, one
assumption.
second.
This is empirically proven. So we empirically proven these are intuitions.
So your claim is that whenever people back then tried to explain, natural phenomena by introducing some God, their justification was their intuition?
Yes. So
I don't think so.
Well, that is the case. I'm not sure. It's the same intuition you have, the exact same. Like, what do you think the difference is?
Why is it the same intuition?
Because
I
it's
give
the
an
same
example?
brain.
And why is it the intuition?
I'll give you an example. Let's just take lightning. We didn't know why lightning happened. And so we said a god did it. Now, we don't know where the universe came from. And right now, without that, many theists say, well, a god created the universe. But so far, as TJump has been pointing out, experientially, every time that we figure something out, the god just seems to dissipate.
What do you mean? Like you said back then, people believed that God existed and that God caused lightning, etc. And now, we know that lightning is not necessarily caused by God. It's caused by.
We know.
One second.
We know absolutely.
What has it to do with my
excitation? It's excitation of electrons. So
That's
we explain.
not relevant.
So what
to
has
this
it to
point.
do
That's
with
not
my
relevant.
intuition?
So Nitros, you have an intuition that God exists. They had an intuition that God exists. Both intuitions are of the kind that we know are fallacious.
Wait. You said fallacious? Why is it? Why is my intuition? Well, one second. An intuition is not fallacious. I mean, arguments can be fallacious, but I don't know what it means for intuition to be fallacious.
Certain intuitions that we have are caused by evolutionary biases that don't conform to reality. We know that, and we call these things fallacies. So, like anchoring bias, we have a tendency to put weight into things like a loss aversion bias, where we invest money and we have this intuition that we should continue to invest more money. This is a fallacious intuition. Every example of fallacies, biases.
But it's not an intuition. That's not an intuition.
That is an intuition. That is an intuition.
I don't think that's an intuition.
What do you define an intuition as?
I mean, in the case where like the bias you're talking about, I think that more to be some sort of like inherent
subconscious feeling that gives us an inclination to do or act or believe certain things.
Yeah, some sort of like
that's the definition of intuition.
But there's intuition, but in those instances, like for example, we're talking about what's sunk fallacy. I think sunk fallacy. It's called like
sunk cost. Yeah, sunk cost fallacy.
But mostly, that's going to be, for me at least, I think that's going to be on some level inferential, where you can argue, well, look, I've lost this amount of money, therefore, I should,
well, no, it's biological.
Even if I lost this amount of money.
Well, no, it's biological. It's in the brain.
I take this to mean some sort of like inferential.
It's biological. It's an intuition. It's not. That's wrong. It's not. This is biological in the brain due to evolution. It's there before you even experience anything. It's the same as all.
No, but it's not an intuition. Like, I don't know what it means for an intuition to be fallacious. I mean, fallacious.
Fallacious just means the rationale.
We're talking about like.
Okay, so one second. Stop. Fallacious just means a system of reasoning that we know is consistently false. That's all it means. So,
yeah, but intuition is not a system of reasoning.
Hold up. Yes, it is. It's a thing you use to come to conclusions. So it's a system of reasoning. And so if you have a intuition that leads you to a conclusion, and that intuition has been shown to be false consistently in the past, that is a defeater for that intuition being a justification.
Yeah, but wait a second. I just 1 second. Firstly, you said that intuition is a system of reasoning. I don't know what it means for the intuition to be a system of reasoning. Like I said, fallacies are taken to 1 second. When we talk about fallacies apply to. Oh my! Can I talk?
Well, if you address the point, because I asked you a question.
Oh my God! Just let me finish, right? So, in the case of fallacies, when we're talking about fallacy, we're talking about inferences, right?
No, this is irrelevant to the point.
But in the case of intuition, intuition is not an inference. Yes, I mean, intuition can be used can be used to infer something, but the intuition is not an inference itself.
It's irrelevant.
So it cannot be a fallacy.
Literally relevant. It is a fallacy. This is irrelevant.
No, it's not a fallacy.
Wait, stop. I don't care about your irrelevant semantics. Your irrelevant semantics. Stop, or you're going to get muted. Stop, or you're going to get muted. Stop now. What you're bringing up is irrelevant semantics to dodge the point. Now, I gave you a completely valid argument here that disproves that your intuition is justifiable. You have no justification by using intuition, because every person who believed God created lightning was the same intuition. It's the thing that is caused by evolution that gives us faulty beliefs or faulty intuitions to believe things that are consistently false. And you have that. So right now, you would need to give some kind of evidential justification that your justification, that your intuition is somehow not faulty as every other human intuition is. Bringing up semantic arguments about what you can classify as a fallacy here is irrelevant, because everybody in the audience now understands my point. So you trying to make a semantic argument here is irrelevant. We know people's intuitions about agency is false. You have an intuition about agency, which means it's likely false. You can unmute now.
Yep.
He's okay.
Wait, if you mute me once more, I'll leave the stage. Anyways, this guy, he said he brought a valid argument. Whether it's valid or not doesn't matter. Well, it matters, but it isn't as important as whether it's sound or not. So you brought that argument. I want you to show me how that argument is sound. You made a claim. The first proposition. What was the first proposition again? It was that the intuition of those people.
The first proposition is that.
Wait a second. That the intuition of those people. Can I finish? Can I finish, please?
I thought you asked me a question.
That the intuition of those people is the exact same intuition as me. I don't accept that. Can you show me how that proposition is true?
Yes, because we can show exactly the part of the brain that causes this intuition. We can show exactly the history that this intuition is based upon. We can show exactly.
Wait. You said this intuition. What intuition?
The intuitioncy of agency is called type 1, type 2 error, hyperactive agency.
Because I don't believe it's the same intuition as they, and I don't even know.
Well, no, we can
I don't
prove
even
this. Wait,
believe
hold
that
on.
the
We can
people
prove
you're
this.
referring to, the groups of people you're referring to,
Wait.
that their
Wait,
justification
hold on.
was some type of
We
an
can
intuition.
prove
I
this.
don't
This
believe
has
that.
been proven. You don't get an opinion on it. We have
Wait,
a
proven
list.
by wait, what is the evidence?
Shush. We have a list of fallacies, biases, illusions, delusions, misconceptions, all in psychology, philosophy, that these have been listed, that these are things that the human mind does, which are fallacious. One of those is called a hyperactive agency detection, type 1 and type 2 errors. If you have any phenomenon, and you feel an intuition that this thing was caused by an agent, that is a fallacious intuition. It's called type 1 and type 2 errors.
That's not
This
that
has been
isn't an
proven.
into. Oh my God! You're
You're
saying this shows the absolute.
This has been
retardedness of
proven.
what you're
This
saying.
is
You're saying
academically proven.
me having an intuition. One second, me having an intuition that some God exists. That intuition is fallacious. I don't know what it even means for my intuition that God exists.
You're bringing up the irrelevant
is
semantics
fallacious.
again.
An intuition is not an inference. So it cannot be fallacious in the first place.
You're bringing up the irrelevant semantics again, not addressing the point.
I think what you want to say is that
No, I said exactly what I want to say.
fact
It's
that I
fallacious.
inferred- oh my! Can I finish?
No, because you keep saying
No.
irrelevant semantics.
You want to propose
you're not
these
addressing my point.
dialectical.
You're not addressing
You
my
want to
point.
propose these dialectical norms, such as don't.
No.
One second.
No, this is a
Just
fact.
don't interrupt me. But as soon as I speak,
because
it's
you're
fine
not
for you to
addressing the
violate
point.
yourself.
Stop. Answer.
No. I don't want to
point.
stop because I
Answer
was
the point.
speaking.
Mute,
So if
mute
you don't let me finish,
If you
don't let me finish, I'll just
need
I'll
to
just
answer
end the
the point.
conversation here.
I made a claim. Your intuitions are fallacious. This is a fact. You don't get an opinion. You don't get to address semantics. I don't care about your semantics. This is a proven fact that you can just Google the fallacies. We know these things. This is an intuition people have. It is a fallacious intuition. And so if you can't answer the question of why you think your magical special intuition is not the same fallacious intuitions that all other humans have had through history, then you have no justification. And he left, which is fine.
Thank you for coming up. We'll go ahead and pull Avery next.
He got really mad. He apparently got really mad at me in the chat. I was kind of wanted to ask him about that. Oh, Avery got mad at me too. So,
Avery, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
I didn't get mad at you. I just wanted to chill. Anyway, hello. I actually wanted to come up to talk. I originally raised my hand to come up to talk to what was it, Castle Kingside, because he just seems so nice. I wanted to talk to that man.
Yeah, you had a question. I regret that I didn't see your question just before Castle Kingside left, or else I would have tried to ask him. I'm sorry for missing it. Did you want to just raise your question real quick, and we can have a short discussion about it? We'd be happy to. And are you a theist or an atheist? Or?
I'm an atheist. I mostly wanted to come up here
Cool.
so I could just join you guys and add my 2 cents if another theist came in, because I did have.
Please do.
I've had a lot of things to say, but I just haven't been able to.
Well, why don't we start with your question for Castle Kingside, and maybe you want to delve into that quickly if you don't mind. That'd be great.
Yeah, sure. So I was interested because it seemed like he was very genuine, but I just don't think he was very educated on these philosophical topics. So I wanted to try and kind of explain this kind of stuff in layman's terms. I was hoping that might be more productive. So my question was because he was trying to justify belief in God from the heart. So I was going to ask, well, okay, if your friend went to jump off a building because they believed they had wings from their heart, would you stop them? Should you impede on that friend's belief?
So, go ahead.
You should.
I was
and ask him directly because he's not one of the speakers on the stage. So
yeah, no problem. That's fine. We're just reviewing a question that was going to come up.
Yeah, I was just tempted to go into that line of reasoning of moral responsibility for following the evidence.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question, and what I'll do is I'll raise a parallel question so that we're not talking directly about Castle Kingside, since he's not here right now. There was one that came up in Twitter recently. Somebody had asked if it's in a discussion about abortion and that sort of stuff. They asked if I saw somebody was going to commit suicide by jumping out in front of a vehicle, would I intervene and try to stop that. And I think that that's an important thing to do in society where we do value life. There are ways people can go about it that doesn't cause problems for others. The act of committing suicide, the way it was presented, made it sound like it should be entirely their choice. In a sense, there's truth to that, but it's also, there's an ethical issue because it's involving a third party, a driver of a motor vehicle who is not expecting it to happen, and then that can disrupt their day. That they could be on their way to a job interview and now they get deterred from that, and then they can't get that employment, or there could be other things going on, and it also will probably create trauma for the vast majority of drivers out there because they don't want to do that, and they're going to feel terrible about having run somebody over, even though it's not their fault. It just creates a lot of disruption and causes a lot of problems that could be avoided if it was done differently. So actually stopping that person from jumping out in front of traffic is a good thing to do because it not only does it save their life, it also prevents disruption to other people's lives. That can be completely avoided and is totally unnecessary.
Okay.
Yeah, no, like, yeah, I totally agree with that. I don't know if there's anyone who would disagree with that one. Yeah, I was just really interested in going down the line of like, are you morally obligated to follow the evidence? I remember hearing a quote once, and I don't remember where it came from, but the quote was, "If we don't know better, or if we don't know better, we don't know how to do better." So I would have liked to present something like that to Castle Kingside and see what his response would have been.
Cool.
Well, definitely DM him. You can talk to him that way. That way you won't have to. And I understand that that me kind of going off on the way he talks may have incensed a few people in the chat. I noticed that it incensed you. I was like this, but we've had him up on the stage a number of times, and the way he talks, the cadence and the tonality that he utilizes is deceptive and is manipulative, which is why it irritated me to that point. That's what he's invoking, and so that's why I have a problem with that. If he just wants to speak normally to an individual, that it's an active choice. So that's why I got irritated. It's like the fourth time. I think it's like the fourth time he's been on the stage, and we've had to listen to it. So
no, he's still on here. He's DMing.
Can we get back on topic soon?
Probably hit him up and
yeah. Sorry for getting off topic. Yeah, no, that's fine.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, for myself, I'm not bothered by people using different.
Remember, guys, this is the TJump show, so we gotta get on.
I don't mind that people use a different accent or different style of speaking, but I can see why it can be kind of bothersome if it's going on and on over and over again.
It's emotionally manipulative. That's the only issue. It's an emotional manipulation, and it's blatant and it's obvious, and I just got sick and tired of that point because the harder he went, the more the greater the affectation, and it's a conscious choice. So
why are you saying this? I mean,
hello, Aaron. Yes, you quite the drawl there. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So, first of all, I want to present some prediction about the prophet that said that came through today. That's okay?
Go for it.
Sure. Is it the prophet of Islam or prophet of a different religion?
Islam.
Okay, go ahead.
So I will post the link, the reference to you guys.
We have people who are listening and not reading, so if you could just give us maybe, we'll give you a minute to present the idea so we can discuss the concept with you.
Yes, I have a few predictions that I'm going to discuss with. So I posted.
We'll give you a minute, so you can maybe pick one or pick two, whatever fits in that time, and then approximately a minute, hopefully, will be enough for you.
Did you post it in the Theist Helpline text chat though?
Yes, I just posted one.
Yes, so, he has. This is going to be good.
Can we get to it?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, this is going to be good.
Okay, so in the hadith here, the prophet predicted the abortion. So it says a woman will be taken and her stomach and her stomach ripped open, then what is in her womb will be taken out and discarded for fear of giving birth. I posted the reference to you guys.
Wait, how is this a prediction? Abortions happened before Muhammad existed. So prediction means before something happens. If abortions were already going on, then it's not a prediction. It's a
No, but
it's also another thing that only happened today. You said something happened today. Can we get to that part?
Yes, but not read the text. It says a woman will be taken.
I know the text. I know the text. I'm curious about what happened today that fulfilled the prophecy. What happened today?
The C surgery when a woman when they take a baby from a woman.
That's been happening for decades. So what happened today?
No, but in his time, this didn't happen.
Yeah, but you said something happened today.
Peter, he doesn't mean literally today. He means modern times. He doesn't mean literally today.
Yes,
okay.
Modern time.
Okay.
So
But-
Thanks for the clarification.
But
Thank you.
God doesn't seem to have a problem with abortion. I know it's not the Quran, but in the Bible there is a potion that an unfaithful woman can take, or a test of unfaithfulness, that is. So the woman just flows right through.
I don't think
So
he's arguing against abortion. So he's making a predictive argument. So what's the prediction?
You're saying
I'm looking at it, but
sections
what's the
predict the end of the world?
It says discarding the unborn is a sign of judgment day coming, and we've been discarding the unborn for a while now. It's not a sign of judgment
it's not
day.
like that.
Okay, Aaron, yes, I just want to clarify with you. This is a show where we don't sit around and read documents. This is one where people will present an argument. So if you want to present your argument verbally, that'll be great. We're not going to sit here and read and sit here quietly while everybody sits and reads. This is not a study group like that. It's not that kind of show. Yeah.
Yes, but I wanted to give you the reference so that you guys check it.
The reference is fine, but telling us to read it is not good. You have to present the argument to us if you want to discuss it. Yeah.
So this thing didn't happen in the past, in the time of the Prophet, and it only happened in the modern age when they take a baby from.
Abortion.
Abortion. When they take
abortions happened in the time of the Prophet. Oh, that's wrong.
So you think it did happen? They cut the woman, the stomach of the woman, and it's still alive.
Yes,
actually, Second Kings, which was written around between I think 500 and 600 BC, they make reference to ripping open pregnant women's stomach and killing the fetus.
And in Christianity, which is older than Islam, goes back over 2,000 years. They have a concoction in the Book of Numbers for inducing an abortion. So abortion has been something that's been practiced quite a long time, for long before Islam was around. So to say that it wasn't happening at the time of your prophet Muhammad is incorrect.
Aaron, yes. Hold on. One quick thing. So I produced a show where we read I produced a show where we read the Quran cover to cover. So here's the thing: the Quran doesn't address intentional abortion. Not anywhere in the entire book. There are opinions of Islamic scholars when it comes to a pregnancy, whether it can be terminated or not.
That's not the point he's making.
Time out. I'm not finished. Let me finish.
It's irrelevant to anything he
There
said,
are
though.
no explicit prohibitions on a woman's ability to have an abortion under Islamic law.
He doesn't care. He never made that argument. He doesn't care. It's irrelevant.
TJump is right.
Aaron's argument is that C-sections or physically cutting the woman's body open didn't happen before the Quran. That is false. They weren't called C-sections back then. They did cut women's chests open to get babies out, but they were pretty much always lethal. These did exist prior to the existence of Muhammad.
Yep, they were lethal. Yes.
There's records of C-sections taking place in both ancient Greece and ancient Rome.
Okay, do you have a reference for that, guys?
Also, I don't see how this passage mentions a C-section.
He's specifically referring to the cutting open of the belly. It doesn't C-section. It wasn't called a C-section back then. He's saying that people did not cut open women's bellies to remove babies prior to Muhammad. which is
But
false.
I'm saying the link that he's giving has
You have reference
passage.
that it's false.
The hadith that
But
he is
people did it.
referencing does not talking about C-sections.
Don't ever look at the references. Ignore everyone's references at all times. Never look at the references. What he said was no C-sections, and it's false.
Yeah.
Okay, so just a second. Do you guys have a reference to what you say, to what you are saying? That it
The
exists in
Roman
the
law under Caesar decreed that all women who were so fated by childbirth must be cut open, hence a caesarean. Other possible late origins of the word come from cut and from applied to born postmodern operations. So yes, the first ones were under Caesar in the Roman law, which are now referred to as caesarean sections.
Well, and actually, it goes
also
back,
add that
and I
the
think,
link,
hey, Peter, hang on.
Hold on. The link he provided isn't speaking about C-section.
Ignore the link.
Discarding the unborn as a sign of Judgment Day coming.
Ignore the
link.
And
we're not reading the links.
To piggyback on what and Aaron, yes, to piggyback on what TJump was talking about, about the thing about Caesar. Okay, but there are references to cesareans at what we call cesarean section now. The term C-section or cesarean section didn't come around until about the 17th century. But the process, there are references to the process of what we call cesarean section in ancient Hindu, Egyptian, Grecian, Roman, and other European folklore. So ancient Chinese etchings depict the procedure on apparently living women. So yes, this is an ancient thing of cutting a child out of a woman who either can't give birth naturally. We got to get the kid out of them, and oftentimes they were fatal.
I believe I will check it later. Should I move to the next one?
Well, no, I just want to point before we go. It was to just throw out that reference. You should not use that. If you were trying to use that hadith as a methodology for why you thought they were the first in C-sections, that is not true, like TJump was saying.
Also, if you're going to claim that
it's our stomach ripped open. That's why I said it.
So, Aaronis, the problem is that there's no point in going on. So, if you're claiming that the book is perfect and prophetic, then it only takes one defeated prophecy for the whole book to be invalidated in its perfection and prophecy. Doesn't it say that it is a perfect book and that if even one mistake is found in it, then it's false?
What?
Do you think that it's okay for it to have a prophecy that's bullshit that already happened before it was even made?
So you think, what do you mean a woman will be taken and her stomach ripped open? This happened before the time of the prophet?
Yes. It happened in Persia around 1000 AD. It's documented.
We have documented history of the medical procedure being done throughout human history.
That'd be 1000 CE.
I check it later. Can you post it?
In 1000 AD.
No, dude. But here's the point, Aaron. As Ix just pointed out to you, you claimed that the text made a prediction. We're explaining to you how it was not a prediction; it was a description of things that were currently happening at the time. Human beings had knowledge. Human beings had knowledge of this process, and human beings have been carrying out this process centuries before the Quran was ever written. So it's debunked.
I found another one in the records of the Grand Historian in China. The Yellow Emperor had 6 sons, all born by, as it says, cutting open the body. This happened 223 BCE.
No. It's not about that. It's about abortion. Like
it literally says, as you stated, cutting open the body.
So he's talking about using it to kill the baby, not to save the baby. It's the same thing. It doesn't make a difference.
Okay. Should I move to the next?
Yes, move to the next one. Move to the next one.
Okay. So interest. The Quran, I have six of them. So interest. The next one is about interest. So the Prophet. Should I post the reference to you guys?
No, do not. Paul, just tell us. Just tell us what it is.
Okay. There will come a time when there will be no one left who does not consume riba interest, and whoever does not consume it will nevertheless be affected by its dust.
Consume what?
I can't understand him.
Consume interest.
What is
consume? What?
Like interest? Like bank interest?
Yes, interest. The
What
system of interest.
What about it?
So, and whoever does not consume it will nevertheless be affected by its dust. So,
there's
so I
societies
know that
like the Paraha who are completely outside of our society who don't have interest and are not affected by it.
Okay, so I think what Aaron may be referring to is that this idea under Islam that people shouldn't be charging interest to each other in matters of money. Is that correct?
No, it's not like that. So the system of interest, people all over the world today are using it. So people who are not using it today, they are affected by its dust. So it's so widespread that people, even if they didn't affect it, they will get. They have, like, for example, they are affected by its dust. Like,
so that's
so the way it works in the Islamic banks is they don't charge interest, but instead they charge administration. Instead, they charge administration fees, which amount to pretty much the same amounts as interest. So it still costs the same in the end. They're just playing word games and giving it a different name so they can say that they object to this whole Western idea.
Randolph, his argument is that the Quran predicts that in the future there is a time where interest will affect all people on earth. That's his argument. He's not saying it's bad or good. It's completely irrelevant.
Not the Quran, but the Hadith, the Prophet.
But that's false.
Yeah, but the background is important here because they're trying to claim superiority for not having interest charges in their banking system, but they have administration fees which amount to about the same as interest in the end.
It's just irrelevant to what Aaron is saying. What Aaron is saying is a prediction and it's false. So there are many cultures that do not.
I agree it's false. I'm just giving background, but I agree it's false.
Why it's false?
There are cultures that don't have interest and are not affected by trade with cultures that do have interest, so they are unaffected by interest, like the Paraha.
No. What? Just one sec. Just one sec. So Muslims don't take interest, even though it's not about that they take or they don't take. It has to do with that the system will be very spread. That even if you don't take for interest, you will be affected by its dust. Like it will be
the Amish and the North Sentinelese aren't affected by anybody's interest rates.
There are people who are separated from all countries who take interest. So there's a country that has no interest and has no trade with any countries that have interest. They are completely isolated. They live in the jungle. They don't trade with us. They are unaffected by interest. They have zero interest from anything ever.
So you don't think that the interest system will overwhelm them, like will hit them in the future?
No.
Like they will affect. Why
they
not?
don't have money. They can't be charged interest. They don't have money.
Well, it's also important to note. That Aaron, you said this was a prediction, and the prediction came true. TJump already explained to you how it has not come true, and you just saying that it. Well, how do you know if it won't come true in the future? That still debunks your claim that it's a prediction that came true.
No, it doesn't debunk my claim because the interest system is so spread open that even people today.
Okay, you know what? I think you're not hearing what's being said here. Yeah. There are societies on this planet that are not involved any way at all with the economics of any other countries in the world, so they're not impacted in any way by this by interest rates because they don't pay interest. They don't pay anything at all. So the prediction that it'll affect everybody is wrong. So that's two predictions down. I think that. I don't know what the other predictions are, but I'm gonna predict that they're probably all gonna get shot down. So go ahead.
Just one sec. Can you guys give me a nation that doesn't just to check it later?
TJump referenced the Paraha people in the Amazon rainforest, and I think that's where they are. Yeah, that is spelled Parah.
The Paraha also have no word for God in their language.
Yeah, that's true.
There's also the Sentinelese people, and then usury or interest rates are pretty much illegal on every Indian reservation in the country of the United States.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Should I move to the next one?
Yeah.
I think, Aaron, yes, in the interest of time, I think we should just do only one more prediction. So pick whatever one you think is the best one, and let's hear that.
Choose wisely because you're 0 for 2.
Yeah, just pick the best one. Give us your haymaker. Come on.
Okay. If this one is good, then I get to give another one.
No. Just we only have time for one more. That's all.
Oh, why, guys?
So it was already pointed out that if you have a book that claims to be prophetic and it makes false predictions, you don't need to go through every prediction until you get one right. You need to find one that it gets wrong to debunk the whole thing.
We'll give you a consolation prize. If you can give a good argument, we'll become theists.
Since these are from just to clarify, these are from the Hadith, not the Quran, so technically they don't disprove the Quran.
Yeah, we are being charitable by willing to hear a third one here. So please go ahead and pick whatever you think is the best one of the ones you've got left, and we'll hear it. We can maybe examine the other ones in a future episode.
Wait, why would a Hadith be taken to be prophetic at all?
Because people do that, but it's just irrelevant to the point. So, Aaron, what's your third point? What's your third argument? Are you there?
He's probably just trying to decide which one. Aaron, yes. Are you able to hear us?
Can you clarify, TJump? Did he say that a Hadith is a prophecy?
He's using these as predictions from the Hadith, yes.
But how is that? I mean, the Hadith is not from God. It is just about the Quran. So why would that matter?
Because it's his religion. There are lots of silly religions.
He started off by presenting these as predictions.
But this would be like saying that I have a prediction in the Talmud, and that is a prophecy from God when it's just written by a rabbi.
Well, it'd be more like Joseph Smith and Mormonism saying that he makes predictions that were inspired through a secondary person, but he's not actually Jesus. So it's perfectly fine to think that extension of the religion makes predictions. It's just silly, which is fine because most religions are silly.
It wasn't the second reading of his golden plates something that yielded somewhat different results anyway.
Probably. Aaron, are you there? Nope.
Oh, it looks like he had connection issues. So who's next on the docket, Taco?
Yeah, we've got Kaiser Umaru.
Hello?
Hello, Kaiser Umaru. Umaru. I hope we're saying your name right. Please correct me. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Can I just explain my background real quick and posit like a question or a debate topic?
Sure, but first, can you just start by saying your name so we know how to pronounce it properly?
Well, my username Kaiser Umaru. Kaiser comes from the German word for emperor. I just thought it was cool, so that's what.
Yeah, thank you, Kaiser Umaru. We'll do our best to pronounce your name right. Go ahead with your idea.
You can just say Kaiser if you want. I don't know, or Kai. I don't care. But anyway, right now, I'm a guy in college. I'm about to turn 20. For most of my life, for 18 years of my life, I was atheist. I grew up in an atheist household, and I was, I just didn't like organized religion because on my Japanese side, Japan itself doesn't trust organized religion. But when I came to college in August, after being influenced by some Catholic ideas or Christian ideas about usury and stuff like that, I kind of became interested in it, and then decided to join a Christian group on my campus last August, and decided to convert to Catholicism. And I've been reading the Bible since then and learning day by day. Okay. So my debate topic is okay, this is probably gonna be very interesting to hear, but I believe the communism is the creation of the kingdom of heaven on earth. How do you feel about that?
People starve to death, apparently, in the kingdom of heaven.
Well, the media lies about a lot of stuff. So,
they didn't. I just want to clarify. They didn't lie about the dead bodies. There's lots of skeletons that the media doesn't lie about.
Yeah, but why did they die? That's my
starvation.
Yeah, the lack of food.
The kingdom.
Which event you're referring to?
Sorry, I'm trying to respond, Kaiser. I'm trying to respond to you. The kingdom of heaven does seem very much like a communist regime when you look at it. There's no democracy there. People have to do everything that the God tells them to do. God provides everything for them. There's no different wages that people are making. Everyone basically earns the same amount, which seems to be zero. But there's a lot of parallels with communism in the as it's been implemented from what we see from the descriptions of the Christian heaven. So I hope that's helpful.
Yeah. And also, they banned usury, so that's another important.
Okay, but what is the point?
Kaiser? Legitimately, I've when I was a Christian, I've done mission trips. I've seen people starving to death in this world.
Okay,
So,
but when was this? Can you refer to me when and where? Like
mission trips when I was back with the church.
Yeah, but like, was this back when the USSR was around, or I just don't know when this?
No, this was in the 90s.
90s. What country? What country?
Tanzania.
Tanzania. Oh, that was like. Okay, that was like a Soviet-aligned country. Yeah, okay.
People were
not like
not
the
even
Soviet
close.
model.
Kaiser. Not even close. But I've seen with my own eyes people starving to death because they do not have access to food or clean water.
Yeah, I've never denied that people
Can you
have
tell us
experienced
what
suffering.
continent that country is on, please?
What do you say?
What continent is the country of Tanzania on?
Africa.
Which part of Africa?
It's like East Africa.
Are you sure about that?
I want to understand.
Yes, it's
how
like
does,
on the coast.
One second.
It's on the coast of East
I
Africa.
don't understand why you're bringing up communism. So you think communism is like
because
heaven on earth, which is why?
Yeah,
what is the
because it's
topic?
intertwined. It's very intertwined with Christianity and the Abrahamic religions.
But you're also telling people that.
Well,
don't
you did
believe
doubt it, but I'm
in
just
heaven.
raising the topic so we can talk about it.
Sure, but Kaiser, I want to know why you believe in a God. I'm against the notions of like prophethood and stuff. Yes, like we have no good reason so far to believe that a God exists.
Okay,
I want to know if you found one.
wait, what are those good reasons that God doesn't exist? I don't get that.
Oh, well, I would say I said that there are no good reasons that God does not exist, but I would say if you would like me to give a reason myself personally,
give a
it's
reason.
because there is no minds that have been without a brain or a body. It appears that physics does not need to come from an agent.
Okay, wait, so who do you like? What created the universe? Like what created? The Big Bang Theory? Is it the Big Bang Theory?
That is also it could be what TJump said, but it's not created. It's how did the universe form?
If I may, and before we get off into this big long topic, Kaiser, the point is you believe in a God, right?
Yeah, I believe in God.
You believe in a God. We're
Christ
atheists. We don't. The stage
Wait,
is not about
you don't?
us.
You don't?
Guys, no, we don't. I'm an atheist. The atheist on the side, Jack Burton is a deist, but as an atheist, we don't believe in a God. Okay?
I see.
This stage is not for us, but Kaiser, this stage is not for us to justify our atheism because understanding how the universe formed, evolution, abiogenesis, just like this, our atheism is not predicated on this. Atheism is predicated on the fact that there is no sufficient evidence to justify the belief in a God. Okay? Not to mention the concept of a God often entails logical contradictions and incoherency. For example, like a good reason to not believe in a God is because belief in a God is irrational, and irrational beliefs often lead to irrational behaviors. So that's a good reason not to believe in a God. So here's a question. So why do you believe in it?
Well, because it's simply a fact. I mean, what created all of this?
Opinions are facts now.
Wow. It's a fact. So how do you know that it's a fact?
Well, more like how can you disprove it's not a fact? That's what I'm asking.
No, I can definitely disprove a God.
Okay, disprove it right now. Disprove it.
Okay, which God are we talking about?
Well, just God. The concept of God in general. I'm just talking about the concept.
So no, a concept is not something that gets disproved. That's just the description of an idea.
What do you want to disprove? What God?
Okay, so it's a god or a goddess. What does it tell us about your deity?
Okay, well, let's just go with the Christian God. Can you disprove Christian God?
Okay,
I'll take it. There's a logical contradiction in omniscience. God can't know everything while at the same time not knowing what it's like to not know something. Therefore, he can't exist. He can't be omniscient. Therefore, the Christian God doesn't exist.
Okay, so there's nothing that has like inner contradictions like Hegel dialectics. There's no contradictions, or like if it's contradictions, then it's false. If
Well,
there's
contradictions,
I'm just trying to understand your view.
If it's a contradiction, then that means at some point God doesn't exist. And so even if it's a contradiction and God both does exist and doesn't exist, then God doesn't exist, and I've still disproven.
Wait, let me give you an example. Okay, this is kind of different. So let's see. Okay, so did you know George Washington didn't want any parties, right?
Okay. What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, but do you agree that in essence that means it's actually a one-party state in the sense that there's no party?
What does this have to do with anything?
I'm just saying the fact that there can be like everything that's completely infinite is also nothingness at the same time.
Kaiser, hang on a second. What TJump was pointing out is that if the God that you believe in, by virtue of its attributes, they entail logical contradictions, and logical contradictions cannot exist, then we can say that version of your God does not exist because it's logically contradictory. Okay, so either the God doesn't have those attributes or it doesn't exist. So you have to redefine your God to fit. So the question is yes, that's what I said. If we're talking about a God who has particular attributes that entail logical contradictions, we can say that thing does not exist because it can't exist.
So you're disproving Hegel's dialectics here.
No, I'm disproving the asserted God based upon a specific attribute.
Let me explain.
No, Kaiser, this is pseudo-intellectual nonsense. You have no idea what you're talking
well, you
about.
haven't even let me talk.
Dialectics do not entail that a thing which has contradictory properties can exist.
Well, just to clarify, Hegel.
I'm a liberal.
One second.
Yeah, you sound like
me
a
very
liberal.
well, buddy.
Kaiser. I think like JL Warren was going to debunk and T-Jump did. I'll tell you, the Christian God. There is a paradox, a contradiction there that I see. Because and I'll tell you, I'm going to answer. You want someone to disprove it, so I'm going to do it right now.
Okay.
The Christian God has a number of omni characteristics. One is omnipotence, another one is omniscience, another one's omnipresence. On and on it goes. So with omniscience and omnipotence, we'll look at those two. If your God, a Christian God, was to predict using his omniscience to know that tomorrow there's going to be sunny weather in my neighborhood, and then tomorrow rolls along, and by tomorrow this God decides to use his omnipotence to change the weather to snow or rain, then they have invalidated the omniscience they had from the day before. This paradox disproves the possibility of a Christian God existing.
Okay, can I explain the problem with the example you gave?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Well, first of all, do any of us have direct communication with God, like average people?
That's not relevant.
Well, if he doesn't exist,
it's relevant
no.
because you just said God would make a prediction, so it would require us to hear the prediction he's making.
No, it doesn't. The prediction is not. The prediction. Hang on, Kaiser. The prediction is not dependent on us observing the prediction. The prediction is dependent on that God making that prediction, and that's why using that example.
How do we know that they even predicted it if we didn't even?
This is not an epistemological question, Kaiser. Like I said, you have no idea what you're talking about. This is some epic levels of conceptual impoverishment.
You're just saying
we are talking about the facts of the matter. Kaiser. We're talking about the fact of the matter. The fact of the matter is that if God cannot do something he didn't know he was going to do, then he's not omnipotent. If he can do that, he's not omniscient, because those two properties contradict one another innately. That is what Randolph is trying to tell you in kitty terms, but apparently you don't even have the capacity to grasp that.
That is a correct summary of what I'm trying to say, Kaiser.
Anyway, I want to say, let me see. So Do you know about the deist conception of God?
So I guess you're not going
gonna do the worldly
to. Sorry.
nonsense.
Hang on. So you're not going to refute what I suggested. Then you're going to move to a new topic.
Because I did refute it was the idea that people couldn't hear God's prediction. But...
It's irrelevant. I pointed out why that's not relevant. God can make the prediction without telling anybody. The fact I'm dealing with, the fact would be that the God made that prediction and then invalidated that prediction the following day. So that's all that's required. It does not require. It is not. It is not contingent on there being an audience.
Let me give you an example why that's not relevant. Okay, so let's say there's some guy in solitary confinement and he makes a prediction and that prediction fails. So what does that have?
Oh my God, that's not the question. So Kaiser, the point he's saying
that's the same thing though, because we can't hear God.
Kaiser. If God ordains something, let's say he says that on day 1 the sky will be blue, and then with his all powerfulness, he goes back in time and makes the sky red. That means he contradicted himself, right? He did one thing and then
I think you should bring up the Pope in that case because the Pope can actually be heard by people.
I don't care about the Pope. If God did one thing, wait, stop. If God did one thing and then knew he did that one thing, but then in the future went back and undid it, that means his knowledge was wrong. That's a contradiction.
Okay.
So if God does one thing and undoes it, yes, that's entailed in the argument.
Can you prove God has a consciousness?
Oh my God! In the Christian God.
Isn't that your position?
Well, exactly.
No, that's not really my position. I don't know what
it sounded like.
This dude is trolling.
Well, no, it
sounded
like mid-conversation you became a theist, Kaiser. After hearing our arguments.
I'm just trying to bring up different conceptions of God to see what you can disprove about it. But okay.
So you're not a Christian?
No, I'm a Christian.
What are the essential properties of God, Kaiser? Like, what attributes can we not take away from an entity before it stops being God?
Just the creator of the universe. That's
safe.
So the only thing that qualifies an entity as being God is that it had something to do with the origins of the universe.
Yeah, because that's
okay. So if I were to be able to demonstrate a contradiction in that process, would that mean that no concept of God exists?
Well, I mean, if you can actually disprove it, sure.
Sure. So what is the universe?
Well, just a manifestation of everything.
That's the cosmos.
Of everything.
That's the cosmos.
I mean, we can.
Well, you know the universe, all the planets, people living, and everything. All matter.
Presumptively, in Kaiser's argument here, when he says universe, he literally means everything. So, being pedantic about the differences between cosmos and universe, I mean, it doesn't really matter. We'll just assume they're the same things for the purpose of the argument. But the point is that in Kaiser's viewpoint, God, the only characteristic that an entity requires to be God is that they created everything. But the problem is that creation is a causal relationship.
Okay.
And you can't have causal relationships with things. Hold on. You can't have causal relationships with things that don't exist. You can't have any kind of a relationship.
Okay,
with a thing that doesn't exist.
Then what created the universe? Can you provide?
I don't believe that it was created.
Oh,
so that's begging the question, Kaiser.
Okay,
Kaiser,
so do you believe in the Big Bang Theory?
No, Kaiser, it's irrelevant. Kaiser.
Well, I don't know what you're trying to like. If you can't posit anything that actually contradicts a different point.
Argument from no.
So you just doubt. You just
Kaiser,
doubting stuff.
Shut up.
Shut up.
I am positing a modal contradiction in the concept that one singular entity could have created everything else from a state of non-existence.
Okay.
That's an incoherent process.
What's your
1 plus 0 does not equal like infinity. That doesn't happen. So if there was ever any state of affairs, shut up. We're not done.
What's your alternative? I don't see any alternative.
Shut
up, Trotsky.
Oh my gosh! I'm just gonna.
All right, we're not doing that, man.
Yeah, he's done.
We'll move on.
Done.
Yeah, he asked for that being put down,
troll,
but Xerxes, thank you for summarizing what I said. You did it very well.
As I say, like if we have this entity that created everything else, right? That means that this entity had to have a causal relationship with things that didn't exist, which is in and of itself an incoherency. That's a logical contradiction. So any being which is defined as creating everything that exists is already contradicting itself, because a thing that exists in a state of affairs where only that thing exists doesn't have anything else to interact with or affect to facilitate some formal cause. That's absurd.
Yeah, I found it interesting that he, to try to refute what I had presented, that he wanted to ask about some observers being aware of the prediction, and that really isn't required, but he seemed to be having trouble understanding that.
Kaiser Sose, more like Kaiser So-So.
Got him.
Oh,
Hey,
Kaiser's living love.
Taco, Aaron Yes was interested in coming back to continue with the third prediction. Maybe you didn't see the note, so since we've got NSNG here, let's start with that and then try to get that other fellow back. Welcome, thank you for joining us, NSNG. How are you?
Hi, my question concerns the conflict, or the possible conflict between truth and happiness or utility. So let's say you value happiness and you value truth, and it is true that no gods exist, and it is true that there's evidence that no gods exist, and it is true that believing in gods makes people happier. Is it then immoral to convince others of the truth?
No.
And it's not actually a fact that belief in God makes people happier.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, I'm positing if it's a case.
So no, the fact that something makes someone happy doesn't mean it's therefore immoral to do the thing that doesn't make them happy.
Okay, but let's say you value happiness.
It can also be. I would posit that even though there is a utility there, and the utility makes them happy, like that's the utility they get from it, they get happiness or psychological utility or emotional fulfillment or whatever, is that it's still irrational. And that it would be more moral, if you want to look at it from my perspective, more moral to alleviate them of that irrationality, to explain that to them so that they can drop it, because irrational beliefs have a tendency to lead to irrational behaviors. Irrational behaviors affect other people and affect others to harmful degrees because they are irrational. So we would say that if we want to make less irrational, if we want to commit less irrational action, we should hold as few irrational beliefs as possible. So whether or not it makes them happy or not is irrelevant. This is like, what are they doing? Is what they believe affecting other people? Can it affect other people? Can the result of that be harmful in the long run? And that we should eliminate those. So yeah, so I would say that just because it makes them happy, no. Ignorance may be bliss, but that doesn't mean that ignorance doesn't have a negative effect.
Now, NSNG, you just raised the preference for happiness. That makes this entire thing subjective. It's one of the most important questions to ask, and I'm glad that you raised that. So yes, happiness is a subjective thing. Not everybody wants happiness. People have different desires and needs in life. Some people want a rigorous, difficult challenge that's hard to get through and doesn't make you happy, but they get satisfied from it. Some people want to feel the experience of having pain inflicted upon them. Masochists, for example. That doesn't make them happy, but it's satisfactory for them.
Like TJump.
Yeah. Well, you could also, in the immortal words of Uncle Roger, not everybody deserves happiness.
Even the ones who want it.
And essentially, are you claiming that this is the case, or are you claiming just for the sake of
No, I'm not claiming this is the case. But,
yeah.
It's a hypothetical question, I believe.
Like studies on this go both ways.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that if just believing something that's not true just makes you happy, then there's something wrong with what's making you happy. Like you could just have defective notions of what is happiness.
Okay, but that begs the question a little bit, I think.
Yeah, I would disagree. I think you could be made happy by false things, and that's perfectly fine. But it's irrelevant what makes you happy. Like it would make me happy to have you give me all of your money right now. Does that mean it's immoral for you not to give me all of your money right now? Did you say yes? Because if so, I will take it. Here's my PayPal.
The opinions of TJump reflect TJump and not the reflections of the attitudes of the stage. So
Well, no, it would decrease my happiness, so no. But like, even like, if you grant, okay, there are other desires other than happiness, but you still accept there could be persons who have that at the highest value, right?
Sure, but again, like, if my highest value was I want all of your money, does that make it immoral for you not to give me all of your money?
I mean, it depends on my desires, I guess, but.
Hey, maybe NSNG, maybe you have some thoughts on this. Jerome Powell from our audience is asking. He's got a question. Is love real or just biochemical reaction? I have proof that I have biochemical reactions when I'm in a relationship with a woman, but I don't have concrete proof of this concept of love.
I have a similar question. What is love, baby? Don't hurt me. But you should answer Randolph's.
Yeah, I would say they're identical, but how does that matter?
I would say, what's love got to do with it? I would say, what's love got to do with it? Come on.
Oh, snap.
Love is in the air.
Hey, we're 3 for 3. It's up to you now, Theist.
So, NSNG, I guess, did we miss a part of your question by any chance, or did you have something that you wanted to add?
Okay, maybe that gets well. Okay, let's just make a hypothetical in a world where everyone just values happiness, or just values happiness and truth, but they value happiness more than truth.
That would be like Brave New World.
That sounds like a neurotic wonderland, actually.
It sounds like this world. It sounds very much exactly like this world as it is right now.
Oh, TJump, I'm going to introduce you to a dominatrix who will tell you that there are people who do not want happiness.
I would say I don't think we're at that Orwellian stage quite yet, but I would say, yeah, the kind of deal where everybody's, like blissfully tripped out on Soma and just lying around doing their thing. This would probably be a really bad state of affairs, because I don't think our species would survive long.
So do you also think if everyone is in the experience machine, there's also a bad state of affairs?
No, it'd be fine. It'd be great. If they choose to be there, it'd be great. Yeah.
I think that there's great value in experiencing the whole gamut of of emotions, at least some of the major ones anyway, throughout our lives, so that it kind of makes it easier to get more perspective and understand the value of things more. If all we had was happiness and never the opposite of it, how would we gauge it, for example?
From a past memory, I guess.
Well, then that would be an experience of the opposite of happiness, so...
Yeah, but that doesn't mean we need to suffer in the future, right?
I think awareness of these different psychological conditions is actually, even just through experience, is actually helpful to us.
Yeah, well, but are you claiming you need to have them all the time, and as long as you exist?
Oh no, I'm not claiming that.
Okay, then it is sufficient that we had bad experience in the past to know what good experience are.
Yeah, but then of course that doesn't address what I was saying about if we only have happy experiences and never the opposite of that, then we don't have a reliable means of gauging what happiness is.
This is also why I don't think a matrix type of learning is possible, because you would have to give people... We seem to learn through mistakes, through experience, and so without that component, it's hard to imagine what that would even be like.
A weird experimental version of learning through essentially brain grafting with brain grafting with mice, where they take neurons from an artificial set of neurons or neurons from one mouse and splice them onto the other, and the mouse is able to navigate the maze that the other mouse had already learned how to navigate. There's some experimental support that this is possible, but it's very strange animal experimentation at this point.
Ooh, like flatworms.
And SNG, did you have any final thoughts before I guess we're going to try to move on to Aaron? Yes, is that right, Taco?
Yep.
Yeah, NSNG, something final you'd like to say before we move on?
No, not on this question, no.
I don't know. Apparently, Aaron Yes has a prophecy that is real instead of like the nonsense prophecies provided before, which I don't know why he wouldn't present that one first. But.
Oh no, it's the third out of the six that we were trying to get him to present, and he got disconnected. And he got disconnected. So yeah, we can bring him up to hear that. And I told him that for the next three, we'd do it on another show. Hello, Aaron. Yes, welcome back. Thank you for bringing up your third prediction for us. Go ahead.
Thank you for having me again. Can you hear me, guys?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay, so the next prediction is about the prophet said that the green of Arabia will become green again. So this prediction says that it will become green again. It means that in the past used to be green, and it also says that in the future it will become green. So it says that. Just let me quote the hadith. 1 second. Arabia revert to be green meadow and rivers again. So I will show you from the Nature magazine and from NASA that in the past the Arabia used to be green. Just 1 second. This is from Nature magazine. Oh, and from NASA. 1 second.
What's the prophecy?
The prophecy. In the time of the prophets, the Arabia used to be desert, like desert. There is no water and so on. So the prophecy is that it will become green, and it used to be green in the past.
Okay, but it's still a desert. Saudi Arabia is still a desert. It's still like 90-something% desert.
Yes, of course. I will show you 1 second. 1 second.
About a month ago, my dad predicted that our grass was going to get green. We were going to have to mow again. So
no.
Come April, when that happens, is that like a fulfilled prophecy?
No. I have from Nature magazine that it used to be green in the past. I posted the link from Nature.
Everyone knows it used to be green in the past. Like every part of the planet used to be green in the past. What's the point? Like, it's not green now, and it hasn't become green.
Yes. No, I will show you in the future from NASA.
Okay, it's 95% desert right now. When is it going to become not that?
So I posted from NASA.
From NASA.
Yes.
What?
Okay,
like
well, I mean, is this a prediction that's come true?
Yes. As you can see, it is a desert, but as you can see in the images, it's going to become green. See onto.
So climate change. So climate changes. Is that's the prediction that it's making? Climate changes and terrain changes as the climate changes.
So how the prophet in the desert know about that it used to be green in the past?
Because everywhere used to be green. Because history.
But how himself.
Because historians tell things to people. Every society used to say things were green before they were there.
So he trusts the historian that it used to be green and it has meadow and rivers.
Yes, because it does have.
Okay, so you're aware of the fact that the Prophet Muhammad is not the first person to have ever occupied the planet Earth, correct?
No, 1 second, just to respond.
No, hold on, Aaron. Yes, I want you to answer these questions. Is the Prophet Muhammad the first person to ever occupy the planet Earth?
No.
Is he the first person to ever occupy the Arabian Peninsula?
No.
For how many years do you think human beings have lived on the Arabian Peninsula?
But how did he know that this thing can't
Answer
be
the
seen?
question, Aaron. How many years have people lived on the Arabian Peninsula?
I don't know. Maybe millions of years. I don't know.
Well, not humans. Humans haven't been around millions of years, but at least tens of thousands.
Okay.
But so in all that time, you don't think that people may have told stories about the previous prosperity and lusciousness of certain lands that eventually became barren?
No. But this, like for example, this thing can't be seen in the
Aaron,
naked eye.
the entire Middle East used to be a savanna. Like
But
deserts
how
weren't always deserts. You go back
Okay.
far enough, and Arabia
you
wasn't
give me-
even Arabia. It was part of Pangaea, which was a supercontinent. But how did the prophet know? Probably because somebody told him. Probably because there's thousands upon thousands of myths and stories and
so your
legends
best,
detailing the environment of that area prior to its eventual droughtness.
So your best argument is that someone told the prophet about the prophecy that it used to be green in the past and in the future it will become green. So
Yeah,
he used to be.
people have lived for thousands of years, right? Generation after generation.
But
We
this
have
thing,
told stories about the way
millions
the
of years.
the land we live in used to look, and now it looks this way, and maybe it'll look this
No,
way in the
no.
future
No.
again.
But
We
in the
see
nature
repeating
magazine,
weather cycles all the time.
in the nature magazine that I posted, it says that millions of years ago it used to be green, not 10,000 years ago.
Wait. So Saudi Arabia used to be a lush green forest while early humans were leaving Africa. So it's been green not just millions of years ago, but also tens of thousands of years ago.
No. But in the nature magazine that I posted.
That's a different time period. It was green in human history. Saudi Arabia was a forest in human history.
Yeah,
Do you have
Saudi
a reference to
Arabia
that?
was a
It's the
forest just
Smithsonian-
5,500 years ago.
The Smithsonian
Which-
magazine posted this.
So Saudi Arabia would have been a forest during the time when the Egyptian pyramids were getting built.
No. Do you have at least a reference to that?
I mean, you can just look at the freaking Wikipedia page, but if you need something other than that,
No. I posted.
Here's-
I researched this thing. I only find from Nature magazine that
the
which is
Sahara only became a desert like 6,000 years ago. So
Are you talking
What?
about nature.com, which publishes scientific everything?
Yeah, I post. Should I post it again? Just one sec. But I only I shared the NASA link that it said that it will become green again. This thing was seen by the telescopes, and it can't be seen by naked eye. So
I
Okay,
mean, you
so
can also
Aaron, yes.
see the evidence of the forests that used to occupy Arabia, because like just because the trees get petrified doesn't mean people didn't know what they were.
Okay, so Aaron, yes, I don't think there's any disagreement here that Saudi Arabia used to have green, luscious forests. I'm guessing camels roaming among the trees, and I'm trying to picture that. Should be interesting. And right now it's a desert. So is it that the prediction is saying that it's going to go back to being luscious green forest again in the future?
yes, I posted the NASA link that
So
shows
so you're saying Muhammad predicted this, and what years, approximately what year did he predict that would start to become the case?
he only said that it will revert back to be green again. You can see in the NASA link that they share
I
pictures.
predict that at some point in the ambiguous future,
No,
that
you can't predict
the
because
Vada
you are
will
not
stop being
in
a desert.
You are not less educated men in the desert.
I predict that there will be a woman president in America. Am I the prophet of God when that happens?
No, but you have modern age. Today, most people are educated. In the past, like for example, if we take his life, he lived in a desert. For him to predict that
most
it
goat
used
herders,
to be green.
every goat herder knew about cycles of like wet and dry seasons. So they all predicted that deserts would go through wet and dry seasons. And Saudi Arabia has gone through dozens of them. And so pretty much every society that's been there knows that it's gone from green to non-green over the past 125,000 years. So it's not in any way a prophecy.
Also, Islam has this weird, like, backwards compliment thing going on where they're like, you guys don't even know how illiterate Muhammad was. And yet here's the Quran.
Aaron, yes, I think the point on this one is that you brought this up, and we understand implicitly that it was just making a prediction about things that were already like, it was making a prediction about something that would occur in the future that was based upon what people already knew at the time. So it's like if I say the weather will change, Okay.
No.
I
You
have.
can't say that.
Do what?
You can't say that because you are educated. I'm talking about a man who lived in the desert, who making the
Do you
prediction
not
that
think that people told stories and the stories were passed down through oral tradition, tribe to tribe to tribe?
Actually, is it? Are you saying that in order to be qualified to make predictions, one must not be educated?
no, not that.
I think he's saying that they were ignorant of the fact
Yes,
that it used to
yes,
be a certain
yes.
way, but we also
Yes.
know that not to be true because human beings, modern humans, have existed on this planet for 250,000 years. And so humans living in the area would have experienced that, and they would have told about the area. That information would have been passed down through the generations, and that this information was priorly known, and then a prediction was made based upon the fact that humans recognize that climate changes and the terrain changes as the climate changes.
So let's say that Arabia used to be green like 10,000 years ago, or how did people know that? How did
stories? It's really simple.
Because
the biblical
people
flood
were
story,
alive 6,000 years ago.
You don't even have to go there. So, Aaron, yes, you agree that people already believed in the flood myth prior to Muhammad, correct?
Can you address the question?
Aaron, just answer my question, yes or no. Do you agree that people believed in the flood myth prior to Muhammad?
I don't understand the term.
Okay,
Flood
the
myth.
biblical flood was believed
No,
by Sumerians, Akkadians,
I don't.
Babylonians.
I don't.
It was believed by Jews. It was believed by Christians. They believed in the global flood.
No, I'm not. I don't.
He's not asking if you believe it.
We're
He's
not asking if you do.
Did people believe stories?
Did they believe in it? Okay, so
yes,
so if,
maybe.
If they flood, okay, we just know for a fact that they all did because they wrote it down. Okay, this isn't controversial. Second inference, right? After a flood, would things immediately become a desert? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay, well, if there's water, then at least for some period of time, things would be able to grow plants and have greenery, right? So we would not assume that things were instantly a desert the moment that the flood ended, right? So you can just infer without having any magical angel Gabriel, just by being a medieval, superstitious, Bronze Age mud hut person, from the book, that after the flood, there was probably greenery on most places on the earth until it changed.
Okay, but how did he know about the future?
Oh my God! How did Muhammad know about the salt water and fresh water don't mix? Fishermen told him.
It's not. No, it's not salt water and.
Okay, but hold on. This future prediction hasn't happened yet. You're assuming that at some point in the future that the Arabian Peninsula will stop being a desert and return to like a lush forest, which frankly, I mean, that's not an impressive prediction, right? Directly north of the Arabian Peninsula. Stop. Directly north of the Arabian Peninsula is Asia Minor and the country of Turkey, which is almost completely forestry.
But he lived in a desert, like
he talked to people. He was in a trade route. He heard stories from people all over the world. There's absolutely nothing in the Quran he couldn't have learned from other cultures who told him. Everything he learned was from other cultures who told him. Everything in Hadith, everything in the Quran, all came from other cultures who told him. That's it.
No. The Quran has other stories.
All of the stories come from other people who told him. He got absolutely nothing from God. He got it all from other stories of other cultures. That's it.
No.
It's not. Aaron, like this information is not revelatory or impressive. As a matter of fact, it would be a little bit more like of a problem for Muhammad if he didn't know this. Like, does he have an IQ sub 40?
No, he didn't.
Is he like just completely incapable of making inferences about what might be the case in the future, given what is currently the case in the present? I mean, if he was incapable of that basic inductive reasoning, then I mean, he had to be a buffoon, right? But if he's capable of even the most rudimentary of inductive reasoning processes, he can look around at his present environment and say, this wasn't always like this, so this might not be like this in the future.
And Aaron, the counter to everything that the skeptics have been saying is instead of learning it from the people around, it has to be directly from God.
So that's what I'm arguing. But you are saying that, for example, you didn't make any strong argument against me. You only said that he took it from people. even if he did, like for example, he did the idea that it will become green again. It's not like people didn't know.
People couldn't have figured it out. It only had to have been from God. An angel had to have delivered this message to him.
NASA saw that by telescopes, not just like for example, you can't see that with the naked eye. So, about
I mean, now you're sounding like us.
What?
I mean, now you're sounding like us. Yes, they actually went out and looked and wrote things down. It wasn't God.
Also, this seems just uncontroversially obvious that people already did extensive agriculture involving irrigation. Places which were deserts were turned into green places because of economic development. Sumeria was largely a desert until the rainwater that was coming from the delta was irrigated into the plains, right? So this is just like an uncontroversial thing everybody knew. You could turn a land green through human effort.
But this knowledge, because modern technology.
No, this is Sumerian level knowledge. Thousands of years ago, people knew that irrigation turned land green. There was land that wasn't green, then they irrigated it, then it became green. Okay,
You mean
special
it
knowledge.
was desert? You mean it was desert?
Yes, they took a desert that had an estuary in it. They irrigated the water. It's the same thing that happens on the Nile River. You understand that everyone in Egypt knew that you could turn the desert green, right?
It's even funnier that you bring that up, because in both the Bible and the Quran is the story of Joseph, who saved Egypt from a famine. Like it was told in the story that there were 7 good years of harvest. All right, people living in a modern desert would know that you can't grow anything in the fucking sand.
Can I address that? The stories of the Bible and the Quran are not the same. They are totally different.
Is the story
stories.
of Joseph in the Quran, yes or no?
Yes, but
does the story of Joseph in the Quran detail him saving Egypt, which is predominantly a desert and has been for the past 1,200 years, from a famine?
No. But the thing that you missed in the
answer the question. Answer the question.
Yes,
does the story of Joseph in the Quran detail this?
They are not the same.
So hold on. In order for Egypt to go from a state of non-famine to famine, that would require that Egypt at one point in history was capable of advanced agriculture and therefore fertile soil.
Yes. But you are
okay. And was Muhammad so completely illiterate and devoid of inductive reasoning that he couldn't have figured that out?
No, just one second. I will address this thing. One thing the Bible that doesn't mention is that when in modern age today we can read the Egyptian stone. So the Bible used to name the king Pharaoh. So both kings, both rulers used to name 2 pharaohs, but the Quran names one king.
So you're moving on to a 4th thing. This is a 4th thing, so let's just move on because
I think at this point, I mean, he got his chance to do his 3rd one. His 3rd one has been debunked, and we understand implicitly why it's not true.
It's not debunked. You said people. You said he know from people. So all of his knowledge.
Aaron, it's not hard. Okay, it's been explained to you a number of times. Really quickly. Human beings have existed in that area for thousands of years, okay? Many humans have left, humans have moved into it, but humans have existed in that area for thousands upon thousands of years. Humans, by virtue of living there, know that the area has changed over time. They've induced that change, and it has changed because climate has changed. So humans who lived in that area would be aware that it wasn't always an absolute desert, and they know that there were very fertile areas of the Saudi Arabian Peninsula. Now, if that information is passed down because we became an agrarian society because of agriculture, then that information would be passed from generation to generation to generation until the time that Muhammad was born. When human beings understood what agriculture was, they moved around. Someone in my live chat brought up that, Aaron Reese brought up when human beings abandoned because of the natural shifting of the Euphrates. When the Euphrates shifted, it made another area green and the other area died out. So they had to abandon and move to another area to follow where the river went. Okay? These things happen. These things get told from generation to generation. The recorded history gets told. And sometimes it changes, sometimes it gets embellished. So whatever, things get added to it. But nonetheless, the information passes on through the generations till eventually somebody writes it down. And what they wrote down was human beings knew of a time when the land looked like this. It doesn't look like that now, but it will look like that way again in the future someday. All right? This is not controversial information. This is not even a prediction from a god. This is humans extrapolating from what they already knew. That's it.
But this is true. This is true. This is true. So he's not lying. He is the only one that mentioned this.
But then it's not a prophecy. It's not a prophecy. All three things that you brought forward that you claimed are prophecies are not prophecies.
No, this one. He is the only one that said the Arabia will become green. No one.
Okay, Aaron. Not all of Arabia, not all of the Arabian Peninsula is solid desert. It's not 100% desert. There are areas that undergo change that are near rivers that get grain and then they diminish and then they get grain again like this. But Saudi Arabia itself wasn't always an entire desert either. Human beings were already aware of this. We were already aware that the land goes through cycles of changes, both by nature and by our inducement, like the changes that we induce through irrigation and agriculture. Okay?
But he is only one that make this prediction. You are not understanding.
But it's not a prophecy. Okay, we can predict that the land will change. It's not something new. We're predicting that it will change because we already Aaron. We predict that it will change. We predict that it will change because we already know that it does.
No, because we have telescopes. We can see that it can become green.
And you're not getting it. You don't need a telescope to know that people irrigated land on a regular basis. Oases were expanded, rainwater was managed, etc. There's nothing novel about a prediction like this.
The reason I'm mentioning telescope is that because of NASA, what it was recorded using NASA's telescope.
We don't care about that. We're just telling you that anyone can predict that any area can be greened in the future.
Yeah,
anyone could.
Yes, thank you, Aaron Reese of my live chat. Saudi Arabia is not Tatooine. It has varying ecologies, dude.
No, but he is the only one that he did.
No, there's nothing special about Muhammad. He knew nothing. He had no novel information. All of the information he had, he could have gotten from other talking people or at the same time period. There's nothing special about that. Can we move on?
This is your third. That was your third one, dude. That's 3. That's 0 for 3. So maybe go back and look at the remaining 3, and you can take what kind of the information we've given you. Maybe you can knock those down yourself because I don't think we need to keep knocking down. It doesn't matter because we knocked down 1. But like Ix said, Ix made the point earlier. You say that the book is literally infallible and makes all these perfect predictions about everything, but we knocked down one of them.
I don't think he said that. I think that was
what is it?
Yes,
inerrant or whatever, but we knocked down one of them. Okay, that throws the entire thing out the window. Okay,
this is hadith, not Quran.
Yeah, so Aaron didn't. Ix said that. Aaron didn't say that.
Thank you for your predictions. We're going to go ahead and move on. We appreciate.
I thought he was quoting from the Quran originally, but he was quoting hadith, which means that the hadith could be wrong.
Thank you to Aaron, yes, for coming back on to get his third prediction, and maybe we'll talk with him in a future episode about the other 3 predictions. Welcome, Kareem. Kareem, thank you for joining us.
Is that a picture of Haas?
Hey, yo, what's up? Hey, yo, yeah, it's Haas. It's Haas, my Muslim brother, bro. I love him so much. You remember how he destroyed you so hard? Which we started slowing out.
Why does it look like he's taking a shit?
So what is your argument, Kareem? What have you got for us?
Okay, so what's his name? Xerxes. Xerxes said that Joseph made the deserts. He turned the deserts into farming lands. That's just a lie. You're just making things up. That's not even true.
Actually, he said that there was 7 years of prosperity, which is exactly what the Bible says.
That's not what he said. He said that the other guy was saying
that is what I said. There's like 3 or 4 different people recording this.
Sure.
What does that have to do? Come up here and lie like a moron
with Aaron's argument?
Off.
No, I'm not lying. What does that have to do with Aaron's
Kareem, what
argument?
I said was, according to the story of Joseph, there were 7 years of prosperity in Egypt, which most people around the 7th century AD would have known to be a desert. But they could have inferred from that story that there was some period where in Egypt was fertile agricultural land.
You're so stupid.
So
you
it's
don't
not
realize
it's
that
not impressive that Muhammad came to the conclusion that at one point in history,
Taco, he's just up here to
Arabia may
cause.
have been a
places-
lush desert.
He's just up
Do
here to
you
troll and
have
cause
an
havoc.
argument for
I'm
the
not trolling,
existence of
I'm not
God?
trolling.
Do
There
you
are
have an argument for
places-
the existence of God? Do you
there are
have an
pla-
argument for the existence
I'm
of
talking-
God?
Yo, listen.
No,
stop
you're not
signing
gonna.
out.
We're not. This topic is
Bro,
done. Do you have an?
no,
do you have an
but
argument for
your
the existence of
counter
God?
Hey, Kareem, can you stop soying out and answer their question? All right, I'm gonna unmute you, and you're gonna answer their questions, or you're gonna go off and do your crazy thing and get kicked.
So I can't go back to the previous topic, even though
Do
your
you
argument
have
is
an argument for the existence of God? We've
Okay,
beat
sure.
the other topic
Goddess
to
or God?
death. We're done.
Sure, I'll give you an
Goddess or
argument.
God, actually.
I'll give you an argument. What's it called? برهان وحدود الإسلام.
In English?
Okay.
I don't speak Arabic. You're going to have
all-
to use that
Yeah,
argument in
but
English.
kalam, you know, what's it called? Progressive theology has been created in Arabic, so maybe you should study
So
Arabic.
was that proper Arabic or Arabic slang? Like, if you can present it in English, we'd appreciate it.
Sure. So
It's a great
So
argument
Burhan
for
al-Islam
Arabs, and not so great for
roughly
God.
translates what?
His God is so smart that he
Roughly
communicated
translates-
his divine
Yeah,
revelation
I
in a
think
language
I-
which most people don't
Alamin.
speak.
Okay, what is the translation? Tell us
I
the
think-
English. Where's the English?
He's going to help us out.
Yeah, I was
He's
translating.
using the
it. So-
Kalam cosmological argument is what he's
No.
What? Just
Oh my
let him
God,
finish.
it's
What
so
is it? Go ahead, Kareem. Tell me. What
yeah,
is-
yeah.
what
So
is-
Burhan al Islam roughly translates to the proof that bodies are emergent.
If bodies are emergent,
What?
that means they're not designed. That would be proof against God, not for God.
What?
Emergent means it comes about through natural processes.
Whatever, bro. This true. Okay, what would you use then? What would you? Are you guys kids? What the hell? Are you seriously
Not
making
whatever,
that?
bro.
You should,
You're going
you
to say
should
it's an
think
emergent
about
property.
your
You're not
argument
invoking God.
Okay, let's give our guest Kareem about a minute to present the argument for us, and then we can respond.
Okay, I'll give another argument. This is my favorite. It's called the Abrahamic experience. Anyone here heard of it?
I haven't.
Is
used
Matt
to be
Dillahunty the host on the
I
show?
was gonna say, that was a YouTube show, right?
Yeah, with Matt Dillahunty. Yep, for sure. The Abrahamic experience.
No, bro. No, it's an argument.
Oh.
Okay, what's your argument?
Okay,
well, listen. You guys are talking. You guys are talking to
argument.
theists, and you don't know like one of the basic arguments for God.
Kareem, present
Do you
your
really
argument.
not know one of the basic
Present
arguments
your
for God?
argument, premises, conclusion. Go for it.
Okay. Premise one. I'm writing it down in the chat.
You can just summarize it.
We need. This is a voice stage where we're talking. So please tell us.
Okay, so no. So premise
Okay,
one.
so then shush. Let him present the. Shush. What's the premise one? Go ahead.
Premise one: God is a simple idea. Premise two: simple.
Premise one is false.
Ideas necessarily exist.
What?
Premise two is false.
God exists. Yeah, go ahead. Tell me how it's false.
A potato up your butt is a simple idea. Well, isn't necessarily true.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not a simple
Okay,
idea.
what qualifies an idea as simple?
My dick inside your wife's
Hold
pussy
on,
is
let me-
not a simple idea.
Oh my goodness gracious! This
Taco,
fucking
bounce
man
him.
child.
At least fucking your mind is not a simple idea.
Can we get rid of this troglodyte? He's obviously
Yeah,
not
he
serious.
started it.
TJump started it.
TJump, what you said could also be taken as a threat by some people.
A what? A threat?
What you said about the potato.
Everything that was just said sounds like simple ideas. I don't know why everyone. Yeah.
All simple ideas are true. I love it. It's great.
And see, he's in the
All
chat
right.
laughing. He's in the chat laughing. He was trolling. That's all he is.
Yeah, he is a troll.
I mean, he's
we
got a
kinda
picture of a
expected
he's got a
it.
picture of a Muslim taking a dump as his
That's
PFP.
not a Muslim.
Come on.
That's infrared. That's Cause Infrared, the YouTuber.
To the people that are pinging me, asking me to bring them up, I don't have the power to do that. Only Randolph and Taco can do that.
Taco is the one who manages the queue, so we'll contact Taco. I just wanted to say thank you to Kareem for coming up, and now Eli, welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us?
And making an ass of himself.
So basically, I'm like atheist. This is a background. I'm an atheist, and like I've been recently, getting into debating, and I debate like a fair amount of people. I was kind of like wondering if I could run some like different arguments I've heard for theism by y'all, and like how I
Go ahead.
address them and like if they're sufficient. Okay.
Sure, please do. Like,
Go ahead.
you know, we want to be mindful of the time for other guests to get on, but yeah, please feel free to do this.
All right, so I guess the first argument would be kind of like the contradiction in like God having all knowledge, right, or being omniscient, and yet us having free will, right? Like if he knows everything, how are we going to like if he knows everything, all
That's
events in
easily
time or
refuted.
whatever? Yeah,
Eli,
and
that's easily refuted. If they post a God that is both omniscient and omnipotent, then ask them the question: if your God knows that I'm going to die an atheist, does he have the power to convince me of its existence?
I think the point he's trying to make is that he's asking us to show that there's a contradiction between God knowing everything and us having free will. So if God knows what we're going to do next, do we have free will? No, because he can't change it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the simple way to explain that is that if God knows the future is therefore knowable and thus predetermined. If the future is predetermined, then humans do not have free will.
Because if God has this knowledge and God knows everything and knows all true propositions, any way I act he already knew. I can't act out of accordance of what he already knows because that would violate that. So there's a logical contradiction entailed there.
Yeah, because wouldn't free will just be the ability to choose between two choices? But if it already is like necessarily determined, you wouldn't be able to choose between those two choices, right?
Right. So like tomorrow, if I'm gonna have X for lunch, if I have X or Y, which one am I gonna have for lunch? And if God already knows I'm gonna have X, can I choose Y? I can't. So I have to choose X because God already knows it's gonna be X, even though I'm not aware that God, but if God already knows it, I can't do other than that. So Y no longer becomes an option. So it's going to be X because God knows it's going to be X. So
the way they responded was in a way that I usually don't hear, right? Because I would have assumed that they would have like shown that it's not a contradiction or argued for the such. But they're kind of arguing like it's epistemic humility, and he would be like beyond our knowledge that it's like not a contradiction or something. And basically,
it's open theism.
And I kind of was just like, well, what's the point of arguing about something that's not able to be known? Like, I don't get it.
Well,
you know what I mean?
there's two routes that Christians will go with this. The first is to argue for open theism, or what is also called epistemic ambiguity, which is to say that God knows everything that can be known, but things that haven't happened yet can't be known. The problem is that this assumes definitively a theory of linear time, and that God exists within the bounds of a theory of linear time, because if he existed outside the bounds of a theory of linear time, which is the other option that Christians use, is that he sees everything happening simultaneously. So it's not that he sees the future before the future happens, but rather there is no definitive past, present, or future. Everything is happening simultaneously. He exists beyond that. So we make the free choices to do things, and he sees when we do those things, even if in our perspective of linear time, we haven't done them yet. That's the way they try to get out of it. But the immediate problem with that is existing beyond time in that capacity would make God static and therefore changeless, and a conscious mind can't be changeless.
Why is that?
Because it's thinking. Like, what does it mean to say that a mind is conscious if it's static? Like, a rock has a static mind. A rock's conscious.
Wouldn't they just say something like, he had like all his thoughts at the same time? Like he already thunk all his thoughts or something?
Yeah, that would also be static and not what we mean when we refer to consciousness. So basically, they would be taking the word consciousness or mind and applying it to a thing which we don't have a referent for. All known references for consciousness or minds are non-static. They're non-quiescent. Like the definitive property of a mind is its capacity to transition perpetually through mental states. If it's not doing that, then it can't be qualitatively defined as a mind. That's just nonsense. It's meaningless at that point.
Okay, yeah, I think
Muslims are big fans of the monothought argument. But that doesn't work because God would have to transition from a state of affairs where he's not creating the universe to a state of affairs where he is creating the universe. This would require an elective decision with a definitive starting and stopping point. Again, not something that can happen in monothought God. Monothought God is indistinguishable from a rock.
Once again, something that makes me more powerful than God, I can transition. Right back to you.
What's it called? And I guess the second one would be like it was like a divinely simple argument. Basically, God exists as a simple being that is like the basis for how all other things in reality come to exist, but the only property it would have, I mean, the only thing, like it has no properties. So I was just thinking, like, if it has no properties, how can it cause anything, right? I don't know.
Well, the
I don't
problem
get
is
around that
that
argument.
The only meaningful definition of existence is the condition of fulfilling properties in reality. So if a thing doesn't have properties, it's indistinguishable from something that doesn't exist.
What they're doing is they're combining all of his properties into one property, a deity. It's their magical new property. But if they do that, you can just combine any new properties you want with any kind of qualities to them and make those into one deity property. So I like to say that there's a divine magical potato, and it has the property of potato, but it's a part of the deity property. And so it's, even though it's a hairy potato, it's all just part of one simple, perfectly simple property. And so that's all they're doing. It's taking a whole bunch of different things, God's omniscience, omnipotence, omnibenevolence, personality, and just cramming it into one new label called a deity. And you can just do that with any set of properties you want.
Would a deity kind of be so like? Wouldn't it be like I believe it's called like contingent things or whatever. And like basically they're trying to say it's the basis for all those. But wouldn't it work the opposite way if the argument was to be coherent? Like it would be a composite object and not a simple object or something like that. And then it'd be all the properties of all things that exist. Or am I tripping?
Yeah, they're just arbitrarily saying that a whole bunch of different things that they define God as is all just different parts of one property. There's no evidence of that. They're just making it up. So you can just make up whatever you want and call it a deity, and it has equally as much validity as their definition of a deity because they're both just made up.
Yeah,
The other problem is that they equivocate.
Yeah.
When they talk about God being that necessary foundational thing, they equivocate between ontological necessity and conditional necessity, right? They defend the necessity of God by saying that the universe exists. God is a necessary prerequisite for that condition. Therefore, God exists because God is necessary for the universe. Similarly, if I'm playing a game of dice and you know that in order for me to win my bet, I have to roll a 7. If you don't watch me roll the dice, but you do know after the fact I've won my bet, then you know I rolled a 7. But it wasn't necessary in and of itself for me to roll a 7. I could have rolled any number between 2 and 6, right? Or 2 and 12. So that outcome was random, right? The fact that I rolled a 7, there's no reason why that had to happen. But because you're aware of the preceding or subsequent condition that I won my bet, you know that is what happened. So that would render God a brute contingency, meaning that he just exists just because he does. There's no reason why. But at that point, you can just eliminate that option as unparsimonious, because if you're going to have a fight between brute contingencies, the universe is a much more satisfactory thing to enter that category. Since we definitively know it exists, we don't need to speculate as to other things that require assumptions, unnecessary assumptions. So you just apply Occam's razor to the situation, and God is the least likely explanation of that matter. But they want to argue that God himself is necessary just by definition. And when they do that, what they're invoking is that God possesses somehow the property of existence, which is just right out incoherent because existence isn't a property, right? The statement God does not exist isn't logically incoherent, meaning it doesn't contradict itself. So if that's the case, in some possible world, given modal logic, God doesn't exist. But God is defined as existing in all possible worlds if he exists. So if we can establish that there is some possible world where he doesn't exist, meaning that it's not a contradiction for him not to exist, well, then God doesn't exist in any possible world, given the way that we define him. But the only way we can say that God does exist in all possible worlds is to say that the statement God doesn't exist is a contradiction. And the statement God doesn't exist can only be a contradiction if God exists by definition, meaning you're using existence as a property. And philosophers have known for hundreds of years you can't do that.
Wouldn't that also be kind of like begging the question? Because you can kind of just say like anything exists necessarily, and its existence is necessary, like by definition, and then that would just kind of like defeat their argument for God.
I could say that unicorns exist by definition. Like one of the properties of a unicorn is that it exists. So now, no matter what other properties I assign to it, that one property means it exists. But the moment you start using existence as a property, it like the qualitative meaning of existence is indistinguishable from non-existence. Like there's nothing really distinct about the thing that we're describing that makes it not exist. Similarly, if I were to say that, like if existence is a property, for instance, and I were to say the statement Zeus does not exist, what I'm literally saying there is that there is this thing called Zeus which does not possess the property of existence, or rather possesses the property of non-existence. And that is a blatant logical contradiction because non-existent things can't possess properties.
Okay, yeah, I think I understand that. I guess the last thing I would ask would be like, for example, like theists like to claim that God, like morality would be objective if God existed, but they would agree that like things are like moral or good because God says they're good, which would mean they're based off of His values. So I would say that just means they're like subject to whatever it thinks is like good and not good, right?
Well,
And
yeah,
they
because
kind of
by
say,
definition, God doesn't appeal to anything external of itself by the way they define it. So if God is deciding arbitrarily whatever it deems to be moral or immoral, whatever, then yeah, it would be subjective to God. If there was something, this objective standard that God had to appeal to, that God could not operate outside of, that states what is true or like what is moral or immoral. If God was appealing to that, then you could say that is an objective morality, because objective meaning true regardless of influence, power, position, whatever. So because they essentially define God into subjective morality. So
Yeah.
God, they call it objective just because he's the biggest, baddest thing on the block, but that doesn't change it. It would be subjective if a God existed. God doesn't exist, so therefore it's subjective because humans determine it. So
sorry, I'm lagging a little bit. But what most people mean by objective isn't like independent of any human's mind. It's independent of like a conscious experience in general, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Independent of
true.
any
It's
mind,
true.
opinion, intuition.
True,
Okay.
independent. Yeah, it's true no matter what anybody says, thinks, does, power, position, anything. That it's true. And
Would something objective necessarily be true, or like is it just like is it just something that is independent of a mind would be objective, or like something like that, or would that mean it's true?
Well, no, something can be objectively true and not necessarily true.
Oh well, I mean like, is something that is objective necessarily true?
Well, no, necessarily true means it's true in all possible worlds and it can't not be true. Something can be objectively true and isn't necessarily true. Like it's objectively true that I exist, but I'm going to die one day, presumably, in which case it's not necessarily the case that I exist.
Okay. How do I word this? I guess like if something is objective, is it automatically true, or what?
It depends what you mean by objective there. So like if it objectively exists, then it's true that it exists, but like objects aren't true. Like if I say, is the table true? Well, no, the table isn't true. But I can write like a sentence, the table exists, and that sentence is true. And so if you're asking if something is like objectively true, that would be like sentences, and the sentences describe things that exist.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. I think that's all I kind of wanted to ask. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you very much for coming on.
Cool.
Thank you for coming up. We've got China is the best up next, which I don't know if that's true or false. That's their name.
China is the best, and Winnie the Pooh is their god.
Church of Entropy
Oh,
just wrote,
bother.
pooping is supposed to be pleasurable.
Okay.
If it's not,
So-
the diet has problems.
I guess they're not coming up. We've got Fipto.
Yeah, you said Winnie the Pooh that got taken off the internet. Good job.
Banned
What's going
in
on,
China.
Fipto?
Hello.
Hello, Fipto. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing pretty well. I was going to ask like a separate question, but then you actually brought up a topic that I guess you've reinvigorated a turn of topics right now, or invigorated a turn of topics.
Okay. What have you got for us?
Well, I do want to have I do have a question on whether something's objective or subjective.
What's the question?
Okay, so if God creates something, is that object objectively true what is created?
No, it objectively exists, but objects aren't true. So like, is
Like objects aren't true. So a tree's not a tree?
the
That's a
tree
proposition,
true?
not an object.
Is the tree true?
No, I'm just asking if a tree was to sit in front of you and I were to come up to you and say that tree, that's not truly a tree. That tree doesn't exist. What are you going to tell me?
So is the tree true?
What do you mean by is the tree true when you ask that question?
Exactly.
So
Yeah, that
truth
was
is a
him trying
property
to
of
figure out what you
sentences.
said.
Truth is a property of sentences. Objects do not have truth. If you ask, is the table true or is the tree true? The table and the tree don't have any truth property inside of them. Doesn't exist. So,
Yeah.
but if you write a
Well,
sentence,
we're talking about objectivity and subjectivity.
wait. So there's objectively exists and objective truth are two separate things. Truth is a property of
Okay.
sentences. Existence is a
Sure.
property of objects.
Okay. I'll take it. Objective. So the tree objectively exists.
Yes.
Okay. So if God were to say, I've created and we're going to identify God as the creator under the theistic worldview. God is the creator of all things, right?
Yep.
Okay. So that would include abstract things, right?
Depends
Not
on your
necessarily.
belief. Sure, we can.
Wait,
say
why not
abstract.
necessarily?
Well,
that makes no sense because if God is the creator of
That's-
all things,
well, so
why
like
are you
nominalism-
subtracting abstract things?
Nominalism is the position that abstract objects don't exist, and so if they don't exist, then obviously God wouldn't have created them. So if you're not a nominalist and you think abstract objects do exist, and you think God created them, then sure, God would have created abstract
Well,
objects.
morality is an abstract.
It depends on your worldview, but
Well, it's abstract. There's
No.
no physical property of morality. Now, there's you
moral
can be an
naturalism-
active
moral
physically,
naturalism is
like
the
like
position-
love. Love is
one
an
sec, one
abstract,
sec,
but
one sec.
I can.
One sec. Moral
Yeah.
naturalism is the position that morality is a property of the natural world, so it's literally a physical thing. So again, it depends on your position. But you have like an argument you're trying to lead to.
Okay, so well, I'm questioning. I don't care about other people's positions. I'm asking about your position.
I'm a moral
Oh,
naturalist.
no, we're a panel here, so you know.
Yeah, I guess there's like multiple opinions.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, I guess who would like to put the stake in?
Well, I'm a moral naturalist. So
It
I think
depends on what
morality
you're
is
specifically
physical, but
claiming.
I don't
Okay,
know what question
okay.
you're leading to.
Well, I'm questioning if God's the creator of all things.
Yeah.
Well, does that include the abstract?
Sure, if abstracts exist and God created all things, then God would create abstracts too. So
Okay. So God has created what is. If
What
God creates
exists.
the abstracts, He creates the abstract values as well, which determines what's good. When He created all things, and within the Christian theistic worldview, He said His creation was good.
Sure.
So when God says that this is good, He created it. It's now independent of just His mind. It's an actual objective creation, separate from His mind. So if He says it's, if He creates
if God
it,
created an
it's separate
abstract
from
object,
Him now.
I
It's
think,
now
I think,
objectively
I think
true.
I understand what you're saying. So if God created an abstract object, which is the morally good object, and anything is good if
Yes,
it corresponds
yes.
to that object, then yes, morality would be good objectively, independent of God.
Okay. So you guys, I guess you retract what you were saying about Christians. I guess if they were to come out in here and say, well, God created a prescription of objective morality, and you were just to sit here and bang pots and pans and say, no, it's subjective. It's subjective to His mind. Well, He created all things. If He creates what's good, objective, and this is now separate from His mind. He manifests it in the abstract. So if He creates what's
No, you're
good,
missing- this is a
that's
category
now
error.
objectively
No,
great.
this is a-
good.
No,
this is-
it's
this
a
is
valid
a category
point. It's a
error.
valid point. So yeah, if God
Well,
created like
no, he's making a mistake, TJump. Okay, because what is the truth maker of the proposition X is moral? If it's God, then no, morality isn't objective by definition.
Right.
Whatever God sets down as the standard at that point would be the truth maker. Right, but
Right,
that's
well-
not arbitrary.
well,
That can't be arbitrary.
Right.
Yeah.
You're
Well,
right,
we
it's
already
arbitrary,
settled
but it's
So
things that are created.
Let's just ask the question. Hold on, Fifto. Like if I were to say the statement "murder is immoral," all right, what am I describing about murder? In your
Well, you're saying
worldview?
you're saying it's evil, it's immoral, it's not good. Opposite of good.
Well, those things all mean the same thing. What are the
You said that-
properties of an immoral thing that I use to diagnose it as immoral in your worldview?
For something to be immoral, it would have to go against what God set the abstract value of what is good is. So it'd have to go against that, contrast to that.
Okay, now if we were to take like we have the what is the case. So God sets down a certain rules, like prescriptions for us to adhere to. This is what He wants us to adhere to. So we could say it is objectively the case that God wants us to adhere to this set of rules. Okay, now the word morality, all right, when we talk about things in a descriptive manner, like when I say murder is immoral, right, there's two things I'm saying about murder. First, I'm saying that it does not conform with what I consider to be the standard of morality. So in your worldview, that would be God's will, edict, character, nature, something to that effect, right? But the other thing I'm saying is that you ought not do it, okay? But you can't derive an ought from an is. The ought, that thing that really drives home the moral intuition, that's inherently subjective. Because even if God exists and tells us to do certain things, why we ought to do those things is predicated on our personal desires to actualize circumstances that would result in doing those things.
Yeah,
if
sure.
I, for instance, believed God existed, but I didn't care to go to heaven or have any kind of relationship with God, then there's no reason why I ought do the things God tells me to do. So I'm still deriving my ought from a subjective perspective, even if God exists. The only objectivity is to say that we can lay down a definition of morality, and then what does and doesn't conform with that definition is objective, right? Like if I lay down the definition of immorality is anything which promotes unnecessary suffering or harm, right? Then, well, I don't need to agree that you're being harmed or that you're suffering for you to actually be harmed or be suffering. So it would be objective. What adheres to that definition after I've established it is objective, sure. But I don't think that's what you're trying to suggest here. Because if that's all you're trying to suggest, well then, I mean, congratulations, you've arrived at probably the most rudimentary form of moral realism that you could have.
So I think his point is that if God determines morality based off his opinion alone, it's subjective. But if God creates an actual object that determines morality independent of God, then it's an objectively existing object.
Yeah, an abstract value.
Sure. So the question is does that make morality objective? Well, no, because the conditions of the creation of the object are subjective. Even though it objectively exists, the moral principles themselves are not objective. They are still subjective because they are still subjectively determined by God's opinion.
Yeah, so subjectively created but objectively exists is what you're saying.
Yeah, subjectively determined.
Okay, I'll take it. Yeah, okay, I'll take it.
But this whole objective versus subjective thing, like I don't know what you're trying to imply by that, because all the word objective means is that the truth of the matter of something is not predicated on stance, opinion, or a mind, whereas subjective means that it is. But if you believe in some sort of like omniscient, eternal, perfect mind, I don't know why any Christian would have umbrage with just admitting that their morality is subjective, but it's subject to a thing that is perfect and flawless. I don't understand why that's such a hang-up for Christians.
Well, I mean, if you give it deep thought, I mean, the bottom line is when we talk about objectivity, it has to be mind independent when we're talking about things objectively existing. So, I mean, if we identify God as the creator of all things, and what He created within His creation, if He defines that as good, and he creates the abstract value of good there. He defines what good is. He creates that abstract value separate from himself. So what we're saying is now that's an objective standard.
That can't work.
Why not?
You can't have a value independent of it being valued. In order for something to be valuable, it has to be valued by a subject. A thing is not valuable independent of anything valuing it. Just like a thing can't be tasty independent of anybody finding it tasty. That's just meaningless. So if morality is rooted in what we value, no matter whether God exists or not, that is intrinsically subjective.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about personal values. No, I'm talking about created values. So if God is the creator of all things, He creates the abstract values. Think of ones and zeros. Think of ones and zeros. I'm thinking ones and zeros. So like I grew up with mostly computers. I did computer coding, and when you add values 1, 2, 3, you set the value of something in computer code to a specific number. That's determined as a value. And so if God were to set the value of what good is by identifying certain terms, He may have subjectively put it in, but now that He has consecrated it, He's made it a concrete, independent, abstract, creation separate from Himself. Now that's objectively there. You can't separate. I mean, unless you were to come by and just go, "Oh yeah, it's abolished now."
But again, what you're saying here, when reduced down, is just that God is creating the standard that He desires for us to operate according to, right? Whether or not we describe that standard as morality or goodness is subjective because words don't have intrinsic meanings; they have usages.
So he's talking about platonic objects. Platonic objects where there's actually an actual object that exists, and he's so saying like these abstract things are things that exist. God pooped out a platonic object of morality.
Yeah, we have no way to operate on that level.
Even if that were the case, it may as well not be, because that kind of a morality would be functionally useless to human beings. It would be impossible for us to determine what we find subjectively moral and what we find objectively moral, and how to tell the difference between the two.
Wait, how would it be
Escape the
impossible?
purview of our, just give it a shot. Even believing in God, right? All right, now I want you to take an epistemological look at the things that you value. Give me 5 things. We'll mix it up. Give me 2 things that you think are subjectively moral and 2 things that you think are objectively moral.
Subjectively moral. I think the way we go about things. Let's just say like murder, for instance. I think objectively murder's immoral. I think what's subjective is the prescription we go by, such as if you're to look at a cannibal nation, I mean, they understand murder's wrong, and you might question why they eat people. But I mean, when they eat people, they actually have to perform ceremonies. They don't do this with animal meat. They only do this with humans. They have to perform ceremonies, meaning that they kind of have to.
I don't think you're understanding what I'm asking you, Fipto.
Okay. Well, you're asking about what do we identify as?
You're a subjective being, okay, and you intuit that the act of killing another person without their consent, outside the confines of self-defense, war, the death penalty, is an action which a person ought not do. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say that.
And you believe that this ought is objective, meaning that this ought is true, independent of the way any person would look at it.
Yes, because if God creates these abstract values and consecrates them into the world that He's created, then they would be objectively true.
So if I were to tell you that I do not care about what God says, I don't care to have a filial relationship with God, I don't care about actualizing any conditions that would result in not murdering people in this context, why ought I not murder?
Oh, I mean, well, you don't have to subscribe to it. You weren't ever forced to. But when we talk about what's subjective and objective,
you're saying that you're saying the statement "I ought not murder" is true, independent of my perspective on it. Okay.
Yeah.
But what makes that true? Like, what does it mean for me that I ought not do it?
Well, only if there were a God to set the abstract values on what's good and what's evil, would that be true?
All I know is what is the case. I know that God exists, that He tells me not to do X, and I'm asking you, why ought I do what God tells me to do and not do what God tells me not to do? Because if you just blanketly define
if you're trying to do
that which God tells you to do or not do, that's just not informative. Like,
well, you would agree morality is what's
just.
Yeah, when we talk about morality, we're talking about what's good and what's evil. Like so, and if we're trying to look at what's objectively good, what's objectively evil,
that's tautological, Fipto. That's tautological. Like, remember what I said earlier. Okay, when I'm evaluating an ought, what I'm doing is I'm evaluating whether or not the particular behavior in question is something that will actualize conditions that I prefer. So if it happens to be the case that not murdering people within the parameters that I said a minute ago actualizes conditions that I prefer to be the case, I ought not murder. That is what I mean, and what most other people mean when they use the word ought. When I tell you you ought do or ought not do something, I'm describing to you a set of behaviors or behavior which is deleterious to your preferred goals or outcomes. Okay, if that's not what you mean by the word ought, then
that's what I mean.
Is devoid of a truth value.
Yeah. Okay. So wait. So if I were to say you ought not to murder, are you trying to say like within your purview, it's a prescription regardless of what you believe? Is that what you're trying to identify with me?
It would, like, what I'm saying is that oughts only come from other oughts. The only way you could tell me you ought not murder is if you appeal to some actualized condition that I prefer.
Yeah, some objective standard.
You ought not murder, or like, if you want to go to heaven, you ought not murder. If you want to have a loving relationship with God, you ought not murder. If you want a happy, healthy, cooperative, flourishing society, you ought not murder. But all of these conditionals are subjective to me. I don't have the capacity to observe or know of an objective condition that would make this the case.
Sure. Well, if you want to do what's objectively good, then you ought not murder. Is that good?
Well, that's begging the question.
Okay.
Wait, that's a hypothetical imperative. I think that's perfectly fine. So, like, there's hypothetical imperatives and categorical imperatives. Hypothetical
if I want to
imperatives
do if I want to do what's objectively good, right? That in and of itself presumes that the ought in question has some goodness to me in like the context of what I'm thinking of it. Like when I say a thing is good, I mean that it conforms with a particular standard. So you could say that this good thing objectively conforms with this standard, or this thing objectively conforms with this standard. This standard is what we call good, right? But that's just semantics. I'm asking for the operation of how I determine these things. So God exists. He lays down a set of laws for me to follow, right? The only way for me to arrive at I ought follow these laws is to appeal to some internal subjective desire that would be actualized by doing what God wants me to do. If you want X,
Yeah,
you ought
well,
to
you're
do
talking
Y.
about personal preference.
Wait. So there's a couple things.
It would be
there.
a rational odd.
Like God could give us, like He could make the platonic object something we could like touch and make it a physical object. So we could literally measure it, and that could be a way for Him to communicate that He has pooped out this moral platonic object. So it wouldn't. It's not necessarily the case.
I would identify that as the Bible.
Yeah. So there's multiple ways God could give us knowledge of this object if it existed.
Okay. I mean, I think you guys understand that, you know, morality is, when it comes down to like murder, like something as concrete as murder, it's pretty objectively fair to say that's evil.
Yeah, I think drowning babies
it's objectively the case.
Immoral, for sure.
Yeah, it's objectively the case that the act of murder, given the parameters that I defined previously, is an action which promotes unnecessary suffering and harm, is deleterious to human well-being, health, and happiness.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like if you look
I
at
think
like,
we just
the
disagree.
beginning of society, like societies don't even begin to function unless people agree on how they're going to treat each other that doesn't involve wanton murder, rape, and stealing. Because if they're not cooperative, they don't build a society in the first place. So yeah, I mean, as humans who are a social species, most of us are wired in some way to desire specific outcomes which would not be achieved by wanton murder, which is why most, if not all, societies historically have outlawed that act.
Yeah,
Not because it appeals to some objective standard, but because it objectively corresponds to a subjective desire that we have to achieve. I subjectively desire a happy, healthy, cooperative, flourishing society. Murder is objectively deleterious to that, therefore I ought not murder, but that's still a subjective inference.
Yeah. Wait, where do you draw that line? Do you draw it off like statistics?
What? Just like the nature of it, right? Like the nature of murder is to impose unnecessary suffering and harm, which is by default deleterious to a state of affairs with minimal suffering and harm.
Yeah. I mean, how do you calculate that?
Well, if I say I want a state of affairs with the least amount of unnecessary suffering and harm, right, it would necessarily follow that I avoid participating in behaviors which, by their very nature, impose unnecessary suffering and harm.
Yeah, but how do you come to that conclusion? Is it a statistical standard that you apply yourself to?
I think it's intuition.
I don't know what that means.
I think we use
like
moral intuitions to determine what is moral.
Yeah.
Like, if I don't want to fall off a building, I ought not walk close to the edge, because walking close to the edge will increase the likelihood of me falling off the building.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, if you're gonna
of the building in the first place.
I think he's asking, how did you come to the conclusion that murder was wrong? And I think the answer is moral intuition is how we come to the conclusion.
No, and the Bible affirms that is wrong. I'm literally defining things as wrong based on whether or not they adhere to those circumstances I desire to actualize. My preferred circumstance is a happy, healthy, cooperative, flourishing society, right? The maximization of human well-being, health, and happiness.
Yeah, but how did you come to that conclusion?
Of unnecessary suffering and harm.
But how did you?
That's just what I happen to value. That's just my intrinsic like desire.
Intuitions, moral intuitions is like.
And the Bible is
the way I would put it, like I didn't like make any logical deductions or inferences to like peanut butter ice cream. I just do.
Right.
So if given the option between peanut butter ice cream and literally any other flavor, I'm going to pick peanut butter ice cream.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, and the Bible is just a bunch of opinions by its authors.
That's what I mean by moral intuitions. It's just a thing in you.
Yeah, you could just say it's a Siemens to me. Like, I have this preference for this outcome, therefore I ought do this thing to achieve this outcome. That's what I mean by ought.
Yeah, but I mean,
it will achieve the outcome I desire.
Yeah,
but my desires are subjective.
Yeah, but to achieve that outcome, how do you do that? What measurement do you use? What tools are you using?
Well, I can observe a state of affairs. I can observe what I don't like about that state of affairs. And if I want to minimize the amount of things I don't like about said state of affairs, I change those things. So
Okay.
if I observe a state of affairs of a lot of murder, I don't like murder. I prefer not to be in a state of affairs with a lot of murder, right? The first thing I can do is not go around murdering people, right?
Yeah.
That in and of itself is a net negative of the amount of murder that's going to occur in that state of affairs. The other thing that I can do is stop other people from murdering, either by locking them in a concrete box or exiling them from society in some capacity.
Okay, so what does this go back to the original point?
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Oh, we were talking about, would under the theistic worldview of the Christian God, does the morality, does the thought of the morality that is being translated here, is it objective or just kind of subjective? It's not concrete. It's part of God, not really consecrated by God. And I'd advocate that. Well, if God has created all things, and He said He objectively created what is good, He created that abstract value. That is now mind independent value. So what we can interpret as under the theistic worldview of the Christian God is that's now an objective standard. If you subscribe to that,
well, no,
I'm not saying you guys do. I'm saying it
would,
makes logical sense.
It would
though.
objectively exist, but for it to be an objective standard, it'd have to be true, independent of opinion. So for it to be an objective standard, God could not determine it via conscious states.
Yeah, well, the value that He set is what is good, and that's what we're talking about with morality: is what's good, what's evil. And God said, "Well, this objectively exists."
I think you're confusing two different. Subjectively decided what the value of goodness would be.
So there's
the abstract value of it.
Wait. So there's still a difference here. It can objectively exist and still be a subjective standard. So even if it objectively exists and God created it as an external object that objectively exists, if its properties were determined by His subjective conscious state, the properties are still subjectively a subjective standard.
Yeah. Yeah, but we're talking about post-creation. So it can be, you can say it's subjective all you want if He didn't create the standard, but He created an abstract value of what is interpreted to us as good. If he does that, is that now you're saying that's an objective existence, and every prescription that He gives that says this is good. That's what you're saying is good.
Borderline tautological.
No, and it's
because when you
fine.
say the word good, what you mean by that is that which conforms to the standard God put out. So saying that the standard God put out is good is just saying that the standard that God put out is the standard.
That's not what He's asking. It's literally
that's not meaningful.
Not what He's asking.
Yeah, we're talking about consecrated abstract values.
I can write down the sentence, "Do not kill," and I can put it on a piece of stone, and that sentence now objectively exists. But it's still a subjective standard because the standard was determined by a conscious state.
But okay, we're talking about two different things. You're talking about you just writing it out in stone. I'm talking about, well, God created the abstract value and identified what is good.
I don't care if you write it on the universe. If you write it in an abstract place, it's still a written word. It is a subjective content that was created by a mind. It can't be an objective standard unless it was not created by a mind.
Well, we're talking about morality, and we kind of have to abide by who creates what morality is, and only from the. Okay.
So
I don't think we're gonna get it. Yeah.
For morality to be an objective standard, it cannot be determined by a mind.
Okay. Well, I don't think we're gonna get anywhere with this because I think we disagree on where we're gonna go with this. I do have one more. I guess I'll just bring up the original thing.
Dilemma.
Well, because it wouldn't apply to the Euthyphro dilemma because he's saying the abstract object is what grounds morality, not what God says, and so it would be the
right. But you
part.
can apply the Euthyphro dilemma to that. You can say, did God create this abstract object knowing that it would be moral, or did He create this abstract, or by the creation of this abstract object, is it moral?
Well, morality is a concept. Describes two things, and a concept is something that describes two things. We're describing what's good and what's evil. And so if God said, well, this is good, He created what's good, everything adverse is identified as evil because it doesn't live up to the standard of good, that abstract value that God created, it's now separate from Himself. What we're talking about is the objectivity in that separate created creation.
Moral. Is that value moral because God created it, or did He create it because it was moral?
Well, morality is a concept that describes good and evil.
Okay, but who
yes,
determines
I'm
it to be good?
familiar with that.
But how is it determined to be good? Is it good because it simply is good, and that's why God created it, or did God create?
God created the word. Well, it's even described. God created good. It's described in Isaiah.
Okay, so God is determining that it's good.
Yeah, he created the abstract value. Yes.
Then it's subjective.
Well, no, I'm talking about the abstract value. It's like innate in the axiom.
It doesn't matter. It
of
doesn't
the
matter.
universe.
God is the one who makes the arbitrary determination of what is good or evil, or what is moral or immoral. And because he is making, because the God is making the determination, it's coming from his mind. It is therefore subjective. Done.
Well,
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if God is sitting there going, "I need to determine what is good and evil. This is good and this is evil. Now I'm going to create this epic space monolith that secures what is good and evil." No, it doesn't mean it's still subjectively determined, because God could always change the space monolith and what the space monolith grounds. So yes, it is still subjective.
Well, are axioms objective? Like we're talking about an axiom here.
No. So like is my
Axioms aren't objective.
subjective experience, does it objectively exist? Like I like chocolate ice cream. Does that feeling objectively exist in reality?
It does, actually, yes.
Right.
If you
But
like chocolate ice cream, yes.
Is it an objective standard that you must abide by?
Do you have to eat chocolate ice cream? Is that what you're asking?
Oh no, it's objectively better to eat chocolate ice cream. Does that apply to you objectively?
Oh, no, it doesn't apply to me now.
Right. So there's a subjective state that objectively exists, but it does not constitute an objective standard.
But there's an issue. You're talking about when man invokes something, and if God were to invoke something and consecrate it as an axiom within the universe.
It doesn't matter which subject or what the properties of the subject is. It's going to be subjective either way.
It kind of does. I mean, if we're going to identify what's objectively morality, well, who created what's moral? What's good and evil?
No. If you want an objective morality, it can't be created by a subjective mind at all. So the same thing applies to God's mind as it does to my mind. If God's subjective conscious state instantiates some kind of moral principle, it's the exact same as my subjective state instantiating that chocolate is the best ice cream. Both of those.
So does 1 + 1 = 2?
Yes. Both of those can objectively exist.
How do you know that? Is that objective or subjective?
Both of those can objectively exist, but neither is an objective standard. They are subjective standards. And 1 + 1 = 2 isn't an objective standard either. It's just an objective truth.
Well, it is because what we're describing are the values there. Now, of course, we have different languages. Like if you were to speak French, you're actually doing math to do.
Stop. 1 + 1 = 2 describes reality. It doesn't describe a sentence. It's not a standard. It's a description.
Yeah, we're talking about axioms. Yeah.
So again, it doesn't make a difference who the subject is. If it's a result of a subjective mind, it's subjective.
But the issue, look, if there is a God world, let's just say we're living in a God world, and there was to be math, are you to say, well, within the God world, that's subjectively, 1 + 1 = 2 because you subjectively come up with that?
If it was only
because now we're saying there's no objective values now that God created everything. That's not objectively a tree. That's not objectively grass.
So if you think that God created math and it's only true because God created it, then yes, in your worldview, math is subjective. If you think math
God's creator all things good.
Wait. So if you think that math can't be otherwise and God couldn't make it any other way if he wanted to, then it's subjective because it's independent of God. So I of course think that math can't be otherwise. So God couldn't have possibly created a non 1 + 1 = 2 universe, even if he wanted to, which means from
because we're talking about values.
Math is objective.
Yeah, we're talking about values. That's what we're talking about when we invoke axioms, things that are innately true of the universe, things that are unchanging regardless of language.
No, it's unchanging regardless of God. That's math. Unchanging regardless of God. God couldn't change it if you wanted to.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Technically, you can have math without God. Okay.
Right.
But I'm saying within the God world, you're saying that you couldn't have math.
What? No, it would be everywhere. It's necessary. It's all so.
No. But you're saying that even if God creates it, let's just say he even gave us the formulas, the tables, and all that kind of stuff. It's now just his subjective opinion, though.
If God could have created
it came from his mind that these things could exist.
Wait. If God could have created it in a different way. Oh my God! Stop! If God could have created math in a different way and chose this way, then it's subjective. So if God has the option of saying, here's a whole bunch of different versions and I'm going to pick this one, that's a subjective version. I don't think that is what math is. Math doesn't have options. 1 + 1 = 2 is the only option. God could not have picked a different way because there's something else in the universe that forces God to pick this way and he can't pick any other way. that makes it objective because it's independent of God. God can't choose option B. He's got one option. That's the only thing he can pick. That's why math is objective. And so for morality to be objective, you have to believe the same thing, that just like 1 + 1 = 2 and God can't change that, you can't murder babies and God can't change that. If God can change it and he makes it like, it's okay if I murder babies occasionally, like when they're doing bad things or whatever and want to drown the world, then it's subjective. But if God can't change it and he can't make a different option, it's the only one he has because reality determines it, then it's objective.
I think we're at a good spot.
Well, that was interesting. I think we're kind of getting close to closing, but thank you for joining us, Fipto. I was going to ask if he wanted to say a final thing, but JL, I think you mentioned that somebody's been calling you out in the chat. Did you want to just talk with them before we close up?
Yeah, he said he's had his hand up for a while and he hasn't gotten up yet. So I can't see where people are in the list or anything like that. So I don't know where he's at.
Oh, I think Fipto. Sorry, I'm just going to bring Fipto back. He says it looks like he might have something to say.
That was short.
Fipto is very quiet.
Oh, Fipto keeps disappearing. I'll try it one more time.
Guess not.
Nope.
Huh. There's something funny going on. Maybe he needs to restart Discord. Now, there's... do you know who it was? I'll try to bring them up.
There he is.
Hello, Isan. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Please correct me if I'm not. Apparently, you were calling out JL Warren for something, and we're interested to hear your perspective.
Yeah, like... he was kind of challenging me to debate. So.
No, you challenged me.
Yeah, I did challenge you after you like mocked me or something, whatever. So, I mean, I had other questions to ask, but as I was listening to you guys discuss this, first of all, I want to ask, how are you defining subjective?
Mind dependent.
Sure.
So is that a objective definition?
No.
No? Okay,
Yeah, because the
then
definition doesn't exist independent of mind.
Language is arbitrary.
Language is arbitrary, so then there is no...
But what happens in society, societies of people will agree to use the same language, and for the most part, most people will use it in the same way, and so we can all understand each other.
So words don't have an objective definition.
What are you
saying? So what's the debate thing that you were going to destroy me on? An argument for God, or were you going to present evidence, or?
Yeah, okay. I'm not going to destroy you or something. Okay, so like when it comes
what
to
you said in the chat, it's why I wanted you brought up.
Did I say I'm going to destroy?
Yes.
But anyway.
Do I need to screenshot it?
I would like.
You know what? It's okay, JL Warren. He's changing his position here. So, what is your position, Isan?
My position, I'm Muslim. But that being said, I never said I'm going to destroy you.
Okay,
Anyway,
we can accept that. What do you think you've got an argument that convinces us that Allah, the God of Islam, is real?
Do I have an argument? I do think there are like some valid and sound arguments, but
Such as?
when we're asking about evidence, what do you mean by that? This is the first question that needs to be asked.
Anything that increases the probability of a proposition being true.
You ever notice how it's only in these conversations that we ever have to like bicker about what qualifies as evidence? Like if somebody were to tell me, hey, I had dinner with Scarlett Johansson last night, and I said, you got evidence for that? All they would do is just offer me information or data that they thought was persuasive. They wouldn't quabble with me about the definition of evidence, what qualifies as evidence, and how unfair it is that I asked them for evidence. Like, this is the only conversation we ever have in reality where this is a problem.
When you asked me to provide you proof that I went to dinner with Scarlett Johansson, what type of proof would you accept?
So Isan, so judging, going by how you define your God, right? You're asking me what evidence would I accept? Okay. If the evidence could lead to novel testable predictions that come true with a frightening accuracy, that would help. There are a number of things that could be qualified as solid evidence that this thing exists, or sufficient evidence that could lead to the conclusion that it exists. But irrelevant of that, if your God exists, then it knows what evidence would convince me 100% that it exists, and has thus far declined to provide that evidence for me. So all I have to go off of is the natural world that I exist in and what I can derive from that with intellectual honesty. And I have to take into account that the very strict methodologies that we utilize to determine the difference between what is real and what is imaginary, they work for virtually every single proposition in the universe when we're talking about things that exist or don't exist, or and describing them. So we use evidence. We have a methodology that gets us to a conclusion. This applies to virtually everything in the universe except for the claim that this God exists. Okay, so I don't know why your God insisted that there need to be a double standard. I don't know why your God created a system where we require evidence and testing and verification and peer review and constant testing to, the acquirement of more evidence in order to justify virtually every belief except for the belief that this thing exists, where it's totally predicated on faith. I don't know why it requires a double standard. I don't know why it foresaw that needing a double standard would be a good thing, given that it knows all true propositions and that this would be a stumbling block in the future. These are all weird things. So when you say sufficient, when you say, well, what kind of sufficient evidence? Sufficient evidence would be fantastic. But guess what? I don't believe in it. You do.
Also,
so what is your argument? What is your evidence that this thing exists? TJump, he called me out. Let me handle this. Okay? I got it. It's all good.
No, it's not, because he asked us what is our definition of evidence. We gave our definition. Now what's next? What is the?
I also just want to point out the criteria to dating Black Widow is either being an Avenger or working for SNL. Right back to you, JL.
So it's not about the evidence is there. If the evidence exists, then it can be presented. You have the evidence by your own admission that you believe in this thing. So why don't you give me the evidence?
So what I'm getting from you is a bunch of a lot of emotions involved in this. Like, you're asking, okay, God knows about me, but why isn't he giving me the evidence? And again, the reason for me asking the question, how are we defining evidence, is because a lot of the times when atheists ask for evidence, they mean the scientific empirical evidence. Right, this is what it means, and this is from what it looks like. This is what you said as well. So now,
no. Hold on, one sec. We said anything that can increase the probability of a proposition being true is evidence. That's it.
Also, by the way, the statement "God exists" is a scientific empirical claim. You're arguing that there is a thing in reality which fulfills the properties of God.
No.
Which, if it were true, would be valuable.
Yes, that's absolutely true.
Wait, just a minute. So what Xerxes says, that assumes that empirical evidence is the way to truth. Right? So can this statement be?
That's not what that assumes. I'm just saying that the specific statement "God exists" falls within the category of empiricism. Things which exist fulfill properties in reality which can be observed.
Well, this is why I just wanted to skip this whole side of the argument. Just be like, no, evidence is anything that increases the probability a proposition is true. Go, give me your evidence. We can skip all the whole empiricism debate. It's a waste of time. Any evidence is anything that can increase the probability a proposition is true. Give me your evidence.
Okay, so would you agree that? I mean, for example, the cosmological arguments.
do you think would you agree that they're like empirical in nature? I was
Sure.
asking, right? So they're empirical in nature because
Sure.
we are looking at the
Is
fundamental.
TJump answer this? I'll just acquiesce to TJump. Apparently, you're talking to him, so.
Yeah. Okay. So then, do we observe the contingent, limited, finite things?
No, that's not a part of the cosmological argument.
I mean, I'm talking about both of these.
Just so we're clear, when you say the cosmological argument, you're referring to the Kalam. Premise 1, everything which begins to exist as a cause. Premise 2, the universe began to exist.
Yeah, but
conclusion, the universe as a cause.
Okay, but like in the first stage of Kalam,
Hold on, is that the argument you're referring to? Just so we're all on the same page, is that the argument you're referring to?
I'm talking about the first stage of contingency in the Kalam.
Okay, stage 1 contingency is not the same as the cosmological argument.
I mean, they're included.
Well, no. So the cosmological argument is an empirical argument. The contingency argument is not an empirical argument.
Well, why not? Like, I mean, we are what we are doing is.
Well, because there's no empirical contingency. That's not a thing in any physics field. Contingency is a made-up philosophical category. It's not an empirical category.
But do we observe limited, finite things in the universe?
There's no such property as contingent in physics. It doesn't exist.
Sorry, I'm like.
No problem.
Sorry, I'm traveling. Sorry
No
for the
problem.
noise. Okay. But we observe things that have like like building blocks and require an explanation outside of it. I mean, this is how we do science. Like,
No, that's not how we do science.
Yeah, like we look at the things for why they are the way they are.
With science, what you do is you build a hypothesis, you make predictions about what that hypothesis entails, and you test to see if those predictions come true. That's how you do science.
Even if we were to assume that these intuitions we have about physical things in reality were true, it wouldn't be appropriate to apply that to the whole of reality without modification, right? So the first premise of the Kalam cosmological argument is everything which begins to exist has a cause, but that's appealing to Aristotelian causation, which we observe as an efficient cause interacting with a material cause to generate a formal cause, all right? So if you are looking at the fact of the matter that everything apparently has some sort of antecedent catalyst which facilitates its eventual existence, what we're actually observing is pre-existing material rearranging itself in some capacity to become a new thing, like a carpenter rearranging wood to become a table, right? But this inference would not apply to a god creating a universe out of nothingness. That would be a procedure that is completely incoherent to human beings, and therefore we can't use these inferences to arrive at that conclusion. As they would invalidate the very inferences we're using in the first place.
I don't agree that God created everything out of nothing. I mean,
what did he create it out of then?
That's a separate discussion. I mean, this is.
No, it's important to this discussion. If you're going to appeal to principles that we observe in the universe, apparently, then we have to be consistent with those inferences.
The Islamic metaphysics now, like, I mean, this is the way we understand this is like.
What I want you to do is defend your proposition that a God exists, and you immediately went to cosmology as the way to do that. So using inferences that we observe in cosmology, like if we're going to be consistent with that, what did God create the universe out of?
What did God create the universe out of? Like, I mean, this is. Are you asking from the empirical sense or like philosophical?
Was there any material substance that God used to arrange the existence of the universe? Or put another way, what was God affecting when he created the universe?
Use the word. Use it.
Sorry, what? Like, what was?
Anyway, what was God affecting? What was he acting upon when he created the universe?
I mean, he created the universe from his attributes. Out of his attributes.
God's composite. Well, hold on. So the universe is material, spatial, and temporal. Is God material, spatial, and temporal?
No.
Okay. If I gave you exclusively Legos to construct something out of, would that construction ever not be made out of Legos? Or would it be something antithetical to Legos? Like if all the Legos I gave you were plastic, would the thing that you make out of them be metal?
Okay, I think I lost the track of like where we are going with this, but
just answer the question. If I gave you plastic Legos and that was the only thing that you had to interact with to build something, okay,
yeah,
would the thing you built be metal?
That would be a straw man.
It's not a straw man. You're arguing that the only thing God had to interact with is the immaterial, the spaceless, and the atemporal. And out of that, he created a material, spatial, temporal universe. It's not a straw man. This is your argument.
I don't actually. I don't think that works because technically God could create space, time, and matter, and there could be emergent properties from something that doesn't have those, which could be like in God or something, I guess. But so what Xerxes is asking is there was a point where there was no space, time, and matter, and then God created it. He could have created it out of nothing. He could have created it out of pre-existing stuff like Play-Doh, magical Play-Doh, or maybe he could have created it out of like a piece of his own body, pantheism or whatever. And he wants to know, what did God create the universe out of? What was the material he was using to create the universe? Was it nothing? Was it himself?
Like,
was it
I'm not particularly like.
I'm not making an ontological claim about what God can or cannot do. What I'm pointing out is that the cosmological argument uses inferences that do not apply to God based on their own admission. Right? When we observe things coming into existence in the universe, they are always the transposition of pre-existing material, of which the ultimate cause or the formal cause, like for instance, the table is made out of the wood. Okay, the table is wood. So if God created the universe out of immateriality, then the universe would be immaterial if we're using the same inferences. If we're not using those inferences, then you admit your special pleading, and therefore the argument is invalid.
So I'm really, I really can't.
Okay, let me put it to you this way.
Okay, guys, hang on a sec. Isan, let's just try and simplify this dang thing, because I feel like you're getting lost and it's going into territories that you weren't anticipating it going. Okay, I'm going to try and simplify this because I'm going to try and simplify this because what Xerxes is bringing up and what TJump are bringing up seems to be areas that you haven't thought a lot about or you're not very educated on, and you seem to be getting lost. You keep wanting to go back to an original point. Okay, let's simplify this. Let's simplify this. Let's simplify this out really easy. So you believe that you believe that a God exists, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what evidence convinces you that this thing exists?
There are like lots of things that I would consider evidence for God, but the basic.
Name your best one.
If you're like really, if you need one of the reasons, right, so for why I would say that most people believe in God, is due to this, and this is something I've discussed with Teiko, and he disagrees with me. But the thing is, like it's like people all over the world, in all cultures, mostly believe in God because people are naturally inclined to believe in God.
Okay.
Right. Hoping to hold hands.
Okay, so you're arguing that people have a natural inclination to attribute like powerful things or gods, or what we call gods, to the phenomena we see in the universe, see in the world. Okay.
People also have a natural inclination to believe the sun orbits the earth.
Isan, stop!
And then you expect me to answer them, and then you talking to me, and then like, oh, I'm getting like, okay.
Isan, does the inclination to apply values to things we don't understand logically entail that a God exists?
So this is.
It's a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no question.
Yes, it is. Does it logically entail?
Explain to me. Okay, let's
is it logically entailed?
Can I answer or what?
It's a yes or no question, Isan. It doesn't require preamble.
Can I answer? Okay, without interruption. So let me just say this, that, okay, for the sake of argument, say that, okay, you're right, it doesn't prove God exists, right? But what from a theistic point of view, and this is the thing, this is what Kareem was probably arguing as well, that from a theistic point of view, you'd have to wonder that, I mean, is it justified to believe in God? Because again, from a theistic point of view, God is just as real as the reality we experience, because the reality we experience includes God in the equation. So now, if anything, if you are going to say no, God doesn't exist, or we shouldn't believe in God, then you'd have to give us some sound reason as to why we should undermine the natural inclination, because
it's not true.
Okay. Why is it?
Because it's not real. It's irrational.
So, what evidence do you have that it's not real?
Okay, so you ask me what evidence I have that a particular God is not real?
No, like, I mean, why? How can we believe in something that has no similarity to the reality that we're supposed to experience?
That's exactly the point. It's like we wouldn't believe in that. By definition, the God that is often proposed today, meets all the criteria of non-existence. It's outside of space, it's outside of time, it's immaterial, it's a mind without a body, and it's just, out there affecting things. We can neither detect it, we can't see it, we can't observe it, we can't make predictions with it. Therefore, it meets all the qualifications, all the criteria of non-existence. Yet you state that the thing exists.
Oh man. Okay, am I? Listen. So you're an empiricist, right? If something is outside of empiricism, that thing doesn't exist.
That is
epistemology versus ontology.
We are starting to run low on time here, so we should try to wrap this up pretty soon.
Isan, let me just ask you this flat out. If you feel a thing is true, does that logically entail that thing exists in reality?
No.
Or if you feel a thing exists, does it mean that thing exists in? If you feel a thing exists, does it mean that thing exists in reality?
This is look, this is defeated. So, I mean, what you have to explain? Answer me this, right? You keep asking.
No, sir, no. I don't have to. No, Isan, I have already justified my atheist position. The atheist position. There is insufficient evidence to warrant belief.
You haven't. Listen.
Yes, I have. There is insufficient evidence to warrant belief.
In the natural world. I'm asking you a direct question. Answer me directly, right? What was it in the natural world? What was it in the natural world that caused us to believe in God? Something that is
type 1 and type 2 errors.
Pareidolia.
The tendency for our pattern-seeking organs that we call our brains to seek to. Isan, let me answer the damn question.
Oh, man.
Our brains. Isan, I'm answering the question. Shut the fuck up.
A different question. You're answering a different question.
No, I'm not. Our pattern-seeking brains are inclined to apply values to things.
We see patterns. We have the tendency to see patterns. That's fine. But
apply values to them. Those values, those explanatory values, are what initially we called gods.
This is like. There's no way to have a conversation like this.
Yes, there is. You won't answer the question, and you keep wanting me to try and debunk your bullshit. Now, don't sit there in the goddamn chat and claim that all atheists are fucking stupid and you're gonna friggin' destroy us.
Like somewhere we can discuss in a fair conversation. I mean,
I'm asking you. You believe this thing exists. You say you know it exists. Provide your damn evidence. Because you've already conceded that just because
but you guys are running on
doesn't entail that it does exist.
You guys don't probably have time. I mean, I just can't talk with this guy. Like he has to talk over me all the time. Anyway, if you guys are running out of time,
yes, run away. Appeal to the meta and run away. Get the fuck out of here.
Means that you don't have the time. I'm here to discuss. I've like these guys here. Some of them they know me. Right, I go to the atheist VCs. I talk to atheists for hours and hours and hours. Right, I have no problem discussing.
Then you're not listening because you would have gotten this by now.
No, you're just not getting it. Like, I'm saying that even if we like this is and this is an argument I don't really like to discuss too much, but once again, even if we see patterns, we have the tendency to see patterns.
Mm-hmm.
But what was it in the natural world that caused us to have this kind of strong hold in our human psyche for something that is other to the universe and beyond our imagination.
Yeah, TJump's correct. Our brains. That's how our brains evolved.
What caused the brain to think this way?
Natural selection pressures.
So, natural selection process, but
natural selection pressures. There are certain traits that are positively selected for and certain ones that are negatively selected for. The traits in our brains that allow us to make type 1 and type 2 errors, okay, that allows for pareidolia, for apophenia, those traits have resulted in us applying values to various phenomena that we could not readily explain. Some of those values are what we call gods.
What you're describing is the mechanism for why we see things, why we have.
That's what you asked for.
No. What I said, what was it, and how is it like? So is it then justified for us to believe in God or not?
No, it's not.
Like from a pragmatist point of view, because if we are naturally inclined to, I mean, and again, Xerxes, you said that we have many other natural inclinations. That's not true. This is different to like, for example, we have the other natural inclination for like something like pair bonding, which is also found in animals, like a lot of animals. So the cognitive scientist is like, for example, Justin Barrett in his cognitive science literature was so funny. I mean,
the guy from the YouTube channel, the Justin Barrett from the Unbelievable YouTube channel, that guy.
No. This is the Oxford University professor Justin Barrett. I think he did the study with the Oxford Anthropological Society. So
yeah, I think he was on that show. But yeah, so psychological.
He's peer reviewed, by the way. He's peer reviewed, and you can read his cognitive science literature where he actually explained this in details, and there are many more. There's
Explain what? We know of fallacies and biases and illusions.
How we have a innate receptivity, in his exact word, we have an innate receptivity to believe in God.
We also have an innate receptivity to believe in illusions and delusions and misconceptions.
No.
Yeah.
Yes. This is a result of how our brain evolved. These are a result of how our brain evolved to seek patterns in chaos, and then the ones that allowed us to derive conclusions that allowed us to survive better. That's the reason they were selected for. It's the whole point of, like, when you're out hunting and you see the tall grass and then you see the grass moving and you're like, is it a lion or is it the wind? And so I decided, you know what? I don't want to. I think it's a lion, and I'm going to run away. Well, guess what? I live to go and procreate. The idiot who goes and says, nah, it's just the wind, and goes in there and gets eaten by a lion, he doesn't pass his genes down. So the one who erred and said, was like, you know what? I'm not even going to, I don't know, but I'm not going to risk it. And they the ones who lived. So yes, these are evolved responses. This is how our brains evolved. For example, ancient primitive human beings used to create, in order to create light, would create campfires. They would create fires in the night. Okay, then they look up at the sky, a sky with no light pollution, and see other little lights up there. And then they look out on the horizon, they see other little lights, other campfires out there. And they say, wow, look at those campfires way above us. We built a campfire, and there's one over there, over to my right, and it's really, really small. That must be some more people over there. But look at those ones way up there in the sky. They're so bright, but they're so far away. They must be huge. I wonder who built those campfires. Maybe they're great giant human beings or great giant gods that created these great campfires up there in the sky. You see how these patterns, we see patterns in nature, and then we apply them. We derive conclusions. Those conclusions turn out to be fallacious. That's why we attributed lightning to gods, or volcanoes to dragons in the earth, or earthquakes to gods that were angry underneath the surface of the planet. And then we find out that they're not that way, that that's not the case. So yes, deriving gods from natural phenomena in our most ignorant times is a result of our evolution, of the way our brains evolved. It was a survival mechanism that now is virtually kind of pointless because we now control virtually every evolutionary pressure that we are subjected to on this planet. So that's it. That's the answer you were looking for. You asked me, how do we do these? Why does this exist?
I think that this actually pushed the problem a step back. This evolutionary adaptation, it doesn't really answer the question, like what exactly was it that caused us to believe in something like this that has no similarity to the reality that we're supposed to experience, and how do we?
But
have
it does. Why do you think gods? Why do you think primitive gods were like animals, and primitive gods were like things that we saw in nature? Why do you think virtually all gods are either animals or humanoid?
Okay, no matter what the conception is, like the only thing it proves that we human beings, we are naturally inclined to connect with the divine.
No, we're naturally inclined to make shit up. That is the correct way to phrase it.
Yes, thank you, TJump. Just because you call it divine doesn't mean it is divine. Just because you said these things.
Can I respond to TJump first? I mean, so God isn't just any concept. This is the thing you have to understand. Like, God isn't just some physical, realities put together.
Wait,
right?
we can make shit up.
But Isan, that wasn't always the case. That was not always the case. Originally, when these concepts were thought up, Isan, when these concepts were thought up, human beings believed that gods walked among us, or they were above us, or they were invisible, but they walked around the earth and they interacted with human beings. The more we've come to know about reality, these things have been dismissed because we know they are not true, which is why God, the concept of a God, especially the Abrahamic God, has mutated from this thing that used to walk around and talk to us and directly told us shit like that about reality, to this spaceless, timeless, metaphysical, only immaterial thing that is outside of all human perception but still grounds all human perception. It's fucking ridiculous. God has changed. The evolutionary pressures that force the mutations of that God is called our reasoning, our understanding. Okay?
So Warren, how much have you studied on this?
A great deal. Thank you very much.
So, why is it that the scientists, for example, the references that I give, I mentioned 3 people, right? Justin Barrett, Aaron Aronzian, Oliver Petrovitz, right? So these people, and there's so many more, right? What they're saying is, when, for example, when the Oxford Anthropological Society, they did a huge study with 92,000 people, what they found is that this is they would have put them in like a simulation, for lack of a better word, where they would ask, okay, so for example, a moral type of situation, right? Somebody, he was punished somehow, and then they would ask, okay, why do you think this happened to this person? And they would always say God, right? And every time scientists ask, okay, which God is it? They would always describe this the God who's the creator God, he's all-knowing, all-powerful, and has no physical form. And so this is the thing I'm saying.
Well, see, this is weird. No, see, because Isan, this is very weird. I mean, there's a problem with the if this was an experiment that was done, there's a problem with that, because that version of God you're talking about is very precise, and only a select percentage of the population believes in that particular version of a God. You're basically indicating that the people that were in this experiment, that were being talked to, the 92,000 people that were in this experiment, that none of them were Hindu, none of them were Buddhist, none of them were Shinto, none of them were Aboriginal descent, because that's literally a Christian version of a God. And maybe some Islam, maybe some Jews, and maybe some Muslims, but no, there are individuals in this world.
There were people that didn't have the concept of God for some centuries, right? So they were in China and Japan and so on.
They have concepts of God. The concepts of Chinese gods and Japanese gods, Asian gods are far older than the Abrahamic God by thousands of years.
Okay, but that experiment, where they did the study, it says very clearly that those people didn't have the concept of God.
Everybody has a concept of God on this planet because it's been passed around, and we have access to the internet. So yeah, but there are still human beings on this planet that exist in societies that have no concept of a God, and they have no word for it either.
Sure, but they're children's as well. So.
That's irrelevant. There are civilizations on this planet.
I really wanted to talk about the other arguments and so on, but I guess
you could come back in a future episode for that. We are running short on time here.
Okay, then like maybe we can discuss another time. Thank you for the conversation. I'd really like to have like a debate with or a discussion with TJump. Hey TJump, can I ask you one last question? Like, so in your debate with Daniel Hakikatsu, right? I mean, what a disaster of a debate that was. You said that utilitarianism is not a moral theory but a pragmatist theory. Do you still hold on to that? Like, do you
Yes,
still
it's a
think
pragmatic
that's
theory. It's not a moral theory. There's no objective morality in utilitarianism.
You just defined utilitarianism in a, like, I mean, yeah, congratulations to you.
That's just
Okay.
the academic definition. It's not an objective moral realist position.
Yeah, I would ask everyone here to look up what utilitarianism is. Is it a moral theory or is it a pragmatist theory? Yeah,
I've already explained this. Daniel Hakishu is a moron. Utilitarianism is not a moral realist position, but the Muslims just don't know enough about philosophy to understand what moral realism is.
He said it's a moral theory. It's not. He isn't talking about moral realism or.
I was
like,
talking about moral realism, but he's an idiot and he doesn't know that, and apparently you are too.
Oh, like you had to say this in front of him, like. So yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you for coming on our stage with us. Did anybody have any last thoughts they wanted to share about that interaction before I go on to a point that I missed earlier in our questions section?
Atheism has thus far not been destroyed.
Yeah, it's not destroyable because it's not a thing. It's just a classification. I agree.
See, but I thought this was going to be the episode we were going to get convinced.
You're always so optimistic.
JL, I have to ask you, how do you destroy I don't believe you?
This is a good point. It's a very good point.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're still here after all. So actually, this kind of fits in. Somebody, Nina's, Ninez, I hope I'm pronouncing her name correctly, had a question earlier, quite a few hours ago, that I missed, and I did intend to get to it. It was with regard to somebody who was talking about how they're a Christian and they're agnostic at the same time, but they were having some trouble with the way they were using the word agnosticism. I'm sure people remember that. So the question was, how can someone be agnostic and a theist? Surely, if they're a theist, they believe their God exists, right? That's why they worship their God. So the important thing to remember that with these terms, and there has been some confusion introduced by certain advocates in philosophy of religion who are trying to pollute the terminology. So an atheist is someone who doesn't believe in deities, and that includes people who specifically believe there are none, because the consequence of that is not believing in them. And then the agnostics are the ones who hold an epistemological position of that it can't be known whether a deity exists or not. It is a valid position for someone to be a theist and an agnostic at the same time. They don't know for certain their deity exists, but they believe in it. It's a faith. It is a faith position. So, and I have a number of friends who fit this this set of characteristics. So there we have it. I hope that helps to bring some clarity to your question there, Nina's, and I think we should probably move on to some final thoughts here.
Real quick, I got a DM from some kid asking a terrible batch of questions, but I wasn't going to ask it, but I figured I'd just ask it real quick. So, JL,
sure.
If God doesn't exist, what is the purpose of living? And then, or answer that one. Oh, is jail not here?
The purpose of living.
My bad, sorry. I was muted. If God doesn't exist, what's the purpose? The purpose is defined by the individual. The individual determines what the purpose is, but there is no like overarching purpose for humanity. So that's why each individual decides their purpose for themselves.
Second question. So as an atheist, how did you fulfill your life?
How did I fulfill my life?
Instagram models.
Oh, please, those days are way behind me. I fulfill my life by searching for truth, by spreading truth, and by trying to bridge the divide that is created by irrational beliefs and irrational behaviors.
TM copyright.
And third, if you died if you were going to die tomorrow
Mm-hmm.
and you knew it was unavoidable, would you resort to prayer?
No.
To the spaghetti monster.
Ramen.
What's the name of this person, Taco? I just want to put it into the YouTube.
He wanted to remain anonymous.
Oh, I'll just put anonymous.
No,
So
I
no
would
problem.
not resort to prayer because I don't fear death. Everything dies. The process of dying can be scary, depending upon what happens, if it's like something scary or if you just die in your sleep. But if I was just gonna like drop dead tomorrow, no, I would not resort to prayer because it would just be my time. So just being closer to death does not make me more inclined to believe in Santa Claus or fairies or leprechauns or sky fairies. So
as a person who has been there, done that, the dying thing, I mean, no prayer involved. Just a few jumper cables, and I'm back.
Congratulations, you made it.
Yeah, that was in 2019, so it's been a while.
Like Jesus, but more metal.
Any NDEs of any kind of like rap or like metal legends?
Before we do close it out, because I know you Randall do it. This is actually kind of interesting. Emperor 3000 in the heathen chat said, question, if God doesn't exist, why do you dedicate so much time to the subject, dedicate him so much time to the subject? And I can answer that very easily. Irrational beliefs tend to lead to irrational behaviors. If we want a more stable and productive society, we need to eliminate or reduce as much irrational behavior as we can. We can do that by exposing and explaining why certain beliefs are irrational. If people don't hold those irrational beliefs, they'll be less inclined towards irrational behavior. So dedicating so much time to it spreads reason and rationality. It spreads education, and this enables people to make better, more informed, and more rational decisions and therefore actions. So why do we spend so much time? Because it's better for our society if we can eventually get past all this nonsense and move on, because we don't need it anymore. 100,000 years ago, sure, it was a survival trait. It kept us together in small groups, survival in numbers. Fantastic. But that was 100,000 years ago. It's now 2023. We don't need it anymore.
What was the name of the person who brought up the question? I just want to put it in the notes.
That was Emperor 3000.
Emperor 3000. Thank you.
Yeah. Cool.
Well, thank you, everybody. I guess we're into the final thoughts section. TJump, why don't you go? Do you have any final thoughts about today's discussions?
Subscribe to the Atheist Church. I need funding for my apartment building.
Yeah, the Atheist Church is it's a wonderful thing that TJump is trying to do to help people in need, and for that to work, he will need some funding. If you go to theisthelpline.com and click on About, you can find a link to that in TJump's list of links. So yeah, it's this is a great thing. I think it's we need more efforts like this out there. Peter, did you have any final thoughts?
Yeah, I was a little bit silent today, but that was because I got all kinds of DMs on Twitter. So I'll be setting up a few conversations with Dr. Josh, aka Digital Hammurabi, for the people who are interested. Hopefully, we will get the first one done this Saturday, 3 p.m. U.S. Central. Keep an eye out on the Gonna Go For It channel. Otherwise, yeah, lots of good conversations, few trolls, which is sad, but always like being here. So.
Thank you. So we do have a resources section on the theisthelpline.com website that IX often talks about. IX, did you have any final thoughts? I'm just trying to save you some time mentioning the links are there. IX must be away from this computer. Jack Burton, any final thoughts?
Oh, just thanks for having me, you bunch of godless heathens, and better luck next time, Theus. We'll get them someday.
Yeah, there were some interesting challenges came up to you today, which was it's good to have that. I got to say, your Freightliner truck sounded glorious in the background of that one guest.
Appreciate it.
IX, I see you're here. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. I just wanted to say thanks everybody for calling in and being willing to put yourself in the hot seat. And if anybody wants to learn more about biblical history and archaeology, I recommend starting with the documentary series The Bible Unearthed by Israel Finkelstein and looking into some of the excellent books on the subject.
Thank you. JL Warren, final thoughts.
This was a good one. Yeah, a couple of trolls there. I didn't expect Nephilim 3 to show up at the beginning. That was entertaining. Some good quality conversations we're having this one, and as always, it's an absolute blast to be up here. Thank you, Taco, Amy, TJump, Peter, Jack, Randolph, Ix, Xerxes. I see he's taken off, but thank you to everybody for holding it up. And if you want your Darth Dawkins squeak toy, www.darthdawkins.com. So darthdawkins.com for your official Darth Dawkins squeak toy, so you can argue just like Darth Dawkins.
We'll need to make sure that link's on the website as well. Amy Newman, what are your final thoughts on today?
Thank you so very much. It was another amazing stream. I don't think we were convinced, but once again, there's always next time. So just very quickly, genetic entropy and irreducible complexity are both highly debunked, not accepted in the academic community. We know empirically that we have common ancestry, not just micro, but macro evolution, and that we are in fact apes. Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson are amazing science communicators, and so we should look towards them not for atheism, but just to debunking woo and supporting science. I don't know about a communistic heaven, but maybe we should just try to make this world a better place. And last but not least, if you are trying to make a prophecy, I think I hear it from TJump in his sleep. I want a novel, testable prediction. Keyword novel, new, something we've never seen before. And so maybe we'll see that next stream. But if you would like to come on over to my YouTube. I'm at youtube.com/Amy Newman and twitch.tv/Amy Newman Skeptic, along with my co-host James W. We do a whole bunch of different skeptic comedy and open mics and a whole bunch of shenanigans. But I want to thank Ix and Jack and Peter and JL, TJump, both streaming. You should be liking, following, and subscribing, as well as Randolph and Taco. I want to thank you so very much for another fantastic stream.
Taco, final words from you before I wrap things up.
This was a good show. No theist managed to defeat any of you once again. Our champions continue to reign supreme.
So thank you to everybody who's tuned in. We really appreciate you all tuning in for this and participating. And we look forward to seeing you all next fortnight. A special thanks goes to the Politics Discord for providing this community and stage. There's a lot of wonderful people join us, and we have had a lot of great conversations and look forward to more of these again and again in the future. There's always seems to be new ideas coming about. I also remind people that the website, you can find all our resources, list of sponsors, information about our hosts and all their links to their YouTube channels and whatnot. It's at www.theisthelpline.com, and we look forward to seeing you next fortnight. Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Thank you, everyone. Y'all have a wonderful day. I'm going to kick everybody right now. I love you all.